Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Virgin and the Viscount by Robin de Hart, narrated by Rachel Beresford. Prologue. London, 1846. Matilda Ramsay took a deep breath and smoothed her hands over her skirts. It was now or never. As of tomorrow, no, later today, the love of her life would marry her older sister. Before that happened, Tilly was determined to tell Thomas how she felt about him. Tilly, ever practical, had no illusions that the charming Mr. Chase would cast aside her beautiful older sister. She neither expected nor wanted that. Melanie was more beautiful and poised than Tilly, certainly more deserving of being a wife to a gentleman from such an honourable family. She didn't know what she expected to happen when she revealed her feelings to Thomas. She knew only that her silly, aching heart could not let Thomas marry Melanie without first knowing that Tilly loved him. Once Thomas and Melanie married, Tilly would never again voice her feelings. Of course she wouldn't. She would no longer have claim to him. She would have to bury deep this hopeless, helpless love that felt like it might rise up inside her and smother her. The only option was to tell him now how she felt. Before the ceremony, before he was forever beyond her reach. Both sides of each family were staying at the Glenbrook townhome in London. They'd had a pre-wedding celebratory dinner the night before that lasted until some time after midnight. It was now pre-dawn and she was running out of time. She didn't bother knocking on the study door, but instead opened it and stepped inside. She'd seen Thomas come into this room an hour before and had been pacing upstairs, waiting for courage to come to her. The study was dark, save for one lone lamp behind the desk. The large leather chair sitting behind the desk creaked, but faced the opposite wall. The sound of pages from a book being turned was the only sound. In the dim lighting, all she could see of Thomas was strong, masculine legs stretched out in front of the chair. She took a cleansing breath. "I'm going to say this quickly, so please don't interrupt." The chair across the room moved. "Don't turn around. I'm not certain how long my courage will hold, so allow me to say my piece without me looking upon your face." The chair stilled and she squeezed her eyes shut and forged forward. "I know the ceremony is rapidly approaching, only a few more hours. I'm certain that what I'm about to say isn't going to change anything, but I won't be able to live with myself if I'm not honest with you. The truth is, I love you, Thomas. I'm in love with you, and I believe marrying my sister is a mistake. I know she won't make you happy the way I can. I understand Melanie is prettier than I am. I know that." She took a gulping breath and continued. "She's more poised and talented, which makes her more conventionally desirable for a wife. But all of that also means you wouldn't have to worry about being jealous of other men paying attention to me, because they wouldn't, not the way they will to Melanie." Thomas had initially expressed interest in courting her, but one encouraging look from her older sister and he'd switched paths. But she was hoping there was something left of his interest in her. Probably not enough for him to run away with her and leave her sister at the altar. Was that even what she wanted? Did she want to be that person, the one who destroyed her own sister's happiness? No, she didn't. But she also didn't believe Melanie truly loved Thomas. For Melanie, everything was a competition, despite the fact the two sisters were as different as night and day. Melanie had decided she wanted Thomas because he'd first wanted Tilly. "Beauty fades, but love endures." She winced at that last phrase. Good heavens, He'll think she's a lovesick goose, though that wasn't far from the truth. Still, he sat in silence. Oh God, what had she done? Her heart sped to an alarming rate, and her breathing shallowed. Please don't faint. That would take this already disastrous situation to an entirely new and horrifying place. I know I told you not to turn around, but please say something, she whispered. The chair turned then, and she came face to face not with Thomas, whom she'd expected, but rather his older brother Sullivan. The second son, the soldier, older, taller, and much more handsome brother. Tilly's hands began to sweat and her insides knotted. Sullivan stood and walked around the desk, leaning his long frame against the heavy mahogany. He smirked at her. What am I to say? He crossed his arms over his chest. Your declaration wasn't for me. He clicked his tongue. A pity, that. Humiliation flamed her cheeks and nerves scattered through her body. She bent over to try to catch her breath. Of all the people to have witnessed this, why did it have to be him? Sullivan was the most arrogant, irritating, frustrating gentleman of her acquaintance. No, he did not even deserve the title of gentleman. Yes, of course, as the second son of a Viscount, he was a gentleman, but he didn't behave like one. He already teased her relentlessly on a regular basis, calling her Freckles. Such an original moniker based on the annoying marks that covered her entire body. She fought the urge to roll her eyes at the thought. No, now would be a splendid time for her to simply drop dead, stop breathing, evaporate into thin air, anything that would bring this horrible moment to an end. Freckles, do you truly want to ruin their wedding? His dark brown eyes met her gaze, and shame flooded her, and something else that made her skin prickle with warmth. She swallowed, shook her head. What could she say to him? He could ruin her if he told anyone about this. What had she been thinking? Please, she managed to say, but the rest of her words died on her tongue. Oh God, he was going to ruin her, or at the very least lord this over her for his own entertainment. One brow arched. Please, what? This didn't happen. No one can know. I beg of you, my lord. God, she loathed that he'd have this power over her. If he were a true gentleman, he'd offer to forget all about this, ease her embarrassment. Instead, he stood there and watched her as if he could see inside to her very soul. She shifted on her feet and clasped her hands tightly in front of her, uncertain of where to put them, as a wave of pure hatred rose within her. Finally, he nodded. Whatever you wish. You won't tell him? He lifted his broad shoulders into a shrug, a gesture at once both careless and arrogant, dismissive and rude. I have no reason to. She felt her jaw clenching. Of course he wouldn't promise not to tell for the right reasons. He wouldn't promise because it was the honourable thing to do, the noble thing. No, Sullivan had no such honour, no such nobility. Instead, he wouldn't tell because he couldn't be bothered to, and perhaps because it amused him to have a secret of hers. No, Sullivan wasn't a gentleman. He was an absolute and total ass. Of that she was certain. He searched her face, his expression softening a tad. I suspect you have no real reason to want to ruin their nuptials. No, I do not. She shook her head vehemently. This was a gross display of misjudgment on my part. Very well, Freckles. I shall keep your secret. He winked, then walked back around the desk to return to the chair. She bolted from the room. He would keep her secret now, but what about the day when he no longer felt compelled to protect her? When he lost patience for keeping her secret? What then? Her worst enemy knew her darkest secret. All she could do now was wait for the moment when he would wield that information against her. Sullivan fell back onto the settee and blew out a breath. Was it just me, or did that ceremony last unusually long? His older brother, Roderick, chuckled from his spot in the adjacent leather chair. I've attended shorter weddings. Sullivan thought back to the night before, or rather earlier this morning, when Matilda had sneaked into this very study. Her secret admission had surprised him. If he was honest with himself, it angered him as well. He'd always anticipated being bested by his older brother. Roderick was 2 years his senior and was everything an older brother and heir should be: smart, clever, and quick-witted. He was a good man, so coming in second had never bothered Sullivan. But losing to Thomas? No, that had been unexpected, not to mention damned irritating. Thomas had all the appearance of charm and honour, but none of the substance. He was a snivelling, conniving, manipulative bastard. Roderick knew it. Sullivan knew it. He'd always assumed Matilda was clever enough that eventually she would see it too. It turned out the only thing Sullivan hated more than being bested by Thomas was being wrong about Matilda. Of course, now Thomas was married to Matilda's sister. Still, she wanted Thomas. The war in the Indies had ended, and he'd been home for several months. In that time, he'd been intrigued by the tall, unconventional beauty. However, she'd taken an instant dislike to him, and now, finally, he understood why. She'd been harbouring romantic feelings for his younger brother. "Plans to find your own bride?" Roderick asked. "No. I suspect my work is not done with the East India Company, and I'll be called up to travel east again. There's no reason to saddle a woman with that burden." He pinched the bridge of his nose. "Besides, I believe you're the one of us who actually requires a wife. Need to secure your heir." "You become Viscount if I don't have an heir," Roderick said. "Precisely why you should find yourself a wife." Roderick laughed again. "You know, if you want her, you should court her." His stomach plummeted. Not an easy feat, considering he was horizontal. "Who?" he asked, feigning ignorance. "Don't think me daft, dear brother. I've seen the way you look at Melanie's sister. Nothing wrong with brothers marrying sisters." There were 5 Chase brothers: Roderick, Sullivan, Thomas, Ulysses, and Franklin. Their father, Quinton, had gone with a strange alphabetical naming strategy, but he'd died during their mother's 5th and final pregnancy, so she'd named the last boy something different to spite him. Or at least that's what they'd always assumed. She had an overt fondness for Franklin and Thomas. "I'm a soldier," Sullivan said. "I don't need a wife." "But you want her." He briefly considered denying it, but Roderick was far too observant to be fooled by an outright lie. "I will admit to finding her unconventional beauty rather appealing, but that doesn't mean I want her for a bride." "Unconventional beauty?" Roderick asked with a scoff. Sullivan turned a sharp eye to Roderick. "You don't think she's beautiful?" He shrugged, examining his tumbler of whiskey. "She's too tall." "As are we all," Sullivan blurted, surprising even himself. "I wouldn't want a bride I had to bend over to look in the eyes." Roderick slanted a glance from his drink to Sullivan. "I thought you said you didn't want a bride." "I don't." Sullivan downed his own drink.
But if you did, you would want her to be tall, yes, like Matilda.
He felt his jaw clenching.
No, not like Matilda.
Not someone who was in love with his younger brother. Not someone too blinded by Thomas's charm and wit to see the cunning beneath his smiles.
But you admit she is beautiful, Roderick asked, albeit unconventionally so.
Unbidden, the image of Matilda, as she'd been last night, rose in his mind. The delightful dusting of freckles across her fair skin, the blaze of her cinnamon-coloured hair as it glowed in the lamplight. She was unlike any other woman in London.
She is a poppy in a field of wheat, he mused aloud,
and then was instantly irritated with himself when Roderick smirked.
Ah, that dark red hair of hers rising up in a field of simpering blondes. I see your point. It's a good thing you don't want her, though, isn't it?
For the first time since they'd both reached manhood, Sullivan wanted to punch his older brother. Chapter 1. 5 years later. Tilly stood in the ballroom eyeing the dancers. Several of her friends had recently married, and of late she'd found herself standing mostly alone at these parties. She was all right with that. People were tedious at times.
My dear Matilda.
A man's voice came from her side. She glanced up to find her brother-in-law. Good evening, Thomas. Are you finding the ball to your enjoyment?
I'm enjoying it much more now.
He gave her a smile.
I was hoping you would dance with me. Your sister was supposed to dance this next waltz with me, but she has disappeared.
Tilly smiled and nodded. I would be delighted. Though she no longer felt anything more than sisterly affection for Thomas, she could still recognize he was a handsome man. Not as handsome as his scoundrel of a brother, but still pleasant to look upon. Since he and her sister Melanie had been married, Thomas had softened some around the middle. His hair had thinned in places and greyed in others, but his blue eyes still shone brightly, and his smile was as warm and charming as ever. He placed her hand in the crook of his elbow and led her onto the dance floor as the swells of the music began to play. The musicians are quite talented, she said.
Indeed, it makes for pleasant dancing.
They were silent for a few measures of the music, moving together seamlessly across the floor.
Your height makes you a perfect dance partner, Matilda.
Thank you. She'd always felt her height was a nuisance, so it was nice to be complimented. She smiled up at him, but found him staring across the room with a frown. Tilly turned her head to see what had bothered him so, and found his brother, Sullivan, leaning against the wall. What troubles you, Thomas?
He glanced down at her. I'm frustrated with my brother. It isn't anything you need worry yourself with.
Perhaps not, but it is often helpful to express your frustrations to a friend.
He exhaled slowly. Too true. As you know, when my older brother passed 2 years ago, I took over managing the estates.
Tilly nodded. The eldest Chase brother, Roderick, had died in a shooting accident. The entire family had taken it hard, especially Thomas. Now she gave Thomas's shoulder a sympathetic squeeze as they danced. Yes, because Sullivan was still away.
Exactly.
Thomas slanted her a doleful smile. With Roderick's death, Sullivan had inherited the title, yet he had not returned from India right away as expected. No, instead he continued to serve abroad for 2 more years, a highly unusual dereliction of his duties that Tilly had never understood.
Ever since Sullivan has returned from the war, Thomas continued, he has done nothing to claim his duties as Viscount and head of our family. I am still managing the books and properties.
Indignation flared inside her, and she frowned in Sullivan's direction. "He has been home for nearly 16 months. That's not right. He should be handling those things. Have you spoken to him about this?"
"I have tried, but my concerns fall on deaf ears. He seems to be interested only in enjoying the fruits of my labour, as it were."
"How disappointing. And it must increase your worries tenfold. I am sorry you are enduring such trials."
Perhaps Thomas's pleas went unheard, but she could certainly get Sullivan's attention. She'd been a member of the Ladies of Virtue, a secret organisation of women specially trained to deal with petty thieves and other nuisances on the streets of London for the last 4 years. It was her single greatest accomplishment and a source of pride. She took her duties with the group seriously. When Tilly's friends and fellow members of the Ladies of Virtue suggested they take their skills to the ballrooms of London to reform the cads of the aristocracy of their sins, the 7 deadly sins, they'd each selected one and then found the gentleman who personified that sin. Until this moment, she'd not known whom she could address. Frankly, the very idea of reforming a gentleman in society held little appeal to her in comparison to ridding the streets of crime. So, until now, she hadn't given much thought to which gentleman she should approach. But this conversation with Thomas cleared things up for her perfectly. Their waltz ended, and Thomas led Tilly back to where she'd been standing before. The time had come for her to confront her gentleman of choice, and for the first time in a long while, she felt a renewed sense of purpose. These last few months in particular, since the Ladies of Virtue had come under attack from an anonymous source, they were at risk of being exposed to the public, of having their identities discovered, their activities revealed, and their reputations ruined. Lady Summersby, who ran the Ladies of Virtue and trained them, had forbidden her from taking part in any of their regular activities. The months of inactivity had been miserable for Tilly, though, admittedly, she'd snagged a couple of children thieving. More than anything, she wanted to help them, rescue them from the direction their lives were headed. Working in secret, though, without the help of the other Ladies of Virtue, she hadn't been able to come up with any clever solutions for how to rescue the street children from their lives of poverty and crime. It was most frustrating. She wanted to help make London safer for its weakest citizens. Instead, she spent her days dancing at balls, dodging the flirtations of men she knew had no real interest in her. But if she could reform Sullivan, at least she would have something productive to occupy her time. Nerves ate at her insides, simultaneously flooding her with apprehension and excitement. She could make a difference, at least in Thomas's life. She shook her hands out in an effort to calm herself. How was it she felt at ease confronting a pickpocket on the streets of London with nothing more than her parasol, but approaching Viscount Glenbrook left her feeling paralysed with nerves? It wouldn't even be that difficult to locate him. He had an uncanny ability to pop up wherever her friend Agnes was. Tilly couldn't blame him. Agnes's beauty was unequalled. Although, now that Agnes was betrothed to the Earl of Westbrook— no, that wasn't right. Now he was the Marquess of Longley, since his father passed away. In any case, Agnes and Glenbrook were friends, despite her recent engagement. And she knew Sullivan was here. She'd seen him while she'd been dancing with his brother. So when Tilly began to search the ballroom, she wasn't overly surprised to find Glenbrook standing near Agnes. Nerves or not, she needed to do this. She gave herself a stern talking to, reminding herself that this,
like any other task she'd been given within the Ladies of Virtue, was her responsibility. She'd made vows, and this was her duty. It was time. She'd wasted enough on being nervous, and whatever else was keeping her from confronting him. The man needed a good talking to, and she was precisely the woman to give it to him. Without another thought, she crossed the ballroom to reach his side. She greeted her friends, Agnes and Harriet, and their gentlemen. Despite the fact that her sister was married to his brother, and that they saw each other periodically at family events, things between her and Sullivan were strained. It had been years. Ever since that fateful night when she'd inadvertently told him her greatest secret. As far as she knew, he'd never told anyone about the night she'd foolishly poured her heart out to him, believing he was Thomas. She glanced up at Sullivan, met his dark chocolate gaze, and something warm unfurled in her belly. Indigestion, most likely. His arrogance was indeed nauseating. "Aren't you going to ask me to dance, my lord?" One perfectly groomed brow arched upward. "You wish to dance?" He tapped his chest. "With me?" She lifted one shoulder in a shrug. She deliberately kept her eyes on him instead of looking at her friends and their, no doubt, shocked expressions. She rarely spoke to Sullivan, and when she did, she found it difficult to be kind. He made her nervous. One might think that would make her exceedingly cautious and overly friendly to him, but it had the opposite effect with her. He was too handsome. That was part of the problem. Experience had taught her, on many occasions, that the beautiful people of the world were typically self-centered and selfish. As a result, she found it hard to trust any interaction with him. Any attention he paid to her was suspect, and he always seemed to pay her more attention than was strictly polite. Teasing her had become a pastime for him, and while Agnes claimed it was done in fun, Tilly couldn't help but feel it was mean-spirited. The fact that he blatantly stared at her and called her that offensive nickname only made matters worse. There was no telling what thoughts scurried through his mind as he looked upon her. She knew she was no beauty. She wasn't ugly, per se. In fact, she had many attractive features, but all mixed together, none of them seemed to match, which just left her looking odd. Too tall, too freckled, eyes too big, hair a strange shade that was neither wholly brown nor red, and a gap between her front teeth. His brown eyes travelled the length of her. No doubt he found her lacking, a fact that did not disturb her in the least. After all, if her lack of beauty disturbed him, she found his lack of moral fortitude equally disturbing. Despite that, she felt every instant of his perusal as if he had run his hands along her body, instead of merely his gaze. The vile man. Her cheeks flushed in response as he held his arm out to her. "I would love to dance with you." Oh, how she wished she could have confronted him without dancing with him. Nevertheless, a dance was the simplest way for them to converse privately, so she slipped her gloved hand in the crook of his elbow. He led her to the dance floor. Despite the closeness of their families, it had been years since she had danced with him, and she generally avoided his presence whenever possible. Walking beside him now, she found the sheer physicality of him slightly overwhelming. "Have you always been this tall?" "Have you always been this short?" he asked in return. "I am not short, which you know. I stand at least a head taller than most women here. The fact that you still tower above me makes you the anomaly." Why was she picking a fight with him? Perhaps she should at least try to be somewhat pleasant before she attacked his lifestyle. But he brought out the worst in her.
I suppose that's relative.
He turned her in his arms so she faced him as they reached the dance floor. With her hand in his and his hand on her waist, she was certain he must be holding her closer than was socially acceptable. She studied the distance between them. It seemed equal to the distance that had been between her and Thomas. So why did it feel closer when Sullivan held her? She could think of no reason other than the animosity between them. Perhaps this had been a bad idea. She needed to discuss this matter with him. It was important. But suddenly he was everywhere. His scent surrounded her, sandalwood and lemon and something earthy and entirely him. It was a ridiculously masculine smell. Warmth from his body permeated the fabric of her gown, and it felt as if his hands were on her bare skin. A heated flush crept up her chest, and she cursed her fair complexion. She didn't blush prettily like some women did. No, her fair freckled skin got red and splotchy, and that wasn't an attractive look for anyone.
Freckles, be honest with me. Are you dying?
What? She choked out the word. No, it's just the heat from the crowded room makes my skin flush. He chuckled, and the sound of it flooded her with irritation. I know it is unattractive. It is cruel to tease me about something of which I have no control.
I was not speaking of your complexion. Instead, suggesting something must be dire in order for you to seek me out as a dance partner.
She opened her mouth to respond, but found her lips stuck in a silent O. Wait, was he implying he had danced with her only because he thought she was dying?
And there is nothing unattractive about your complexion, he said.
His gaze lingered at her décolletage.
Quite the contrary. I find the pinkening of your skin appealing.
Again, she found herself utterly silent. She had no defences for him to be. Was he being flirtatious with her? He must know she was not used to receiving compliments like that from men as attractive as he. He must know it flustered her. Therefore, he was tormenting her on purpose, as a jest. Yes, that sounded much more believable. Her heart pounded, echoing in her ears. His ruthless teasing made what she was about to do easier. The man was a cad and a scoundrel. Someone needed to call him on it, and she was just the woman to do it. I wanted to discuss something of great importance with you. His brows rose and his brown eyes bore into her.
I'm admittedly intrigued.
She took a sobering breath, then forged ahead. Your behaviour is unbecoming of a gentleman of your status, and you should change it at once. He chuckled.
Indeed.
His hand at the small of her back pressed closer, warming her. Had his voice always been this deep and rumbly, as if he'd just rolled out of bed? And how was it possible for his hand to be so warm and big?
Do you suppose you could be more specific about which behaviour? What could I possibly be doing that is affecting your life?
That's precisely it. You are doing nothing. Absolutely nothing. He grinned, and a hint of a dimple teased at his right cheek.
I am a man of leisure.
She eyed him, then looked up at the vaulted ceiling in exasperation. You are ridiculous. She frowned and pulled upon the indignation she'd felt on Thomas's behalf. Your poor brother is doing your duties while enjoying none of the benefits being a titled gentleman should afford him. That had his brows raising. His tone, when he spoke, was decidedly colder.
It had lost that teasing tone. "Ah, your dance with Thomas earlier. I suspect he found a comforting ear with you."
"He most certainly did, and, if you must know, I insisted he share his troubles, as it was quite evident he had many. He was not inclined to be so forthcoming initially, but I convinced him he could trust me."
"How very magnanimous of you. Though I can assure you your efforts were mostly unnecessary. Thomas will complain to anyone within earshot." She fought the urge to pinch his arm where her hand rested.
"You think so little of your family."
"Might I remind you, I never asked for this title. I went off to fight for our beloved Queen, and came home to find my eldest and closest brother had mysteriously perished in my absence."
For the first time this evening, possibly the first time in their entire acquaintance, his tone sounded serious, dark, perhaps even hurt. Her heart pinched at his words, but she found herself unable to offer him solace.
"What is it that you would have me do, then?"
She swallowed, her mind bracing away from the new and uncomfortable sensation of having empathy for Sullivan. Chiding him was much more familiar and easier than trying to offer him comfort. "You could be more active in politics," she blurted. "You are in the House of Lords, in case you've forgotten. There are charities, among other activities, not to mention all your land keepings and properties that must be attended to. I understand why Thomas took control of them in your absence after your brother died, but you've been back now long enough to have claimed the duties as well as the title." He chuckled low. The deep timbre of his voice tickled across her skin. What in the world was happening to her tonight? She'd danced with plenty of men, even handsome ones on occasion. Sullivan should be no different. Yet, at the moment, all her senses were heightened, as if her entire body was on alert, waiting for something momentous to happen. Perhaps she'd eaten some bad fish. He leaned his head down slightly so he could speak directly into her ear.
"I do like that you've obviously been spending time thinking about me, Freckles."
His hot breath moved over her like a caress. She closed her eyes and leaned closer to him, her body making the motions of their own volition. At once, she snapped her eyes open and pulled back. "That is preposterous. I have not been thinking of you at all, other than cataloguing your many failings." He raised an eyebrow.
"No doubt you lull yourself to sleep counting them each night."
Dear Lord, the idea that she fell asleep thinking about Sullivan of all people. The man was impossible. "I'll have you know I'm working on an important assignment, as there are several of us trying to address London's elite and bring to their attention the flagrant manifestations of the 7 deadly sins. And you, sir, personify slothfulness." His brows rose, and then he tilted back his head and laughed riotously. At her. Once again, she felt her cheeks flame with embarrassment. "I find you vastly annoying."
"This I know," he said. "'Tis a source of great amusement, I promise you."
She narrowed her gaze at him. "I amuse you?"
"Tremendously."
She sucked in a breath, nearly trembling with indignation now. This work she did with the ladies of virtue. It was the most important thing she did. It was her one chance to make a difference in the world. The one thing she was truly good at. And it amused him, as though she were a child pretending. Oh, the nerve of this man! But before she could transform her outrage into words, he continued.
"I also know about this ridiculous challenge you and your little club came up with. Reforming lords of the 7 deadly sins. What's the matter, Freckles? Couldn't think of anyone else to annoy? Or is this merely a ruse to get close to me?"
Why on earth would I want to get close to you?
The grin he flashed her was more than a little wicked. Because I fascinate you. Admit it.
I will admit no such thing.
His smile widened, and she realized she'd implied that he did fascinate her, but that she was simply unwilling to admit it. Of course he would think that, the arrogant ass.
You do not fascinate me in the least. There are leeches in the sewers of London that I find more fascinating than you.
He quirked an eyebrow. Truly, Freckles. Leeches? Surely a woman of your wit and intelligence can do better than that. She felt her jaw clenching spasmodically. Perhaps it was not the finest example of wit, but she would be damned if she stood here, well, danced here, and let him insult her looks and her intelligence.
Through clenched teeth she hissed, "Yes, leeches. They at least might one day serve some medical purpose. You, on the other hand, are nothing more than a selfish, lazy cad, interested in little other than your own pleasure."
Indeed. He chuckled, pulling her infinitesimally closer as he whispered, "Tell me more of these opinions you have about my pleasure."
You are infuriating.
She tried to pull herself free from his arms. There was no reason she should have to continue to dance with him. His arms held her tightly, and he clicked his tongue. "If you storm off this dance floor, you shall start rumors about us. I'm assuming, since you loathe me so much, you do not wish this to happen." She released a pent-up breath and gave him a tight nod. "Yes, I'm infuriating and lazy. 'Tis remarkable how you charm me, Matilda."
"You can go to the devil," she said.
He chuckled, and she hated the way the deep rumble vibrated pleasantly through her body. "I suppose I likely will. Does that please you?"
"So you have nothing to say about your slothful ways?" she asked, ignoring his question.
"What is it you wish me to say? Do you wish to hear my side of the story, my explanation, or do you have ears only for my brother's words?"
"You would argue his points."
"No, because it wouldn't change your perception." Something in his admission pulled at her, making her steps falter, but she couldn't decipher the meaning. "My behavior isn't that much different from any number of men in this room. I am a Viscount, which means it is frowned upon for me to have a paying position. I am now the eldest son of 4. The others are all married, and thanks to my third brother, we have an heir secured, should Thomas fail to produce one. What is it you would have me do?"
"That is not my problem to solve," she said, in lieu of the truth, which was that she didn't have any thoughts beyond calling him out on his laziness. He chuckled again, and the deep rumble did odd things to her stomach. Not altogether unpleasant things, which made no sense, because obviously that bad fish she'd eaten would make her stomach feel queasy in addition to fluttery and warm. Obviously the man was attractive. She wasn't blind. She'd known he was a handsome devil from the first moment she'd laid eyes on him, when she'd been introduced into society at 10 and 7. Nearly too handsome, damn him. So much so that his gaze upon her face made her uncomfortable, made her skin feel tighter and her breath shorter. Thankfully, he was such a pompous cad she had no use for his handsomeness, so it mattered not that his shoulders were broad, or that his long, lean body spoke of athleticism she could only guess at. He couldn't very well have a physique like his and sit around all day, but exercising one's body did not help those around him, or serve one's duty to one's family. The dance finally ended, which meant she could create some distance between them. It was much needed, considering the disturbing direction of her thoughts. She recognized that her focus on Sullivan's attractive qualities was merely because 3 of her friends, who had already confronted lords about their chosen sin, had ended up falling in love with said lord and marrying him. That would not happen to her. It was a benefit to selecting Sullivan for this task. She had no need for a husband, and everyone knew he had no interest in finding a wife. He was, as they say, a confirmed bachelor. He walked her back over to her friends, but when they were just shy of reaching them, he leaned down. "I'm afraid it is precisely your problem to solve," he whispered. "You have an issue with the way I live my life. You come up with a solution for how I should fix it. Then we'll talk." His hot breath scattered goose flesh all over her body, including tightening her nipples, which had only ever happened before when she'd been chilled. And she could have sworn his lips had brushed against the curve of her ear. But that made no sense. Someone was trying to torment him. That was the only explanation to what he found in the broken-down carriage, or rather whom he'd found. He'd been innocently travelling in his own carriage when he'd come upon her. Of all the women he could have found stranded in a broken-down carriage, why did it have to be the one woman who drove him to distraction? The one woman who was determined to irritate and annoy him at every turn? Sullivan looked back at the shocked expression of the passenger and gave her a wry smile. He'd spent the better part of the last week trying to not think about Matilda Ramsay. Of course, he'd seen her the previous day at their joint family gathering, but with his large family it was easy to avoid her in those situations. Now, however, he had no choice but to face her. He leaned against the carriage. "Freckles, what the devil are you doing out here, stranded in a carriage all alone?" She blew out a breath, and it made the curls framing her face flutter. "I didn't want to wait to ride back to London with my mother, so I readied a carriage and left. But something happened to the wheel, and the driver has gone off to find assistance." "Well, carry on then," he said, and turned to go. Of course he wouldn't actually leave her here, but she didn't know that. And there was something oddly satisfying about pretending to live down to her expectations of him, if only for a few brief moments. That flash of anger that would hit her eyes almost made her hatred of him worth it. "Where are you going?" she asked, her voice rising with a hint of panic. "Back to London. I much prefer to lie about in my own bedchamber." "You aren't going to do anything to help me?" she asked. He spun around and leaned against the carriage door. "I would, but you know my slothful nature might get in the way." Her eyes rolled upward. "Yes, you hate me," he interrupted her before she could finish her sentence. "That's not what I was going to say," she said coolly, but the flash of anger in her eyes said otherwise. "Of course not." He sighed, debating his options. "Now then, are you going to come with me?" "You can't possibly expect me to leave with you," she said. "Can't you fix the wheel?" He leaned out of the doorway and eyed the broken wheel. The axle was split in half. Something about the brake looked suspicious. He glanced at it again, noting the angles of everything. He didn't want to further alarm Tilly, though, so he schooled his features as he looked back at her. "No, that wheel can't be fixed. So your alternative is to wait here, alone, in the middle of basically nowhere, waiting for a highwayman to come and accost you." She blew out a breath. Her expression of pure exasperation would be cute on a woman less annoying. He held up one finger. "And it is about to storm." As if on cue, thunder rumbled around them and she started, her eyes going wide with fear. "I do not care for storms." He held out his hand. "Come on, Tilly. I'll find somewhere for us to wait out the storm. Then we'll be on our way to London. I promise I will let no harm come to you." Her eyes narrowed. Why should I trust you? Why, indeed? Because he was a gentleman. Because he was a man of honour. Because he had never once given her any reason not to trust him. Despite all that, naturally, Tilly would assume his motives were suspect and his actions questionable. Through gritted teeth, he said, "I've never given you any reason not to." She opened her mouth to argue with him, then shut it with a frown. She knew that was the truth. He might know her deepest secret, but he'd never told anyone about that night. Though every time he relived it, a knot formed in his stomach. His brother, Thomas, who held her affections, was nothing short of a manipulating ass. The man did not deserve the love and devotion from a feral barn cat, let alone a woman like Tilly, even if she was the most bothersome woman of his acquaintance, even if she was currently looking at him as if trying to decide which was worse, being accosted by both the weather and highwaymen, or accepting his help. Eventually she leaned forward and took his hand, her smaller one fitting perfectly in his own. He assisted her out of the carriage, then swiftly brought her to his own rig and ushered her inside, just as the sky opened up and rain poured from the darkened sky. There was no reason to head back to her family's estate. They were already closer to London. But there was no making it all the way back to the city tonight, not in this weather. They were going to have to find somewhere to stay. "There's an inn a few miles back where we can stay for the evening. Then we'll start for London as soon as the weather clears." She nodded but said nothing else. Her wide eyes looked around the carriage, and he was thankful he'd thought to light the lanterns, especially since the storm quite obviously frightened her. He held a book out to her. "I was reading this, but perhaps it will take your mind off the weather." Her gaze was wary as she took the offered book. "Oliver Twist?" Her delicate brows rose. "Ah, you must have assumed I couldn't read." She narrowed her gaze. "No, I would not have wagered you a Dickens man." "I enjoy most books." He chuckled at her wide-eyed expression. "Don't look so surprised. Perhaps you do not know everything about me." If they had met under different circumstances, if she had not first met his deceptive younger brother, perhaps she would not always assume the worst of him. "I never claimed to," she said. "Perhaps not, but you have made several assumptions." She opened her mouth to presumably argue, then closed it. The motion served only in highlighting the perfect shape of her lips. Thunder boomed and lightning flashed, brightly illuminating the inside of the carriage. Tilly's green eyes were wide and lit with fear. He swallowed his irritation. He couldn't make her like him or even endure him, and they couldn't begin fresh. None of that mattered, he supposed. At the moment, she was obviously frightened, and damn it all if he wasn't enough of a gentleman to find that unsettling. "We shall be at the inn shortly." She nodded. "Have you always been afraid of storms?" he asked, gentling his tone. She did not turn her gaze away from the window, though all that was visible was rain spattering against the glass and the flicker of the lightning. "I myself cannot abide heights. I've never been up to the tower in my own estate." He shook his head even thinking about those spiralling stairs that wound their way up to the tallest turrets. Her breath broke in a shudder. "I have been afraid of them for as long as I can remember." She rubbed her hands against her arms, comforting herself. "My mother always told me I was foolish, that there was nothing to fear from the weather, and I would do well to spend my energies elsewhere." He'd pull her to him and offer his body and warmth as comfort, if he thought she would accept it. But considering how much she loathed him, He felt certain any touch from him would earn him a boxing of his ears rather than gratitude. Not a quarter of an hour later, and the carriage rolled to a stop outside the inn. The Hairy Boar, not the most inviting of establishments, but considering the alternative, it would have to do. He handed her his large black cloak, then opened the door. Rain pelted inside the carriage. "We're going to have to run for it. Do be careful of your step. You're likely to lose a slipper in the mud." He helped her down, thankful to at least have a hat to shield part of his face from the rain. She'd pulled the cloak over her head so she was mostly protected. He grabbed her hand and pulled her behind him to the opening in the stone wall that surrounded the inn. In what seemed to be seconds, the downpour had saturated his clothes. Tilly said nothing as he practically dragged her behind him. Finally they reached the front door, and he pulled it open. The cloak still covered her head, but he could see water dripping off her nose, and wet ringlets framed her face. It would seem his cloak left much to be desired as a protectant against a downpour. "Keep your face covered. We'll get you out of those wet clothes soon enough." He haggled with the innkeeper and managed to secure them a room, but it was the last remaining room and they would have to share. Sullivan decided to wait until they were alone upstairs before he explained the situation to Tilly. They didn't need her creating a scene in front of the other guests. The tavern behind them was busy, filled with loud, boisterous men and a couple of serving wenches. A servant had been sent ahead to light the fire and bring in additional bedding. Tilly followed him up the stairs to the corner room on the 3rd floor. The old Tudor-style inn was in need of some repair, but seemed clean enough. Finally, they were alone in the room. When the servant closed the door behind him, Matilda spun around and faced Sullivan. He held up a hand to stave off her concern. "It was the only room. We have no other choice." Her face paled even more. Still, rain dripped from her hair into her eyes. "You expect me to sleep in the same bed as you?" He suppressed a sigh. Naturally, she assumed the worst, that he was a cad who would take advantage of the circumstance. Naturally, she was horrified by the idea of spending even a moment longer in his company than necessary. He knew she despised him. He'd made peace with that fact years ago, but frankly sometimes her ire brought out the worst in him. "Of course not, Freckles," he said with a smirk. "I'll make you a nice pallet on the floor by the fire." "Of all the boorish men, I would have to be stranded with you." "I think I've been fairly hospitable." He glanced over his shoulder at her. "I could have left you in that carriage to endure the storm. Alone." She tilted her chin up, reclaiming some of her usual aloofness. "Yet you intend to make me sleep on the floor?" "I didn't think you'd be interested in cuddling in the bed with me, but perhaps I'm wrong." "I most certainly am not." Her hand went to her throat. He laughed, wishing it didn't sound quite so bitter, wishing she didn't sound quite so horrified by the idea of his touch. "Freckles, relax. I'm jesting with you. I'll sleep on the floor. You have the bed." She opened and closed her mouth several times. "Why don't you get out of your wet clothes? You can drape them over that chair by the fire. They should dry by morning." He pulled the chair so it sat closer to the heat of the fire. "I'll go downstairs and see if I can find us some food." "Before you go—" She paused and he eyed her. She visibly swallowed. "I'll need your assistance with something." He nodded. She walked over to him, then turned and gave him her back. "Can you undo these buttons? I won't be able to reach them all." Damnation. His eyes trailed the length of the tiny buttons down the length of her back. The bared skin of her neck tantalized him, tempting him to lean forward and press his lips to her pale skin. His mouth went dry, though that was foolish. He'd seen plenty of women without their clothes, had undressed several himself. This was nothing. Nothing except chaste Matilda with her paler-than-pale skin scattered with multitudes of freckles, like constellations across her body begging to be mapped out. He'd often wondered if they covered the entirety of her. They covered her face, her neck and throat, and what little he'd seen of her shoulders, arms and chest when she'd worn fashionable low-cut gowns to balls. He'd always been mesmerized by those freckles, and, despite the fact that she so clearly hated him, he had fantasized more than once about tracing those sweet spots with his finger, or his tongue. His trousers grew too tight, as a certain part of him swelled with his imaginings. He steeled himself with a fortifying breath, and narrowed his gaze. He would not look at her skin. Instead, he'd keep his eyes locked on the material of her soaked dress. What was wrong with him that he found her so physically attractive when she despised him so? He quickly unfastened the buttons, resisting the urge to spread the fabric of her gown, or lean forward and place a kiss against the base of her neck, where a few brown curls had escaped her chignon. He ignored the sweet smell coming from her skin, and stepped away from her. "All done. I'll be back." She frowned but said nothing else as he turned and left her alone in the room. Tonight wasn't going to be comfortable by any standards. He'd have to sleep on the cold floor with an erection he couldn't do anything about. Matilda quickly peeled off her wet clothes. It was a trickier task because of the added bulk of the heavily drenched fabric. Thankfully, Sullivan had proved a gentleman when she'd needed his assistance with the buttons. She'd held her breath the entire time he'd stood behind her, waiting for him to make some comment about her overly long neck or ridiculously freckle-covered skin. He'd said nothing and left her alone in the room. That they'd have to share. With only one bed. Alone. Even with him sleeping on the floor, the very notion of them being in the same room was scandalous, especially since she'd be completely naked. She'd catch her death if she tried to sleep in any of her soaked garments. She draped her wet clothing, careful to hide her underthings, on the chair so they would dry by the fire. Then she rushed to the bed, crawled inside and pulled the covers up to her chin. The sheets were cool and slightly rough against her bare skin. Her nipples pebbled against the fabric, which made her all too aware of the current state of her body. She'd never before been in a bed without wearing anything. Goose flesh covered every inch of her skin. She'd never been anywhere but the bath naked, too, now that she thought about it. A knock came to the door and Sullivan cracked it open. "May I come in?" he asked in a hushed voice. "Yes." She clutched the blankets tighter to her body. He stepped inside, carrying a tray covered with dishes. The heady aroma of herbs and vegetables and meat followed him as he closed the door behind him. Her stomach growled loudly in response to the warm food. He set the tray down on the table next to the bed. Then his eyes fell to her. His brows rose and a grin slid into place. "Are you comfortable?" "I'm naked." She squeezed her eyes closed for a moment. Oh God, why had she said that? It was the truth, but there was no reason to announce it. He visibly swallowed, then turned away from her. "Your clothes are drying?" "Yes. I don't know why I said that. About my being naked. I mean, it's true, I am naked, but I shouldn't have said it. It was inappropriate." "Freckles, it's just the two of us." He still faced away from her, and his voice sounded more clipped, tighter than usual. "You should eat something.
It will help you warm up."
She eyed the tray of food next to the bed. Aromatic steam wafted off the bowl. Some sort of stew from the looks of it. But how was she to hold the covers in place, as well as the bowl, and feed herself? "I have a problem," she said. He removed his waistcoat and draped it over the second chair. Next he pulled off his boots.
"What is the problem?"
"I don't believe I can sit up and simultaneously hold the blanket in place and eat."
"I would offer to feed you while you continue to cover yourself up, but alas, I'm afraid I am too lazy to do so."
He gave her a cocky smile. "I should have stayed in the carriage. A highwayman would certainly have better humour than you." She looked down to hide her confusion. She hadn't expected him to be funny, or kind, or to come to her rescue. Yet he had done all of those things. "I was not asking you to feed me." He looked around the room, then moved to the far corner where an old dressing screen leaned against the wall. He pulled it over to the bed and set it up, then moved to the other side.
"Now you are safe to eat without hiding behind the covers, and I won't be able to see a thing."
"Are you certain? Where will you sit?"
"The floor."
She sat up in the bed, still clutching the fabric to her chest, then reached around the screen to grab a bowl and chunk of bread. "Sullivan?"
"Yes?"
"Thank you." Chapter 2. It was official. Someone was most assuredly trying to torment him. He didn't even have to ask why. He knew that whatever anguish fell upon him, he deserved it. Still, why did the punishment have to come in the form of the spirited and now very naked Matilda? He sat on the floor with his food and stretched his legs in front of him. He was cold, chilled to the bone, mostly because his clothes were damp and he hadn't yet taken everything off. He'd have to wait until the lamps were doused and Tilly was asleep, lest he scandalize her further. He leaned his head against the wall, then looked across the room to the screen that now blocked the bed. The very old, and it would seem rather threadbare screen. Damnation! Though he couldn't see Tilly, at least not her skin, the shadows lit by the fire to the right of the bed left very little to his imagination. His mouth went dry and he told himself to look away, but his eyes would not obey. His eyes followed the curve of her neck down her back and saw the hint of her hip and the gentle slope of her bottom. Her slender arm moved from her bowl of food, cradled in her lap, up to her mouth. Then her arms were up, and he had an unobstructed view of the soft, rounded curve of her breast with the hard, pointed bud. He swore, then banged his head quietly against the wall behind him. "What was that?" she asked.
"Nothing."
He cleared his throat.
"How is your stew?"
She moaned. "Delicious and warm." Now, not only were his trousers damp, but they were pressing against his most urgent erection. Splendid. This is what he got for trying to do the honourable thing. It had obviously been too long since he'd been with a woman, and he couldn't very well do anything about his arousal, not with her, and certainly not to himself while in the room together.
"Finish up so we can get to sleep. I want to get back to London as soon as possible tomorrow," he said, his tone harsher than he'd intended.
"I'm done." Again her pale arm reached around the screen and set down her dish. "Sorry I was keeping you up. Are you so old you require more sleep?"
"Something like that."
He stood and set his own dishes aside, then removed his shirt and hung it on the chair to dry with his jacket.
"Let me know when you're covered and I'll douse the light."
Thunder rumbled in the distance. That storm wasn't finished with them yet. Her body shifted on the creaky bed, and there was a rustling of covers. Then she said, I'm covered." He quickly extinguished the lamps and dropped his trousers and drawers. He padded over to the bed and moved the screen back to the corner of the room. Then he went about setting the extra bedding on the floor. "Thank you again, Sullivan." Her voice breached the darkness. "For everything."
"Any time, Freckles. Just so we're clear, I sincerely doubt any highwayman would have given you the bed."
She chuckled, and the rich, velvety quality of her voice slid against his skin like a caress. He fought a groan and the desire to wrap his fist around his hard length.
"Get some sleep, Tilly."
He rolled over, tried to fluff the pillow, but there was no number of bedding or pillows to make the hard wood floor any softer. It couldn't have been an hour later, and he was still awake, trying to find some comfort. Thunder banged loudly, rattling the window in its frame. Rain pelted against the glass in a staccato rhythm. Lightning lit up the room, one flash after another. In a moment, between bangs of thunder, he heard the whimpering. She was afraid. His heart tightened as if she'd reached into his chest and squeezed it. Years of bearing the brunt of her disdain had allowed him to develop defenses against Tilly's wit and criticism. He could hold against an angry Tilly, an irritated Tilly, even an apathetic Tilly. But a frightened Tilly? No. He had absolutely no defenses when she was like this. He stood and crept over to the bed. The room was dark, but he could see enough to tell she was curled up into herself and shaking. He lowered himself to the bed.
"Scoot over."
"What are you doing?" she asked, her voice edged with tears.
"Don't worry, I'll stay on top of the covers, but you're frightened."
She hesitated, not moving. Lightning flashed, and he could see the fear in her face as she looked at him. Then her gaze lowered. She swiped the tears from her cheeks. "You're not wearing any clothes."
"As are you, which we established earlier. Don't fret, I still have on my blanket. Move over, Matilda."
Her gaze locked onto his bare chest, but then she moved over. She kept the blanket tight to her body. He moved in behind her, staying above the blankets, but he pressed himself against her. She stiffened initially. He wrapped his arm around her middle and pulled them as flush as possible between both their blankets.
"I'll warm you up too. It's freezing on that floor."
Eventually she relaxed against him.
"Try to concentrate on the sound of the rain falling. Just the rain. The more you hear the way the drops hit against the windows and the ground, the less you'll notice the rest. Do you hear them?"
"Yes, I hear them." He counted the rhythm of the drops. It had rained like this in India. There the water ran red because of all the fallen bodies surrounding him. He pushed the memories away, and for the first time since he'd returned, he succeeded. They didn't pull him under and force him to relive every death, one by one. He inhaled deeply the scent of her skin and hair. He'd never been this close to her, and to say he was tempted was a gross understatement. The spicy and sweet scent of her seemed to warm him from the inside. "Why is it always you?" she asked.
"Why is what always me?"
"You always seem to be there whenever I'm revealing my most humiliating secrets." He could well ask her the same thing. There was only one woman in all of London he lusted after this fiercely, and only one woman whose judgmental disdain he found so irritating. Why was Tilly that one woman? Did she think he wanted to be the one to know her secrets, the one to rescue her? He did not. Nothing would have pleased him more than to never see her again and be able to forget about her entirely. But instead, fate had cursed him. His stomach knotted. He tried not to think about that night, so many years ago, when she'd confessed her love for his brother Thomas. He took a chance and smoothed a hand over her hair, hoping she wouldn't pull away. She didn't.
I've never told anyone about that, and I won't tell anyone about this either.
Promise?
Of course. Your secrets are safe with me.
One more rub of her hair, and then he dropped his arm back to her and pulled her tighter against him.
Go to sleep.
Just listen to the rain, she murmured, her voice sleepy.
Yes.
Meanwhile, he'd try to sleep. Despite the curve of her bottom pressed against him, despite the fact that his hand rested against her stomach, he could so easily slide it upward and tease her nipples, or downward and sink his fingers into her warmth. He'd attempt to sleep, even though his cock was hard to the point of being painful. He'd try to ignore all of that, but most of all he'd try to pretend this didn't feel right. That having her pressed against him in bed, his mouth mere inches from her neck, wasn't absolute perfection. Tilly was having the most delicious dream. Warm breath blew gently on the back of her neck. A firm palm was cupping her breast, her nipple tender and puckered. She moaned, arching into the touch, then realized with alarming clarity that she was neither dreaming nor asleep. Sullivan, in bed with her, pressed against her, and she was naked. She assessed the situation. She was still mostly covered, and he had, true to his word, stayed atop the blankets. Still, it was his hand clutching her bare breast, his soft, sleeping breath brushing against her neck and making her nipples pebble tightly. No man had ever touched her so intimately. She couldn't deny that she found his palm against her skin tantalizing and pleasurable. Wetness gathered between her naked thighs, and she clamped her legs together. Something hard pressed into her backside, too hard and narrow to be one of his legs. Perhaps he'd brought something into the bed to keep them safe. Still, it was unpleasant pressing into her. She shifted. "Sullivan," she hissed, "wake up and kindly remove your hand from my body." He groaned, and his hand flexed in the process, effectively caressing her. Without her consent, her body reacted, arching into him and whimpering. That was enough to rouse him, though, and he quickly withdrew his hand.
"Sorry," he mumbled.
His sleepy morning voice was deep and rumbly, and did funny things to her stomach. "What, pray tell, is that pipe pressed against me? Did you bring some sort of weapon to bed to protect me from the storm?" She chuckled at her own jest. She reached behind her to get a better feel of the object in question. Sullivan hissed and bolted out of the bed. She sat up, clutching the covers to her, and gaped at him. He stood, the blanket wrapped around his middle, with a very apparent bulge in the front. She'd, of course, never seen a man in this state of undress, and the only depictions of male nudity she'd seen were in statues and art. They had all led her to believe that that particular appendage would be much smaller. She swallowed. Her hand burned where she'd gripped him, as if she'd been reaching for a candlestick. Oh, my God! Mortification crept up her body, no doubt creating unattractive red splotches across her fair skin. He was aroused. Her heart sped, and she recognized that all of the things her body had felt in what she'd thought to be a dream had also been arousal. None of that made any sense, considering she and Sullivan didn't even like each other. His gaze fell to his tented blanket, and he dropped his hands in an attempt to cover himself.
"It is an involuntary bodily reaction that sometimes occurs during sleep."
He swallowed, then shook his head.
"It doesn't mean anything."
which was his way of telling her that he wasn't attracted to her. His admission stung, despite the fact that she certainly didn't want him to want her, just as she didn't want him in any formal fashion. She frowned. "Are our clothes dry?" He turned away and walked over to check the chairs in front of the fire. She tried not to notice the way the muscles in his bare back moved and flexed as he picked up their clothing. He turned back and walked over to her, holding out her dress. "It's mostly dry." She nodded, again trying to ignore his physique. He clearly took care of his body, regardless of his slothful nature. His broad shoulders were rounded with firm muscles that led into the high sinews of his chest, down to the 6 square bulges stacked on top of one another that surrounded his taut navel, all ending in a V that pointed down to that bulge he hid. Good gracious, he was a perfect specimen. Her breathing became shallow and her skin felt warm. But this was Sullivan. She loathed him, didn't she? Could she still hate him, though, after everything that had transpired between them? After he had rescued her today and, dare she even think it, been kind to her? Was it possible she'd been wrong about him all these years? After all, he'd never shared her secret profession of love. He'd promised to never tell anyone about her fear of storms, and he'd held her all night long, and she'd be a liar if she didn't admit that she had slept better last night than she had any other time in her memory. She'd felt safe and protected, cherished. That was a fabrication of her own imagining, though. He didn't cherish her. He didn't even like her. Surely he was merely being kind and gentlemanly. The idea that she might have been wrong about him all this time was disconcerting, but she wasn't too proud to admit that she might have been mistaken. She could not begrudge him that. She took her clothes. "Thank you, Sullivan." She met his gaze and swallowed her pride. He deserved her gratitude. "For everything last night. You didn't have to do any of this, and I realize it probably doesn't change anything between us, but I wanted you to know I appreciate it." He gave her a weak smile and nodded. "You're welcome." Then he turned away from her again to retrieve the dressing screen. Once the screen was in place, he instructed her to get dressed. She could hear his movements and realized he, too, was putting on his clothes. An hour later, she was settled into his carriage, and he was riding beside it on his steed. Evidently, he'd endured enough of her company and could tolerate no more alone time with her. Chapter 3. Upon returning to London and depositing Tilly safely home, Sullivan felt strangely disconcerted. Because of their family connections and intertwined social circles, avoiding Tilly was an impossibility. Despite that, he'd always managed to ignore the strange attraction he felt for her. Her obvious hatred of him made that task somewhat easier. The woman was a shrew and a harpy. To him at least. However, last night, something had shifted in their relationship. There'd been moments when she had seemed to, well, she still didn't enjoy his company. But perhaps she hated him less. And if that didn't complicate things enough, he had now, for all intents and purposes, seen her naked. He had slept with her in his arms. She had put her hand on his cock. Something he was unlikely to ever forget, and which made his attraction to her all the stronger, even though he could never, and would never, act on said attraction. Given the dismal state of the way his life had been going the last few days, Sullivan decided to complete a task he'd been putting off for far too long. He made his way to see an old friend. He looked up at the red brick building at 26 Jewry, the headquarters of the City of London Police. He quickly made his way inside and hoped he'd be able to find David with relative ease. Several constables moved about the corridors, their blue uniforms marked with insignias that showed their rank. He asked one about David and was instructed to follow the corridor down to an office on the right, where he'd find Sergeant Scuttles. The door was slightly ajar, so Sullivan pushed it open completely and stepped inside. David looked up from his desk, then did a double take. Recognition hit the older man's eyes and they widened. He set down his pencil and leaned back in his chair, racketing his hands over his stomach.
"Sullivan," David said, his tone not at all welcoming. "It's been a long time, David. How are you?" "How I am is irrelevant. What are you doing here?"
So yes, the man still hated Sullivan. It was understandable. He and David had grown up together in the coastal village near Southend-on-Sea. They'd been boyhood friends. Sullivan's father, being the highest-ranking aristocrat in the area, had adopted the village as his own and did his best to help the villagers. However, when Sullivan served in India, David's younger brother had been under his command. And despite the promise he'd made to David, Sullivan had been unable to keep his promise of ensuring David's brother's safety. The boy had died there. David had never forgiven him. Indeed, Sullivan had never forgiven himself. Despite that, there was no one else Sullivan trusted who could help him with this.
"A friend of mine might be in danger. I was hoping your office could provide some assistance," Sullivan said. "In what way are they in danger?" "Her carriage broke down between Surrey and London, but I believe her carriage had been intentionally tampered with."
David leaned forward, bracing his elbows on his desk.
"So you believe someone sabotaged her carriage in hopes she would be in an accident?" "I do. But this happened outside of London?" David asked. "That is correct."
David tapped the insignia on his uniform.
"Do you see this? City of London Police. Therefore, if it didn't happen in the city limits, I can do nothing for you. Furthermore, simply because you suspect something was intentionally done does not necessitate an investigation on my part. Besides which, there are no guarantees anything was done to her rig. It could have simply broken. It happens all the time, especially out on the roads in the countryside." "Of course I realise all of that, but she could be in danger," Sullivan said. "And you should do what you can to keep her safe." "Just like that. That is not my responsibility, but you can assure yourself that if it was, I would address it. I do not shirk my responsibilities."
The stab of his words made contact, and Sullivan fought off a wince. He could not blame the man for his anger and hostility. Sullivan had let him down. He'd let so many people down.
"On another matter, what can you tell me about Roderick's death?"
Sullivan had wanted more details since he'd found out about his oldest brother's untimely death. No one in the family had anything more to offer than that it had been an accident. David steepled his fingers under his chin.
"It was not a case I investigated, but I did read the file, considering I knew him. Evidently, he was cleaning his pistol and it accidentally fired. He died almost instantly."
Sullivan felt as if he'd been doused in ice-cold water. That didn't make any sense at all. Roderick was the best of them with firearms. He'd always been an excellent marksman and hunter. They had jested that if Roderick had been on the front line in India, the resolution would have occurred much sooner. He would never have cleaned a loaded weapon.
"No one investigated further into that story?" Sullivan asked. "There was no need. It was corroborated by your brother. Which brother? Thomas, David said. Then he narrowed his eyes. He's been dead for a couple of years. Why the interest now? Sullivan shrugged to make his inquiry seem as innocuous as possible. Curiosity is all. He tapped his knuckle on the desk. It was good to see you, David. Have a good day. Then he turned and walked away. 2 days later, Tilly was shopping with her friend and fellow member of the Ladies of Virtue, Justine. Tilly had found nothing of particular interest to buy, and instead closely observed the people on the street. "Can you even imagine being caught in such a situation?" Justine asked. "I simply can't. How horrifying to have your own mother walk in on such a thing." Justine was sharing bits of gossip, and Tilly didn't care about any of it. Instead, she'd been watching the people around them, searching for the small signs of the thieves working in the area. She suspected there were several operating along this stretch of Bond Street, but had not yet caught any in the act. That's when Tilly saw him, a painfully thin boy with a dirt-smudged face and a crooked cap, partially hiding his eyes. He was small and quick, but he wasn't watching Tilly, which enabled her to snag him by the arm. She pulled him away from the crowd so they were over by the brick wall of the corner shop. Justine followed behind. "Let go, lady," the boy said. Tilly bent slightly to better see his face. His big brown eyes tugged at her heart. "Do you need money for food?" she asked him. He scowled at her. "No." "Who are you stealing for, then?" She held firm to his arm, though he continued to tug to try to free himself. She'd gotten the idea when reading Sullivan's copy of Oliver Twist. These kids she'd found stealing had to be working for someone else, a real-life Fagin. If Tilly could find that person, she could put a stop to his usage of children. "I wasn't stealing," the boy insisted. Tilly raised a brow. "If I were to check your pockets, I'm certain I'd find items that don't belong to you." His cheeks flushed pink beneath the smudges of dirt. Her heart twisted. She wanted to bring him home, clean him up, and give him warm bread and butter and a soft bed. She sighed. She reached into her reticule dangling from her wrist and pulled out a few coins. "Promise me you'll buy something to eat." His eyes widened. "Yes, I will, lady, thank you." "What's your name?" she asked. "Harry." "Well then, Harry, I hope the next time I see you, your fingers won't be slipping into anyone else's pockets." She narrowed her eyes to let him know she was serious. He nodded fervently, and then she released his arm. He stood for a moment looking at her before he ran the other way. "You're not supposed to be working," Justine hissed. "It's been only a few times, and always children. I think there's someone training them and forcing them to steal. It isn't right." Tilly's stomach was in knots and frustration ate at her. Certainly she could figure out a way to help these children. She wasn't interested in shopping any longer, so she and Justine hailed a hackney to take them home. Tilly's family townhome was closer to where they were, so she was dropped off first. Perhaps she needed to go to Lady Summersby to seek out her counsel. Tilly was so lost in her thoughts she nearly missed her mother standing in the middle of the corridor. "Please join us a moment in the front parlour," her mother said. It was the nicest room in the house, and one that her mother reserved for special guests. Tilly herself had been in the room only a handful of times before. Curiosity ran thick and bubbly through her belly. They must have very important visitors. The door sat partially open, but she pushed her way inside, her mother on her heels. The smile on her face died when she saw both her father
as well as Sullivan and his mother. Her mother stepped around her to sit on the settee.
"Come in, Matilda,"
her father said, his voice terse. Sullivan stood as she walked in the room and nodded to her as she walked past him. Normally she'd greet everyone before sitting, but today she decided to wait to speak until first spoken to. The curiosity had turned acidic, and now burned with unwanted caution. Something was amiss. Sweat made her palms feel clammy, and prickly chills had started at the base of her neck.
"It has come to our attention that Glenbrook here assisted you and your broken-down carriage a few nights ago on your way back from London. Is this correct?" her father asked.
Tilly gingerly lowered herself into a thin wooden chair adjacent to the rest of the people. If she was to be accused of something, she might as well sit in an appropriate position for such questioning. She nearly rolled her eyes at her own sense of the melodrama. A quick glance to her mother showed the woman nearly tearing her handkerchief into pieces, her fingers worried the fabric so. Tilly's already distressed insides roiled even more. "Yes, that is what happened. The wheel broke on the carriage. The driver left me to go and find help, and Lord Glenbrook happened by," Tilly said.
"Later we shall discuss your hair-brained decision to return to London alone," her mother said through her teeth.
She always did that, as if she thought no one else could hear her when she spoke that way, except the person she was specifically addressing, whom, more often than not, was Tilly. It was irritating to say the least, not to mention embarrassing to be chastised in front of Sullivan and his mother.
"It would seem that someone saw the two of you exiting a room at an inn, together, from the same room," her father said.
"Someone of note," her mother added. Her father cut his eyes to her mother, but it only made her mother nod indignantly.
"Oh dear," Sullivan's mother said.
"Then your reputation must be in ruins, Matilda." Tilly dared a glance at Sullivan, whose penetrating brown gaze was locked on her. She sat up straighter and tilted her chin up ever so slightly.
"Sullivan will do the honourable thing by you, my dear," his mother said, and reached over to pat her son's knee. "Yes, of course I will," Sullivan agreed.
"What?"
"Don't be ridiculous," her mother argued. "No one here is assuming that Lord Glenbrook took advantage of the situation. Matilda is a spinster, and more than likely the gossip will die down after she spends some time in the countryside. Out of sight, out of mind, as they say."
"Mamma," Tilly said. She looked to her parents. Her father's eyes were closed, and his fingers pinched at the bridge of his nose, whereas his mother frowned at her.
"Honestly, Tilly, you are 23 and have no suitors to speak of, unless you have something you wish to tell us. We thought the higher dowry your father offered on your behalf would help secure you a husband, but it would seem it is not enough to overlook your peculiarness."
Humiliation ate at her insides. She hated that her mother just announced her higher dowry in front of Sullivan, though he probably already knew. Likely all of London knew how Lord Lowell had to increase the amount of dowry on his youngest daughter because no one wanted to marry her. "Peculiarness? That is not even a word, Mamma," she said.
Her mother threw her hands up in exasperation. "Ladies, there is no reason to argue. I take full responsibility for what happened," Sullivan said. "I shall secure a special license, and Tilly and I will marry as soon as possible."
He came to his feet as if that settled everything.
"Come along, Mother. It would seem you have a wedding ball to plan."
His mother clapped her hands gleefully and stood. She immediately came over to Tilly and grabbed her for a hug. It was shocking, but also so full of maternal comfort that tears sprang to Tilly's eyes, which was ridiculous.
"Welcome to the family, dear."
Thankfully, the woman released her and went over to speak to Tilly's parents. Sullivan stopped next to Tilly and glanced at her. He reached down and engulfed her hand inside of his own. Warmth spread through her entire body. Despite the gentleness of his touch, there was something in his gaze she didn't understand. Something dark and intense. Something that made her flush with what must be anger or indignation. Or perhaps it was more indigestion. With a healthy dose of embarrassment to go alongside it. Because why was everyone acting as though marrying her was a tremendous sacrifice on his part? It wasn't as if he had some other woman he'd been courting. Even though she wasn't a great beauty, like Melanie, she was not hideously unattractive. Even though she was a tad, peculiar, to use her mother's word, she was still a respectable lady, from a respected family, with a sizable dowry. Frankly, Sullivan could do worse. Not that she wanted to marry him, but nor did she want to feel like he was a martyr for offering. "We shall make the most of this." He squeezed her hand, and then nodded once as if everything had been settled. As soon as he released her hand, she bolted to her feet. "Perhaps I do not wish to marry you," she said tartly. Both her mother and his gasped at her words. She could practically hear their thoughts, in addition to seeing their accusations in their eyes. What was the matter with her? Why did she insist on being so rude to him? Why was she, again, being so peculiar? When he, sainted, martyred Sullivan, was offering to save her. Well, she didn't trust him, and didn't trust his friendliness or his wicked good looks. She didn't trust his relentless teasing, which, even if it was never outright cruel, was always baiting her. Eventually he would reveal his true self, just as her sister had done. Even though her words had shocked the entire room, it was Sullivan who replied, his gaze going even darker, and harder too. "It does not appear as if you have much of a choice in the matter, unless you wish to go live in the country as your mother suggested." She opened her mouth to argue, but he held his hand up. "Tilly, whatever you're about to say, don't," he said, lowering his deep voice so that only she could hear him. "The truth is, I inadvertently took liberties with you, and now it is my responsibility to marry you to restore your reputation. Allow me to be the gentleman here." "I shall consider it." "It would have been nothing had I merely stayed on the floor. Then there would have been no liberties in question." He took a deep breath. "I was comforting you, if you recall." "So this is my fault," she hissed. Of course he would find a way to make this her fault. The arrogant man. "That is not what I said. I take full responsibility for what happened." His eyes flickered to her chest, and for a moment it appeared as if he were gazing at her breasts. He looked back up at her face. "Regardless of what transpired behind that door, the person who saw us has made her own assumptions." Tilly glared at him. She crossed her arms over her chest, feeling far too aware of the fact that her breasts were rather small. "I was most assuredly not fishing for a marriage proposal. The idea of us being married is absurd. We hate each other and will likely drive each other mad." He blew out a breath, then said drolly, "I'm sure marriage will be a burden for both of us, but I will somehow manage to bear it if you can. After all, isn't this what you wanted? For me to do the right thing and take action?" "I meant that you should be socially responsible. You know that." "What is it you would have me do? I know it doesn't conform to your opinion of me as a selfish, lazy cad who is interested in little more than my own pleasure, but I refuse to let you ruin your reputation out of stubborn pride. Not when it's my fault your reputation is in danger." She rolled her eyes.
Well, you can't have it both ways, he said loudly. He glanced over at their parents talking on the other side of the room, then lowered his voice. I will not stand idly by and watch the gossip-mongers destroy you when there is a simple solution.
It is not your fault. Neither of us is to blame, and therefore it is ridiculous that we should both be saddled in a marriage that will likely make us both miserable.
Calm down, Freckles, he chided her. Rest assured I have no intention of being trapped with you for the rest of our lives. If, in 6 months, you still find my presence abhorrent, I'll move to one of my country estates and we'll live separately.
Before she could respond to his unexpected offer, her parents walked over. Lord Glenbrook, you are an exceptionally honourable and sacrificial man. We do thank you, her mother said. Tilly rolled her eyes heavenward. Good gracious! Her mother acted as if Sullivan offering to marry Tilly was the equivalent to Abraham taking his son Isaac to be slaughtered. Weren't mothers supposed to flatter their own children, rather than behave as if it were the greatest of sacrifices to find a willing man to marry her?
Nonsense, Sullivan said. Marrying your daughter will be my pleasure.
He shifted his gaze back to Tilly and retrieved her hand. Dropping one kiss to her hand, he bowed, then turned to leave. What had just happened? What the devil had he been thinking? He was never supposed to marry. Not having a family of his own was to be his penance for the things he had seen, the things he had done. He was no better, no stronger, no more capable than any other man. He was just lucky, and his luck was amplified by his wealth, because he had been farther from the front line. Therefore, he'd seen a lot of men die, men who already had families. He'd never again wanted to be responsible for another person, and now he'd managed to saddle himself with one simply because he'd stepped up to do the honourable thing. This was what happened when he didn't sit idly by. No matter what he did, trouble ensued. Matilda is lovely, his mother said from across the carriage. He felt the pulse in his neck tap, tap, tapping at the mere mention of her.
Yes, she is lovely.
In an unconventional way, of course. I don't suppose she could be considered truly beautiful with her freckles and teeth, but she is certainly pleasant to look upon, and seems sweet of temperament, much more so than her sister. His mother's facial features pinched at her mention of Melanie, Thomas's wife.
I've always thought of Tilly as beautiful.
Was she the great beauty that their mutual friend Agnes was? No, but still there was something compelling in Tilly's unique features, and he'd always been attracted to her. That midnight admission of love she'd mistakenly given him, instead of his brother, had stuck with him for years. She'd been the tender age of 10 and 8 at the time. Her wide green eyes set in that fair face, with freckles kissing every inch of her skin. Her cinnamon-coloured hair, and her tall, lithe figure. Yes, Tilly was quite beautiful. He could not afford to think about how damned good it had felt being pressed against her in that bed, especially not while in the close confines of a carriage with his mother. Yet every time he remembered the feel of Tilly's bottom against his hard shaft, and her soft breast against his palm, or how her hand had reached behind and gripped his erection, he squinted and looked out the carriage window in an attempt to distract himself. She clicked her tongue. Your poor brother saddled with that shrew of a woman, and she cannot even bear him any children. The man is simply miserable, his mother said.
There are plenty of unhappy marriages in town. Thomas is not the only one.
I know, dear, but it doesn't make it right. He is such a sweet boy. Sullivan swallowed a groan of disgust. Thomas easily fooled people all the time with his charming smile, but Sullivan kept waiting for the day when their mother would see the truth.
Perhaps it's time for me to take control of the books and holdings. Thomas did an admirable job in my absence, but they are my duties as Viscount.
Oh, darling, please don't take them from him yet. He's so frustrated about not having an heir, and I believe these tasks keep his mind occupied.
Until Matilda and I are married and settled, then I shall speak to him.
Thank you. She gave him a smile.
I have many errands to handle today, Mother, least of which is to secure a special license. I'm afraid I shall drop you off at the house, and I will see you for dinner later.
Sullivan, you are a good man, and you know I've only ever wanted you to be happy. I know you were saddened when Lady Agnes became betrothed. Perhaps Lady Matilda will bring you happiness. She patted his cheek, then allowed the groom to assist her out of the carriage. The truth was he hadn't been saddened at all. He'd never wanted Agnes, not that way. He'd bided his time with her, mostly to keep his mother appeased, since it looked to everyone else as if he were courting her. But he hadn't been. She belonged with Longley, and instead he would be married to a woman he desired, but who hated him fiercely. Perhaps there was justice in the world after all. Matilda fell backward onto her bed, staring up at the canopy of fabric surrounding her. This had always been her solace, the place she could go and forget about all her troubles. It's where she'd gone when her favourite nanny had been sent away, all because Melanie had complained about her harsh treatment. It was where she went every time her parents showed their favouritism of her sister. Melanie had always been prettier, more poised, more graceful, more talented. There'd been so many times when she'd wanted to look to Melanie for sisterly advice or approval, but time and again she'd been disappointed. Then, when Tilly had foolishly chosen to share of Thomas's interest in courting her, Melanie had gone behind her back and snared him. He wasn't titled, but he was from a good family and had a sizable income. But as far as Tilly was concerned, Melanie had done it simply to be cruel. She'd stolen Thomas because she could. Now she was to marry Sullivan. No one had asked her if that's what she wanted. Her mother had seemed satisfied to hide her in the country, convinced no one would even notice her absence after a few months. Nothing had truly happened in that inn. Yes, that was the most intimacy she'd ever shared with a man, but it had been accidental and in the name of protection and comfort. Her virtue remained firmly intact, which, oddly enough, her mother hadn't even questioned. As if there were nothing remotely tempting about Matilda that would make Sullivan try to take advantage of such a situation. It was merely assumed that, despite being alone together for an entire night inside a room in an inn, Sullivan had not touched her. Not that she wanted him to touch her, or wanted him to desire her. She certainly did not, because he was the vilest man of her acquaintance. But it would be nice if her mother might have at least questioned whether or not her virtue was intact, instead of assuming she repulsed all men. They were her family and she loved them, but they definitely made it challenging at times to like them. There came a scratching at her bedroom door, and Tilly sat up. "Enter." Instead of her mother or a maid, as she expected, her friends and fellow ladies of virtue members Harriet and Agnes came in. Tilly frowned. "Is everything all right?" "We heard the rumour about you and Glenbrook," Harriet said. Her cheeks heated. "Already? Good gracious, but the gossip in this town moves quickly." "What happened?" Agnes asked. Her friends came in and climbed up to sit with her on her bed. Tilly clutched a pillow to her chest, feeling as if she needed some sort of barrier between her and the other girls. My carriage broke down on my return from our country estate. He rescued me from a storm, and we had to spend the night in an inn. That is it. Agnes exhaled, the air whistling through her teeth. That is more than enough to ruin your reputation. Evidently, Tilly said. Nothing happened at the inn? Harriet asked. Tilly swallowed hard and hoped she didn't blush. They'd been naked, together, in a bed. He'd touched her, in his sleep. Still, the scrape of his palm across her breast had been tantalizing. Heat flushed over her skin, warming her cheeks and neck, and pooling at the juncture of her thighs. Yes, he had touched her, but he seemed wholly unaffected by it. She had felt warm and tingly, heated in places she never had before. Meanwhile, he had felt— what was that phrase he'd used? Oh, yes, he'd felt— a normal reaction that occurs during sleep. His obvious apathy to her naked body did not bode well for their upcoming nuptials. Not that she wanted him to be— well, not apathetic. She didn't. She shook her head, unsure if she was responding to Harriet's question or her own troubling thoughts. Harriet leaned forward and squeezed Tilly's knee. What shall you do? Sullivan has offered to do the right thing and marry me. My mother tried to talk him out of it. Tilly snorted, then rolled her eyes. She wants to send me to the country until the rumours blow over, so that he doesn't have to sacrifice his entire life being saddled with me. Harriet winced. I'm certain she didn't mean it quite like that. No, she did. She even lauded him before he left about how amazing he was to rise to this challenge. Never mind what your mother thinks. Agnes smiled warmly. The important thing is your reputation will be salvaged. You shall marry Sullivan. Her expression turned earnest. I know the two of you have had your differences. Our differences? We hate each other. I don't believe he hates you, and I know him to be a good man, Tilly. Agnes continued as if Tilly had not spoken. He most certainly is not a good man, she argued, even though she had little evidence to uphold her argument, other than his incessant teasing of her and the things Thomas had said about how he shirked his duties as Viscount. In truth, her own experiences with him suggested he was, in fact, a good man. He'd kept her secret and rescued her. Now he had stepped up to do the honourable thing. That didn't mean she could hold any affection toward him. He teased her far too much for that. He teases me and gave me that terrible nickname. And, Harriet chimed in, tipping her head to the side as she studied Tilly, I wonder if perhaps hate is not precisely what he feels for you. Oliver teased me mercilessly. I always thought he was being cruel, but it turns out he was flirting. She shook her head and smiled. Stupid man. It could be the same with Sullivan. Tilly released an unladylike snort. I assure you it is not. Furthermore, marriage seems unnecessary considering my virtue is still intact. Virtuous or not, your reputation is in tatters, Agnes said. Sullivan compromised you. It is his duty to marry you. He'll make you a good husband. He will not, Tilly said. We are entirely unsuited. Harriet smiled. He's very handsome. However, that Tilly couldn't deny. Tilly thought back to his arousal, how long and thick and hard it had felt beneath her hand, with only his blanket between their flesh. But he'd made it quite clear it hadn't been because of her, and instead something that just happened on occasion. We don't care for each other, and surely you have not forgotten, Agnes, that you told us that he had no desire to ever marry. He is trying to be honourable, and I will give him credit for that, But in the end, no one will care if my reputation is intact."
Her own parents didn't even seem overly concerned. They weren't forcing Sullivan's hand. No, they were ready to send her off to be forgotten. Pain rippled through her, though she tried to ignore the tightening of her heart and the prickling of her eyes. She'd learned long ago not to count on anyone, especially her family.
"Don't be so hasty," Harriet said. "Marriages built from compromise can be quite beneficial." "You say that now, but only because your husband adores you," Tilly said.
She knew Harriet had been devastated when Lord Davenport had intentionally compromised her to force their union. But now the couple was blissfully married and very much in love. Tilly ignored the tinge of envy that poked at her. Regardless of whether she ended up married to Sullivan or not, a union between the two of them would never be a love match. Harriet did nothing to hide her glowing smile.
"True, but not initially."
"That point is debatable," Agnes said. "I say he already loved you. He was merely too foolish to recognize it." Then she turned her pretty blue eyes back to Tilly. "Your mother's advice is possibly as bad as my own, though. You cannot simply hide away in the country until the gossip passes."
"Yes,"
Harriet said, nudging Tilly with her elbow.
"Agnes's mother suggested she should marry one man and have an affair with another."
Agnes's mother was a famed beauty and known for her flagrant affairs about London. Yet another example of how deceiving a pretty package can be. Agnes glared at Harriet. "Yes, well, we all know my mother is not conventional by any definition." She paused a breath before continuing. "Let me ask you this, Tilly. What is it you want to do? Do you want to go off and hide in the countryside?"
"Well, no, of course not. The estate in question is so far up north it is practically in Scotland, and it is always cold and dreary up there. You know I much prefer London. Plus, there's the ladies of virtue to consider. We can't be on suspension permanently. Eventually, something about the mysterious Lady X will be discovered, and we'll be free to return to our business."
Not only that, but she had those orphans to consider. She felt certain she could help them, if only she could uncover the truth about who was forcing their hands. "I think it will be sooner than we'd been hoping, too," Agnes said. Harriet smiled broadly.
"Truly?"
Agnes nodded. "I know my brother had a meeting with both Lord and Lady Summersby after he returned to London, and I believe his trip had something to do with Lady X." That news alone had Tilly feeling a bit lighter, more encouraged.
"Then I most assuredly do not want to hide out in the countryside," she said. "I would be miserable there, unable to assist the rest of you with our duties. We made pledges to Lady Summersby."
"Then you must marry Sullivan," Agnes said.
"Yes,"
Harriet said with a clap of her hands.
"Marry him, and then you shall be able to stay in London, with us."
Tilly's heart clenched. Was that such a terrible notion? Theirs wouldn't be a marriage like her friends' unions. Agnes reached over and squeezed Tilly's hand. "Tilly, I know your family has hurt you, your sister in particular, but not everyone is like that. You can't be so afraid to let people get close to you. Sullivan is trying to help, trying to do the right thing. Let him be the hero," Agnes said.
"No one will ever believe it was a love match," Tilly said.
She swallowed past the lump that had formed in her throat and blinked quickly to dispel the unwanted tears.
"My reputation will still be in question."
"It matters not what people believe," Harriet said. "Consider of all the things I thought I knew about my Oliver. I had everything so very wrong. People will believe what they want to believe. The truth will always come out."
"This is so much easier for the two of you, and Iris, having found love matches, Tilly said. Lord Glenbrook will, no doubt, fall in love with you once he's given the chance, Harriet said. Tilly snorted. I am not harbouring any fantasies of him loving me, nor I him. I am not designed for such a thing. She held her hand up to stop her friend's continued conversation. But I do want to stay in London, and if marrying him will enable me to do that, then I shall take it. Don't be so certain love isn't for you, Agnes said. It has a way of creeping in and making itself known. Yes, when you look like Agnes with her perfect body and stunning face, and when you were so pleasant and sweet and pretty like Harriet. But Tilly knew that was not what life had in store for her. She'd had her chance at love once, and he had chosen her sister instead. Chapter 4. Sullivan surveyed the ballroom. He'd been assured that Matilda would be in attendance tonight, and it shouldn't be too difficult to locate her. She was rather tall for a lady, and as much as he wanted to deny it, she'd always been somewhat of a beacon to him. He hadn't heard from her in 3 days, since their families had met and he'd made his claim upon her. There had been no communication from her family either. Did that mean she'd decided against his proposal and wanted to risk her reputation? For any other woman, that would be unthinkable, but Tilly might be stubborn enough to try it. Her willfulness would almost be admirable if it didn't put them at odds so often. Her mother declared her a spinster, but Tilly was only 23, hardly too old to marry and bear children. Not to mention it was his fault her reputation was called into question. He'd been careless in not going to every extreme to hide her when leaving the inn. That didn't even speak to him, mauling her in his sleep. Christ, he couldn't even think of her warm, soft breast without getting hard. How her tight nipple had brushed against his palm. Then how she'd reached behind her and grabbed his shaft, naively not knowing what she was doing. He shifted his stance to alleviate the pressure building in his pants. He knew theirs wouldn't be a love match. Yes, he desired her physically, but she loathed him, and, though she hadn't admitted as much, he feared she still fancied herself in love with Thomas. Marrying a girl who was in love with his younger brother did not make for the beginnings of a romantic union. And then, like that beacon she was, he spotted her, across the ballroom, dressed in a gown of icy blue. Her fair skin against her cinnamon-coloured hair made for a striking combination. The gown dipped low, revealing her modest cleavage, but her collarbone and shoulders were bare, except for the smattering of freckles across her creamy skin. Without another thought, he made his way to her side. "A word, Lady Matilda," he said. He didn't wait for her to respond, merely took her hand and tucked it in the crook of his elbow and walked away from her friends. "What are you doing?" she hissed. "We have things to discuss." He aimed for the open doors that led to the balcony. A cool breeze wafted inside, beckoning him. "Lord Glenbrook!" a shrill voice called. He stopped and turned around to find Lady Evenbury standing there, looking more frightful than a woman of her diminutive stature should ever look. She was older than his mother, and had a head full of grey hair all wrapped up on her head in tight ringlets. "My lady," he said with a bow. Her squinty eyes landed on Matilda, and the woman's nostrils flared. "I do hope you are planning on doing right by this young lady, though I must admit I'm rather surprised the two of you are here together in the midst of this scandal." She whispered the last word, as if that would lessen the sharp sting of her words. Matilda had gone still beside him, her body tightening and her breath going shallow. She practically vibrated with anger. He leaned down a little, putting himself more in line with Lady Evenbury's judgmental gaze.
My lady, let me reassure you that all is well. If I may let you in on a little secret.
He lowered his voice as if they were conspirators together on a most important secret.
Matilda and I are already married. We were spotted at that inn, returning from eloping in Scotland. We are so very much in love and couldn't wait to be united.
He pulled Tilly tighter to his body and pressed a kiss to her temple. Lady Evenbury's hand clutched her breast. "Oh, my dear boy, that is so wonderful to hear, and how romantic." She smiled broadly at Tilly. "You must be so overwhelmed with love. What a blessed match you've made."
Now, you must know, too, that our families have insisted upon a second ceremony, he continued, a church ceremony here in London, so that they can all attend. Evidently, my mother is leery of those blacksmith ceremonies.
He winked at the older woman.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I believe I would like to waltz with my wife.
With that, he turned Matilda around and walked her straight onto the dance floor, pulling her close in his arms. "Are you quite mad?" Tilly hissed.
"I don't believe so."
Her skin was flushed and her green eyes blazed. "Then what the devil was that?" He tilted his head.
"Had I not said something, she would have destroyed your reputation. She is a notorious gossip."
"I'm well aware of who she is, but we are not married."
He shrugged. "We will be, soon enough."
"And you are so confident that I would agree to your proposal?"
"Freckles, you are an intelligent woman. You'd be a fool not to marry me, as I can't imagine you're eager for your parents to ship you off to the countryside."
Yes, she was willful. Yes, she despised him. But he was determined to do right by her, and Lady Evenbury's confrontation had given him the perfect opportunity to force her hand. He might even feel bad about his blatant manipulation if she didn't feel so damn perfect in his arms. He wanted to kiss her, to know what her lips tasted like, how her tongue felt sliding against his own. She made a disgusted face. "You are ridiculous." He tugged her ever so closer to his body, slid his hand familiarly up her spine.
"Careful, sweetheart. We are madly in love, remember."
"That's your story, not mine." They were quiet for a few measures of the music. If they didn't have an audience, he would kiss her. He'd put his hands on either side of her face, stare into those grassy green eyes of hers and press his mouth to hers. She'd no doubt open her mouth with indignation, giving him the perfect opportunity to sweep his tongue inside and ravish her. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she asked.
"I'm not certain what you mean."
"You have an odd expression on your face." The look of desire, lust. Not that he would admit that to her.
"I thought you'd be proud. I'm taking social action. You're already a good influence on me, Freckles."
She snorted. "You're ridiculous." But even she couldn't hide the slight tilt of her lips.
"Tell me, do those freckles cover all of your body or just your neck and arms?"
He slid one finger down her bare arm, and she shivered in response. He could lean down and suckle that tender spot right below her ear, right where her pulse tapped against her perfect pale skin. She swallowed visibly, the black in her pupils widening, swallowing up the green. "It is not kind to tease about something for which I have no power to change."
"Change? Why the devil would I want you to change?"
Her brow tightened in obvious confusion, her gaze darting away from his as she pulled away from him just a fraction, as though she was retreating into herself, as though she wanted to hide. How did she not know how beautiful she was? He swore, as something inexplicable flooded him, something that felt like rage, as the obvious answer came to him. She didn't know because no one had ever told her. Because she was surrounded by fools who found her sister's pale fragility more appealing. People who didn't value her wit and intelligence, let alone her alluring freckles. She may be the most irritating woman of his acquaintance, but she was by far the most intriguing.
You have no notion how maddening I find these freckles.
He swept his thumb across a clump of them exposed on her shoulder.
I've spent far too much time contemplating them, wondering if I could join them to create pictures, imagining whether or not they cover your entire body or only certain parts of you.
He was saying too much, he recognized that, revealing his hand before the game had even properly begun. But damnation, holding her this close to him, smelling her sweet and spicy scent that was only her, he couldn't keep his mouth closed. Was it his imagination that she smelled of cinnamon, or was it simply his imagination because that is what her hair had always reminded him of? "You shouldn't say such things. They make me blush," she whispered.
Nothing wrong with a man flirting with his wife.
Perhaps not, but blushing only makes my skin splotchy and uneven. It's not very becoming.
He cocked a brow at her. Says who?
That matters not.
Debatable.
Also, I'm not your wife.
Soon, Freckles. Very soon. But I shall spare you any further embarrassment. Besides, I do believe we've already caused quite the stir.
She glanced around them, noting the faces all turned to them as if waiting for some sort of spectacle. They're all looking at us.
Indeed, but now they're imagining our great and passionate love, not the fact that you're a ruined woman.
She sucked in a breath, and her gaze once again became guarded. I see. He hesitated, noting the stiffness with which she now held herself. So now everyone thinks we are desperately in love. Am I supposed to thank you for that?
Ah, so she thought his words were just a ruse, an attempt to get a rise out of her. For a moment he considered correcting her, telling her exactly how much he did desire her. But hadn't he just done that? She clearly didn't believe him, or she didn't want to. No, Freckles, you're not. He tried to keep the bitterness from his voice, but wasn't sure if he managed it. I'm harbouring no delusions that you're pleased about this would-be union of ours. I am well aware your affections lay with another.
Her nostrils flared. I'm not certain what you mean. I do know it is most unpleasant to know that your soon-to-be husband is in love with one of your best friends.
He didn't bother correcting her assumption about him. He was far too interested in hearing what she'd have to say about Thomas. What about knowing your wife is in love with your brother?
What are you talking about?
Thomas, you confessed your feelings, remember?
She swallowed. That was years ago.
He nodded, but she made no further attempt to deny her feelings. Her heartfelt confession could have been driven from a youthful fancy, but he wasn't so certain. Suffice it to say, a union between us is a necessity, and we shall endeavour to make the best of it, yes? She looked up at him, met his gaze full on, and he was lost in a sea of green. So much green, verdant and vibrant and mesmerising.
Yes, we shall.
Sullivan sat at the desk in his study, sorting through the posts that had accumulated. The invitations were too numerous to count, and he tossed them in a pile off to the side. One envelope caught his attention, though. It was addressed directly to him, with rather flourishing feminine penmanship. He flipped it over to find a wax seal with an elaborate X. He popped it open and withdrew the letter. Sullivan Chase, the Honourable Viscount Glenbrook, It has recently come to my attention that I have something you might find useful. Information that you have been seeking, in fact. I know the truth about what happened the day the former Viscount Glenbrook died."
Sullivan glanced up from the letter, his heart pounding. He went back to the envelope, but found no additional identifying markers, other than the embossed wax X.
"I can give you no additional details at this time, but I will extend an offer. A quid pro quo, if you will. I can give you the proof you need in exchange for a favour. I believe your new bride is affiliated with Lady Summersby's Ladies of Virtue. As I'm certain you've surmised on your own, this group trains young women to perform duties that ultimately lead only to pain and danger. I have been working to disband this group to prevent further disasters and harm. Assist me, Viscount Glenbrook. Help me put an end to the Ladies of Virtue. Once we succeed, I shall hand over the evidence needed to prove your brother, Thomas, intentionally disposed of the eldest Chase brother."
Then the letter ended with a way to communicate his answer, and signed Lady X. He sat back in his chair, studying the page. This was precisely what he had been looking for. Ever since he'd returned home from India to find Roderick deceased and Thomas filling his shoes, Sullivan had known in his gut that Roderick's death was suspicious. The conversation with David only confirmed that. Yet no one else seemed to doubt Thomas's story or motives, and he'd asked. Since meeting with David that day, he'd made several inquiries to people who knew both Roderick and Thomas. No one had any additional information. As best as he'd been informed, there'd been no other witnesses. Yet here was this person, Lady X, who claimed to have proof. Who was Lady X? Did Tilly know about this mysterious woman's crusade against her do-gooding group? Moreover, were Tilly's Ladies of Virtue actually as Lady X described them? Not just a charitable women's organisation, but also some sort of vigilante group. The idea seemed absurd. Yes, he'd heard rumours of such a thing when he'd first returned to London. There had been that article in the paper about such a club, but he'd dismissed it at the time. The idea of well-bred ladies gallivanting around London fighting criminals seemed too ridiculous to be believed. And yet... Tilly was stubborn, clever, and as tenacious as one of the tufted monkeys of India that would scamper around the military camp, stealing food and raiding supplies. If there were any woman in London who would dare such behaviour, Tilly would. Which was a troubling thought indeed. This Lady X claimed to know what she was talking about, but did she really have proof that Thomas had killed Roderick? Sullivan had been searching for such a thing since he'd returned home. He'd do nearly anything to get justice for his older brother. "All right, ladies, all right. Let us call this meeting to order," Lady Summersby said from the front room. Tilly sat, sandwiched between Agnes and Justine, with Harriet sitting on Agnes's other side. Despite her impending nuptials, Tilly felt light and almost carefree. They were finally back together in their beloved meeting room at Lady Summersby's townhome, having been called together by messengers the evening before. Lady Summersby clapped her hands to silence the room. "Now then, I know things have been challenging for us the last couple of months, and you have been quite patient," she said. "I want you to know that I appreciate each of you. You'll all be pleased to know that I've called the meeting because I've got good news." Murmurs whispered through the room, but quickly grew quiet again when Lady Summersby started to speak. "We have been plagued with threats from a mysterious person, identifying herself only as Lady X. She has been running a one-person crusade intent on destroying our group. I'm pleased to announce we now know who she is, and that, for the time being, the threat is neutralized." Relief swept through Tilly so quickly her eyes actually teared up. The room broke out in applause. "Who is she?" one woman asked from somewhere behind Tilly's row. "Her name is Eleanor Stern, and she was a member for a brief time, back when she was Eleanor Flake. She is now Lord Deerfield's widow." Agnes gasped from next to Tilly. "What is it?" Tilly asked. "My brother was to marry her at one point, or wanted to," Agnes whispered. "That must be how he knew who this was. He found her, or at least he found a letter from her. She's gone into hiding." "Though we do not currently know the whereabouts of Lady Deerfield," Lady Summersby said, "we feel confident enough that she has let go of her animosity toward us, and we are no longer in danger of being exposed." She smiled widely. "Though it is my understanding that there are a handful of people of rank who have figured out the identities of some of our members. Secrecy to your husbands is certainly not required. In fact, I believe it prudent to tell them what you are doing. Your safety is still my primary priority. That said, it is still in the best interests of our group, as a whole, to keep the membership roster anonymous. People know we're out there. They know we're performing good deeds. There's no reason to believe anyone else will try anything nefarious against us." "So what exactly does this mean?" Harriet asked. "It means you are free to resume your duties, your full duties, as members of the Ladies of Virtue," Lady Summersby said. Tilly's heart thumped wildly. At least something in her life was going according to plan. And now that she was to be Lady Glenbrook, she'd be able to stay in London and continue with her duties, instead of hiding herself in the countryside as her mother had suggested. That would never have worked. Not only that, but more than likely a tarnished reputation could have put her position with the Ladies of Virtue in danger. Their goal was to never draw attention to themselves. Marrying Sullivan would save her, and she should be so grateful to him. Their wedding was tomorrow. The real wedding, though everyone believed it was merely a formality to have the ceremony in the church. Sullivan had even managed to persuade a bishop to date their marriage license to when they would supposedly have eloped in Scotland. So according to that paper, they were already man and wife. "What will happen to her? To Lady X?" one of the girls asked. "There are a few people who are close to locating her. One in particular," she glanced at Agnes, "has a history with her and believes he can bring her back to London. Nothing will happen to her per se, as she's done nothing more than try to reveal our identities and bring an end to our work. I should certainly welcome the opportunity to speak with her. I remember Eleanor. I suspect her actions stem from a good place. So, as always, be careful out there, but fear our invisible foe no longer." Another wave of applause sounded through the room. Lady Summersby clapped her hands to silence them. "One more announcement. We've had so many nuptials in our group as of late, and it is always such a wonderful thing to celebrate. Please join me in congratulating Matilda on her own soon-to-be wedded bliss. Lord Glenbrook is a lucky man indeed." Tilly's cheeks flamed, but she smiled and hoped the blush served only in making her appear in love. She endured the round of congratulations as the meeting came to an end. Lady Summersby had said that telling their husbands was appropriate. Tilly waited until the crowd of women had thinned before she approached Harriet and Agnes. Iris was still travelling with her new husband, Lord Ashby, but there was no need to ask her this question. Lord Ashby knew of their group and Iris's involvement. His newspaper had been the one to break the story with the information he'd received from Lady X. "Both your husbands know about our group, correct?" Tilly whispered to her friends. The women exchanged glances, then both nodded. "Oliver figured it out when he found me training with Lottie," Harriet said. "Fletcher knows as well. In all honesty, I don't think I'd be able to hide it from him. He's far too observant." Agnes eyed Tilly for a moment. "I'm assuming you are wondering if you should be forthcoming with Sullivan." Tilly nodded. "We marry tomorrow, and I know our union will not be like either of yours, but that said, I don't feel comfortable going into our marriage without being honest." "I think you should tell him," Harriet said. "Yes, I think I shall. Honesty is always the right choice." "Absolutely," her friends said in unison. Tilly wanted to ask Lady Summersby about ideas of how to save the orphans she'd caught stealing, but to do so would betray that she'd been working when they had been instructed not to. She decided she would save that inquiry for another day. She was married. Officially, Lady Glenbrook. She stood at the window of her new bedchamber, looking out on the street below. Sullivan's townhome was in a lovely part of town, on a corner that provided them with great views of Hyde Park. The ceremony passed in a blur of spoken vows and a chaste kiss that had happened so quickly she'd barely felt his lips upon hers. He'd held her hand as they'd left the church. That was several hours ago, and she hadn't seen him since. Their mothers were busy preparing for the celebratory ball that would take place the following night. Tilly should care about the details, but she didn't. All of this felt like a farce, a charade, and hardly something to celebrate. She couldn't stop thinking about this new life of hers. She was a wife, which meant tonight he'd come to her bed. She swallowed, wishing she'd paid closer attention to her mother's words when she'd explained the union between a man and a woman. But her mother had used so many floral analogies, and frankly, Tilly had gotten lost in the garden. She knew the basics, she supposed. That alarmingly large part of him, the one she'd naively grabbed onto at the inn, somehow went inside of her. Perhaps she should have asked her friends a few questions. That might have alleviated some of her nerves. A knock came to the door, and then it opened. Sullivan stepped inside. Already. Her gaze flickered to the window where dusk hadn't even fallen yet. He wasn't even going to wait until it was dark outside, until after they'd had their dinner. Her heart hammered inside her chest. Unwillingly, her hand flew to her throat. "I hope you find the room satisfactory," he said. "It's lovely." She glanced around, noticing it for the first time. It was a very nice room, with a view of the gardens behind the home. "Excellent. My room is next door." He pointed behind her to the right. "There's a door that adjoins them, should you need anything. Or you can ring the bell, of course." She nodded. She needed something to break the tension. Then she remembered Lady Summersby's words and her own decision to be forthcoming. It would be prudent for her to tell him about her activities with the ladies of virtue. "Could we speak about something?" she asked. He nodded, moving to the sitting area near the fireplace. She joined him, lowering herself into the chair adjacent his. "Now that we're married, I suppose I need to share with you yet another of my secrets." She gathered some of the fabric from her skirts into her hands and balled it up. His brows rose above those liquid chocolate eyes of his, so soulful, so full of emotion she hadn't yet been able to identify. "You have a habit of collecting secrets?" "Something like that." She paused a moment to consider how to continue. Then she licked her lips and just began. "Are you familiar with a group called the Ladies of Virtue?" He stilled, his expression suddenly guarded.
"I have heard of them. Do-gooders."
"Yes. Well, I am a member of their group."
"I have no issue with you participating in charity groups and servitude, Tilly."
It was a statement, not a question, but there was something in his tone, something that made her think he might know more than he was saying, that he was waiting to see what she would reveal. "No, there is more." She paused, wondering briefly if she should continue. Could she trust him with this secret? It wasn't merely hers to keep. Lady Summersby had suggested they share this with their husbands. She decided that if he revealed her secret, it would gain him nothing. Yes, she would tell him everything. "You see, that is merely the charade we hide beside. The group does so much more." She found herself sitting on the edge of her seat, eager to tell him, hopeful he'd be enthralled and impressed with her skills. She had no great beauty, no grace, no wiles with which to beguile men. But she did have this. She was good at this. And Sullivan had been a soldier. Maybe, just maybe, this might be common ground for them. After all, Lord Summersby supported Lady Summersby. Sometimes he even helped train the ladies of virtue. Their passion for justice and the betterment of society was something they shared. She had no illusions that Sullivan would ever love her, but perhaps they could be partners in this one way. "We have all been specially trained, and we are skilled in capturing thieves and what-not from the streets of London. There are even some members who have been able to do much more in terms of saving servants from lords who abuse them." His eyelids fluttered closed, and for the briefest instant she got the feeling this was not the answer he had wanted. When he looked at her again, it was with a clenched jaw and stern frown.
"You have fought thieves on the streets of London? You, personally?"
"Well, not precisely fought. You'd be surprised how quickly they'll drop a bauble they've just swiped when you aim a particularly sharp hatpin at them." She laughed, but quickly that laugh died in her throat when she took note of his expression. Dark and guarded. There was nothing impressed in his face. The muscles in his jaw ticked. He came to his feet.
"You will cease your activities with them at once. That is not safe, and I will not knowingly allow you to put yourself in danger."
Her heart plummeted. "What? You cannot possibly be serious."
"I am quite serious, Matilda," he said.
Anger lit in her belly and she jumped to her feet. Her ears pounded and she clenched her fists because what she wanted to do was pound on his chest. How dare he? "I didn't even have to tell you any of this, but I wanted to be honest now that we're married."
"And I appreciate that you are forthcoming. Now I'm being honest with you and forbidding you from continuing."
She had to stop herself from stomping her foot. This is when her mother would tell her to hold her tongue, that disagreeing with a man, especially one's husband, was not only inappropriate, but also unbecoming. At the moment, though, she didn't care at all if Sullivan found her becoming or not. "You cannot forbid me."
"Actually, I can. It is within my rights as your husband."
"Your precious Agnes is a member too. Did you know that? She even designs our weapons. What do you have to say about that?"
"I say she's her husband's problem, not mine."
He moved closer to her, loomed over her.
"There will be no more of this apprehending of thieves and other dangerous activities."
She squared her shoulders and met his gaze. "And if I refuse?" He closed the distance between them, so much so that she could feel the warmth coming off his body.
"If you refuse, I shall put you over my knee and teach you a lesson. Punish you for disobedience."
She sucked in a breath and took a step backward. You wouldn't dare.
His brown eyes flashed with something she couldn't identify. Try me.
My father never even did such a thing.
Her breathing had become erratic, and her skin felt hot and prickly. She was angry, yet there was something else there too. A dark promise of something forbidden. Tingles unfurled in her belly and coiled downward. Did husbands normally spank their wives? She certainly couldn't ask her friends. And, despite her anger, she couldn't ignore the hot wave of desire that swam through her. She found herself looking at Sullivan's big hands, his long, nimble fingers. She swallowed. He looked down at her, his eyes an endless pool of molten chocolate, wrapped a hand around her waist and pulled her flush to his body. You are my wife, Tilly, and therefore my responsibility. It is my duty to keep you safe. Do not test me in this, because I will not allow it. His eyes flared, and then he turned and walked away, leaving her trembling with confusion and desire.
Chapter 5. Sullivan slammed the adjoining door between their two bedchambers and closed his eyes. What the hell was the matter with him? He'd nearly kissed her, wanted to put his hands and mouth all over her, but he couldn't be that aggressive with his innocent virginal bride. If he hurt her, he'd never forgive himself. Not only that, but he didn't want to frighten her. Then he rolled his eyes. She hadn't seemed the least bit afraid of him and his commands of her. But he'd be damned if he stood by and allowed his wife to put herself in harm's way like that. It was ridiculous. He was pleased she'd been honest with him, considering he'd already known of her affiliation with the group. But he'd hoped she'd see reason and agree to his demands. He scrubbed a hand down his face and went about changing his clothes to go riding. What he needed right now was to get out from under the same room as his tempting wife. Why the devil had he threatened to spank her? He'd never before considered putting a hand to a woman to punish her, but damned if her plucky attitude and spitfire mouth hadn't challenged him. Or what? She'd wanted to know. It had been the only thing he could think of. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he'd regretted them. Until he'd seen the blatant desire simmering in her eyes, the way her chest had rapidly pulsed with her breaths. Damnation. That look, her parted lips, the ruddy stain on her cheeks, the change in her breathing. She'd wanted him. He'd had to leave, though, before he'd taken her right there on the floor, or up against the wall, because he didn't think he would have been capable of taking his time. Even now his cock was a pipe against his leg, heavy and throbbing. He stopped in the midst of dressing and moved quickly to his bed and lay back, unfastening his trousers and pulling himself out. He gripped hard, fisting himself with an almost vice-like hold. He slid his hand up and then down his shaft, and damnation if that didn't feel good. Not as good as sinking into Tilly's wet warmth, but for now it would have to suffice. He needed to be careful lest he frighten his bride with the force of his desire for her. Again and again he moved his hand over himself, until finally his release poured out all over his stomach. He hoped, for Tilly's sake, that she took his word to heart and obeyed his command. He didn't think he could handle actually putting his hand to her bare bottom. A half an hour later, he found himself once again at the offices of the City of London Police. It was nearly dusk, and he was certain David would still be there. As Sullivan made his way down the corridor, he actually found David on his way out.
"What the devil do you want?" he asked. "I'm on my way home for the evening, and I've had a hell of a day."
Sullivan nodded.
I won't take up too much of your time. I've asked around, and it seems there might have been a couple of other people there the day Roderick was shot. Did the report say anything about Lord and Lady Deerfield?"
David frowned.
"Not that I recall, but admittedly I didn't read the file very closely. It was ruled an accidental death. It wasn't. I know my brother killed him, and I intend to prove it. I'll take another look at the file when I can. I'd appreciate it."
David nodded.
"One more thing," Sullivan said. "I wanted to ask if you knew anything about an organisation called the Ladies of Virtue."
David paused walking and eyed him with a narrowed gaze.
"I've heard of them. So you know there are well-bred ladies in this town putting themselves in danger to do something the police are neglecting to do?"
In a flash, David had Sullivan pushed up against the wall. Though the sergeant was shorter than Sullivan, he was stockier and well-muscled. His meaty forearm pressed against Sullivan's throat.
"How dare you come here, into my offices, and try to tell me how to do my job? You don't know the first thing about how things work around here. Not only that, but that accusation coming from you is a little rich."
David shoved against him, then stepped back.
"What is that supposed to mean? Have you ever been back home since you returned from the war? Or do you merely sit in your fancy townhome counting your war medals and coins?" "No, I haven't been back. Why?" "Everything is falling apart. The roads are so bad you can barely traverse them. There can be no advancement of anything because there is no railroad there. All of those things your family is supposed to manage."
"Thomas,"
Sullivan murmured. "What?"
Sullivan shook his head.
"Nothing. I'm planning a trip there soon with my new bride. I'll check on things while I'm there."
He exhaled slowly.
"David, I'm sorry about your brother."
David held up a hand.
"Don't."
Then the man turned and walked away. What was Thomas doing if he wasn't keeping the village maintained? It was time for him to step up to his duties as Viscount. His brother be damned. The following evening, Tilly made her way down to the parlour that led into the main dining room. She hadn't seen Sullivan since their fight the day before, their wedding day. So he hadn't come to her bed that night. They hadn't consummated their union. She didn't know if it was the fight, or if it meant her husband could not even stomach the idea of taking her to his bed. The parlour was empty, not surprising considering she was early. Nervous, she supposed. Tonight they would have their wedding ball. She wasn't so certain she was up for pretending to be the lovesick newlywed. She hadn't even had a full opportunity to explore her new home. It was too early to go into the ballroom, so she decided to investigate the drawing room outside of the dining hall. She strolled about the room, taking it all in. She was staring at a painting of spaniels when the door behind her opened. Her heart plummeted when she saw that it was Thomas. She wasn't in the mood for idle conversation at the moment. There had been a time when she'd thought him so handsome. Time had a way of altering one's view, though. Now his light brown hair had thinned and greyed at the temples. He had a crease in his brow that made him look as if he constantly frowned. Years of being married to her sister had weighed heavily on him. "Thomas," she said with a slight curtsy.
"Ah, the blushing bride."
His eyes, still brown, but a shade lighter than Sullivan's, swept over her frame.
"Matilda, you look lovely."
He had come to stand before her and grabbed her hand in his before she could respond. He leaned over and pressed his mouth to her bare flesh.
"So sweet."
"Thank you." Her new gown was quite pretty and flattered her figure nicely. The pale green shimmered as she moved, and her neck and ears were adorned with matching jade jewellery.
"Tell me, how is wedded bliss?" he asked.
Blissful, she said, then glanced behind him to the room at large. It was empty save the two of them. Where is my sister? His jaw clenched briefly before he answered. We came separately. She wasn't ready when I told her I'd be leaving. I suspect she'll arrive eventually. She's not one to let an opportunity slip past her. Opportunity? Tilly asked. For people to fawn over her, for her to flirt with other men. His shoulders lifted in a slight shrug. His expression was one of pure defeat. It was not a huge surprise. Melanie and Thomas hadn't gotten along in years. Initially, their marriage had seemed a happy one, or at least an amicable one. Now they barely spoke, and when they did, it was to bicker at each other. And though Tilly had never confirmed it, she felt certain neither of them had taken their vows to heart and had each spent time in other people's beds. That was none of her concern. He shook his head. I do hope you'll save a dance for me tonight. His gaze dropped briefly to her breasts. Tilly's cheeks heated. Was he flirting with her? Will you do that for me? He asked, placing his hand at her elbow. Kindly remove your hands from my wife, Sullivan said from the doorway, his tone dark and menacing. I believe you have your own wife. Mine is not as sweet as yours. Thomas winked at her, then walked over to Sullivan, leaving Matilda in the middle of the room alone. Sullivan glared at his brother as the slightly younger man made his way over to him. The ball hadn't even officially begun, and already it had been a long damn night. Especially when he'd entered the parlour and found Thomas's hands on Tilly. Sullivan tightened his fists at his side. What I want to know is why you haven't yet consummated your marriage. Thomas's voice was low as he whispered to Sullivan. What's the matter, big brother? Can't get your poker hot enough? You have no idea what you're talking about, Sullivan said. Thomas shrugged. Perhaps, but let me simply say that if you won't pluck that flower, I certainly will. Let me know if you need my assistance. You're a bastard, Sullivan spat. Eventually, everyone else will see the truth of who you are. A deep chuckle rumbled from Thomas's throat. That's doubtful. I want to know what you've been doing, or rather not been doing, at our seaside village. I spoke with David Cummings yesterday. Thomas cocked one brow. Oh, have you decided to take on your duties as Viscount? Let me know if you need any advice. It was that moment that Melanie swept into the room, her golden hair up in a complicated coiffure of curls, with the occasional jewels shimmering about. She wore a bold and daring red dress, one that perfectly moulded to her feminine curves. It didn't take a detective to figure out she'd gone all out to upstage her sister at Tilly's own wedding ball. Sullivan turned away from Melanie and let Thomas deal with her. He was married to the shrew. For the first time, Sullivan let his eyes take in Tilly's form as she stood off to the side. How often had she done that very thing when her sister entered a room? Likely all of her life. Melanie craved constant attention and affirmation. Sullivan found her tiresome. His eyes travelled the length of Tilly's lithe figure. She looked up at him, and he was struck by her beauty. The green of her gown was the perfect shade of her eyes, and it made her fair skin positively glow. Her breasts looked perfect, framed by the jade silk. He wanted nothing more than to drag her back upstairs and remove that gown from her tempting body. You look stunning, he told her. Her cheeks pinkened, and she gave him a weak smile. Thank you. Don't embarrass her, Sullivan, Melanie said from across the room, her voice taking on an annoying sing-song quality. That wretched flush makes her look spotty. It's not very becoming. He didn't miss the slight wince in Tilly's face.
"You look perfect."
He took her arm and led her forward.
"Shall we?"
She nodded but said nothing. She was such a spitfire with him, but interactions with her sister made her pensive and quiet. Melanie seemed capable of sucking the spirit right out of Tilly. He hated that. He'd much rather have her yell at him and call him names than to be this quiet, defeated person.
"Now, Freckles," he murmured close to her ear, "I must say that is a beautiful gown, but I believe it would look much better on the floor in my bedchamber."
She sucked in a breath, and instantly her demeanour shifted. She turned her gaze to his, fire sparkling in the green depths. "That is a scandalous thing to say."
"I thought you knew by now I'm a scandalous man, and I very much want to do scandalous things to you."
There was that shallow breathing again, and her eyes had gone dark and heated. She might not like him, but she definitely desired him. It was a start, one he intended to fully use to his advantage. He might not deserve her, but she was his, and he was going to make this a real marriage. Tilly stood at the edge of the ballroom with her friends surrounding her. She stared out at the dance floor where her sister was currently in Sullivan's arms. "He didn't have a choice," Harriet said. "He's too much of a gentleman to have said no to her when she asked the way she did," Agnes said in agreement. They were right, of course. Melanie had seized an opportunity to claim a dance with Tilly's husband in front of the Duchess of Kilby. Sullivan would never have accused a woman of lying in such a situation, but she had been. He'd been at Tilly's side since they entered the ballroom, so she knew there'd been no previously agreed-upon waltz. They make a striking couple. Her sister was beautiful, no matter how much Tilly wished otherwise. Melanie was still so pretty, petite and perfectly curved, with golden hair and shining blue eyes. She was the very picture of conventional beauty. "You look far better at his side, and he looks at you with so much fondness," Agnes said. She wanted to argue the point with her friend, but there was no use. Tilly knew the truth. He might say he wanted to do wicked things to her, but he hadn't even so much as kissed her yet. No, when he said things such as that, it was merely to get a rise out of her, to make her blush so everyone watching them would see her reaction to his whispered words and assume they were besotted. He'd admitted as much when they'd danced at the previous ball, after Lady Evenberry had confronted them. Perhaps she should be grateful he was trying to protect their ruse, but she couldn't, not when his words affected her so profoundly, not when he couldn't be bothered to consummate their marriage. "It's obnoxious what she's wearing," Harriet said. "I know that's a nasty thing to say, and I know she's your sister, Tilly, but that red gown is inappropriate." "I agree. You don't try to draw attention to yourself when attending a wedding ball, especially your sister's," Agnes said. "I love you both, but I'm quite accustomed to Melanie's behaviour. The truth is, she could wear a flour sack and still look prettier than me. The daring gown is unnecessary." She was saved from having to listen to the protestations of her friends by the arrival of Lord Davenport, Harriet's husband.
"You look beautiful tonight, Matilda,"
Lord Davenport said as he bent over Tilly's hand. "Thank you." Harriet smiled up at her husband. "She certainly does. Where have you been?"
"Causing trouble, my love, as usual."
He looked down at his wife with such adoration it was nearly painful to watch. Tilly knew it wasn't anything she'd ever have. She'd always known that. Still, she couldn't prevent the longing in her heart. She swallowed hard against the knot in her throat, trying desperately to ignore the heat swamping her face. How much longer would this night last? She wanted nothing more than to escape to her room and get lost in a book. Thomas appeared at her side. "Might I escort you to the refreshment table?" She didn't particularly want to go, but it gave her an excuse to walk away from her friends and their devoted husbands. Jealousy wasn't a good look on anyone. "That would be lovely," she said. He took her hand and placed it in the crook of his elbow, then led her around the dance floor. He chatted about the musicians and other random topics, but Tilly wasn't paying much attention to his words. He served her lemonade, and she dutifully thanked him. He was dreadfully dull, but she felt pity for him that he had to endure life with Melanie, though he had picked her. "Do you ever wonder what our life would have been like?" he asked. She nearly choked on her drink. "I beg your pardon?" "If you recall, I began courting you before I turned my attention to your sister." "I find it best to not think on what could have been." What else was she to say? He exhaled loudly, his frustration obvious. "Dance with me?" "Very well." He led her to the floor and held her far too closely. He smelled of too much brandy, and his hand on her back tightened with too much familiarity. They hadn't made it very far into the song when a presence appeared behind her. "I'm cutting in," Sullivan said. His tone left no room for argument. Still, Thomas tried. "You can wait until after the song." "I don't want to wait. I want to dance with my wife." Thomas made no move to release her, but she stepped away from him and turned to Sullivan. "Actually, I'd prefer to get some fresh air. It is rather warm in here." "Excellent choice," Sullivan said. He took her arm and pulled her tightly to him, then led her away without another word to his brother. "He's lonely," she said. "I don't care." She wanted to laugh, but held her tongue as they made their way through the crowd. "You and my sister look good together on the dance floor?" "Jealous, Freckles?" "Of course not." "If I wanted Melanie, I could have had her a dozen times by now. But she's a vapid, shallow, and arrogant creature." Tilly's insides were shaking. "What do you mean, you could have had her?" "She's made it abundantly clear she's available to join me in bed if I so choose. She propositioned Roderick, too, before and after she married Thomas." Tilly shuddered. "I don't understand her." "She's not happy unless someone is telling her she's beautiful every moment." "That's ridiculous. Of course she's beautiful. Everyone knows that." "She has a pretty shell, but it loses its shine once she opens her mouth." Warmth spread through Tilly as she glanced sidelong at her husband. He couldn't mean that. Everyone agreed Melanie was both beautiful and charming. Everyone adored her. Simply everyone. And yet Sullivan had stated Melanie's flaws with casual bluntness, as if he'd given the matter thought before now, reached his opinion, and had never bothered to question it again. They had no sooner stepped out onto the balcony than Sullivan pulled her into the shadows and crowded her body with his own. "What are you doing?" Her heart pounded so rapidly she was certain she'd be able to see it moving through the fabric of her dress. His eyes met hers, and the intensity in his gaze was new and alluring. "You're driving me mad tonight, Freckles." His hand slid across her cheek, cupped her just below the ear. He searched her face, released a curse, and then he crushed his mouth to hers. Shocked, her lips parted in a gasp, and he took the opportunity to sweep his tongue inside, sliding it intoxicatingly against her own. It was foreign and torrid and arousing. She gripped the front of his shirt, wanting to push him away from her, but instead clutching at the fabric and holding him in place. Heat, unlike any she'd ever known, coursed through her, setting her very blood on fire. Boldly, she slid her tongue against his, and was rewarded with a wicked growl. The fingers from his other hand dug into her waist, branding her, claiming her. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him flush to her body. Wet desire pulled between her legs, and she arched her aching, hard nipples against him. He made her a wanton. This couldn't happen. She'd be giving him too much power. She shoved at his chest, breaking their kiss. Someone will see us. She wiped at her mouth and stepped away from him, only to see him grin at her. Of course. Of course he wasn't worried someone would see them. He no doubt had planned on precisely that. After all, he was determined to convince all of London they were in love. He showed unfailing dedication to the task, particularly for someone she'd once assumed was slothful. However, that was not what worried her most. Indeed, she was starting to worry that if he did convince all of London he desired her, he would also make her believe the lie. Chapter 6. Sullivan hadn't gone to Tilly's bed the night before. He'd wanted her too much, and, since he'd obviously frightened her with this passionate kiss, he didn't want to make it worse. God, she'd felt good in his arms. Her unskilled but urgent response to the kiss had been so damned erotic. He'd wanted to pull her skirts up and bury himself inside her right then. But she'd shoved against him, and he'd seen nothing but fear in her face before she'd run away from him. Shortly before he'd left the house today, he'd received a notice from David that, according to the file on Roderick's death, both Lord and Lady Deerfield had been in attendance on that fateful day. But Lord Deerfield had agreed with Thomas and assured the police that Roderick's death had been a self-inflicted accident. All of which meant that Lady X and Lady Deerfield were one and the same, or at the very least they knew each other. The odds were strong that this Lady X had legitimate information regarding Roderick's death. So now he followed Tilly, at a distance, not wanting to alert his wife to his presence. She was shopping with two of her friends on Bond Street, and so far had not purchased so much as a ribbon. In fact, they had stepped into only one shop the entire time he'd followed them. He should have trusted Tilly, but he had a sneaking suspicion she was doing precisely what he'd instructed her not to. She'd been none too pleased at his demands. If that was the case, he wanted to see her in action, see for himself how dangerous this activity of hers was. She'd told him Agnes was also a member, and had designed weapons that they used. He wasn't surprised. Agnes was smart and creative. Still, he wouldn't have pegged her as someone who was fanciful with her safety, and, frankly, he was surprised her husband allowed such a thing. Tilly stood at least a head taller than both women flanking her, her ice-blue bonnet a beacon for him as he followed. He stayed at a safe distance behind them, ducking into stores when the need arose, but mostly he watched. His hat and cloak did enough to keep him from being recognized by her or her friends. Several stores later, and he was nearly ready to leave her to her shopping. Perhaps this was nothing more than time spent with her friends, and he was being distrustful for no reason. Perhaps she'd sought them out to complain about her husband, the way he knew wives did. His gut tightened. One moment Tilly was standing at the windows of a storefront, and the next she had effectively removed a pocket watch and bracelet from a thief's pockets. Justine, of her friends accompanying her, had faced the thief with her fan as if she were brandishing a sword. Then it was over as quickly as it had begun, and Sullivan would wager no one on the street was the wiser. Everything happened so quickly, he might have missed it had he not been watching so carefully. His heart pounded loudly in his ears, and his palms were sweating. Watching her in action was arousing, that he couldn't deny. but she was putting herself at considerable risk with such behaviour. The ladies quickly returned the stolen goods to the victims. Judging from their hand motions, they were explaining the pieces in question had simply dropped from behind. But Sullivan had seen enough. She'd disobeyed him. Perhaps it hadn't been as dangerous as he'd initially imagined, but that proved only that today was simple. Any other day, any other thief, and things could have gone very wrong indeed. He'd made the threat to punish her on a whim, but now he would have to follow through, and damned if he wasn't looking forward to it. But first he had to make a call to the indomitable Lady Summersby. He was led into the front parlour of the Summersby townhome. The door had barely closed behind him before it reopened, and the lady of the house entered the room. "Viscount Glenbrook, I believe congratulations are in order," Lady Summersby said, as she lowered herself to the settee. "Will Lord Summersby be joining us?" Sullivan asked. She smiled fondly. "No, he is having lunch with his cousin this afternoon." "His cousin, as in Her Majesty?" "Indeed." A servant rolled in a tray with a teapot and a plate of small biscuits. "I am rather fond of Matilda. I hope you'll endeavour to make her happy." "I can assure you her safety is of utmost priority to me, which is what brings me here." There was not even a flash of surprise on Lady Summersby's face. "You are displeased with her affiliation with my group?" She leaned forward and poured herself a cup of tea. "Would you like a cup?" He shook his head. "No, thank you. It is my understanding it has led to significant danger to some of the women in the past," he said. "I was under the impression you had insisted the women cease their activities. Yet I witnessed my wife unhand a thief not half an hour ago on Bond Street." "They have recently been released to resume their duties, but I have urged them to be extremely cautious, as there are those who wish ill will upon our group." A particular mysterious woman who called herself Lady X, though she seemed more intent on protecting the ladies of virtue. "Tilly could have been injured." Lady Summersby stirred her tea so casually, as if they were discussing an unexpectedly sunny day. "Your wife has been expertly trained to handle herself in those situations," she said. "Be that as it may, I am a soldier, Lady Summersby, and I lost several of my friends and fellow soldiers who were expertly trained." "Touché," she said. "Trained or not, are you insinuating that none of your girls are ever injured or put in danger?" "Of course not. I am not a fool." She frowned. "I did not create this organization on a whim. I carefully selected each of my girls, and I would protect them with my every resource, including my own life. I believe in what we do. Women should be able to take care of themselves, physically, when faced with danger, because it happens more than anyone would admit. Learning how to protect yourself as a woman is something I feel strongly about." "I can support those efforts, but assigning these women to the streets to confront thieves and other criminals is reckless and foolhardy." She eyed him carefully for several moments. "What is it that you want, Viscount Glenbrook?" "I want you to dissolve the organization." "Impossible. I have worked too hard and too long building this group to shut it down because you wish it." She pointed a delicate finger at him. "You are but one man, and Tilly, though I adore her, is but one member of my group." He hadn't expected her to agree to his demands. He'd heard the rumours about her, how she had once played a significant role in protecting Queen Victoria from an assassination plot. Lord Summersby was one of the only men in London taller than Sullivan. He was a beast of a man who adored his wife. Nothing Sullivan did or said would change the group. He'd have to find another way to meet Lady X's demands while keeping his wife safe. He needed the information she had.
"It would appear we're at an impasse," he said.
"Might I offer some marital advice?"
He nodded. "Very well."
"Allow Tilly the freedom to be who she is. She is a remarkable woman and rather talented. I hope you will nurture that and not try to stifle her. You will find your marriage will be much happier if you can keep your wife happy."
"I'm not certain I can do that."
"It's my experience that women like Tilly are remarkably stubborn and determined." She smiled broadly and patted her chest. "I know this because I am one. We're headstrong and independent. You cannot lock her away. She will find a way to do the things she wants to do, with or without your permission. The best way to keep her safe is to support her." He suspected there was truth to Lady Summersby's advice, but he didn't have the luxury for that. He needed to find the proof that Thomas had killed Roderick, and likely another man who had witnessed the ordeal.
Sullivan stood. "Thank you for your time. I'm sorry to have interrupted your afternoon."
Lady Summersby smiled and took a sip of her tea. Tilly was humming to herself when she stepped into her bedchamber. It had been a good day. What a relief to resume her ladies of virtue duties. Bond Street had been relatively quiet, but she and Justine had managed to stop a pickpocket before he'd caused too much damage. There had been no sign of any child thieves. She was grateful, but suspicious of their absence. It was a good thing, she supposed. After speaking to Lady Summersby about options, the woman had suggested Tilly speak to a handful of orphanages in the city. Unfortunately, none of them had any room for additional children. She'd have to come up with another solution for when she ran into one of them again. She dropped her reticule and cloak on her bed and turned around. She screamed when she saw Sullivan sitting across the room. Her hand flew to her throat. "You scared me half to death." Her heart pounded forcefully. His expression was dark, and he said nothing, merely tilted his head. He sat, legs spread wide, no cravat, no waistcoat, with his shirt rolled up to his elbows and an expanse of his chest exposed. There was a smattering of brown hair on the part of his torso she could see. Her eyes drank in his bare forearms, and she couldn't help but admire the well-toned muscles and veins cording up his arms. "What are you doing in here?" she asked, her mouth suddenly dry. "Just waiting to see if you could frighten me."
"What have you been doing today?"
Her stomach bottomed out and her heart froze in her chest. "I told you, I went shopping."
"Shopping? That all?"
His jaw tightened. She swallowed. Did he know? How could he? "Yes."
"Did you buy anything?"
She shook her head. "I didn't find anything I liked or needed." He leaned forward, bracing his elbows on his knees, one brow slowly arched.
"I could have sworn I saw you with a pocket watch. Perhaps a bracelet?"
Her eyes narrowed. "You followed me." Her palms grew damp with perspiration, and she wiped them on her skirts. "Why would you do that?"
"I warned you. I gave you explicit instructions."
His tone wasn't angry. Instead, his voice was low and rumbly, sultry with wicked promise. Tingles scattered across her body, her nipples pebbled against her corset. He patted his hand on his lap.
"Come here, Tilly."
She swallowed. "You fully intend to punish me?" Why did her voice sound so damned excited by that notion? She should be appalled, angry. He said nothing, but patted his hand against his thigh again, his thick, muscular thigh. Wordlessly, she came forward one step.
"Come willingly, and this will be over quickly. If not, if you make me chase you, then things will go much differently."
His deep voice fluttered through her body as sure as a caress. She shuddered against it. Then her body, as if it had a will of its own, walked directly to him.
"Lie down."
She wanted to be humiliated, to feel embarrassed or angry at his actions. Instead, she felt only excitement and desire. She did as instructed, laying her body across his lap, face down. His large hands gripped her hips to hold her in place until she was situated. Her breathing became shallower, more difficult to pull in, and it seemed every hair on her body had grown sensitive. She closed her eyes. Her body was attuned to everything, the firmness of his muscular thighs beneath her, the slow drag of his hand up her calf, pulling her skirts with him. He massaged a hand over one globe of her bottom. She sucked in a breath.
"You ladies wear entirely too many layers underneath these gowns. 'Tis a wonder you don't all melt on sunny days," he said.
Suddenly, his hand shifted and started moving downward, taking her pantaloons the rest of the way off. When she removed her own clothing, it never felt like this, as if she could feel every thread, every fibre as it slid against her flesh. Chilled air hit her bare bottom, and she sucked in a breath. She bit down on her lip.
"I need you to be safe."
His warm palm cupped her bottom, squeezed lightly.
"Nothing is more important to me than your safety."
His words spoke of concern for her safety, but the tone in his voice was pure seduction.
"Promise me you'll stop this nonsense."
"I cannot do that," she whispered. She took a shuddering breath. "My duties with the ladies of virtue are important to me. They are the biggest, most singular part of me. I am nothing without them."
"You are my wife."
In name only, she wanted to say, but now didn't seem to be the right time to provoke him. Additionally, she was unabashedly curious as to what he was about to do to her. "Is this truly necessary?" she asked, her voice sounding deep and throaty.
"I need you to know how strongly I feel about keeping you safe and protected."
He smoothed his palm over her bare bottom, and gooseflesh broke out all over her body.
"Christ, Tilly, you have a sweet ass."
Her nipples were painfully tight, and the wetness building between her thighs would likely be dripping onto his pants any minute. She squeezed her eyes shut. His hand came down forcefully on her bottom and she released a cry. It didn't hurt per se, but the shock of the contact startled her. He smoothed his hand over where he'd struck her, soothing her. Then another smack, followed by a soothe, again and again. Desire shook through her body, and she knew if something didn't give, she'd break. Something had built inside of her, and she was ridiculously close to begging him to touch her, to ease whatever need had crested in her. Mentally, she pled with him to make her his in every way. The liquid desire between her thighs dripped down her legs, and there was no way he wouldn't notice that. She squeezed her eyes shut in embarrassment. Sullivan picked her up and flipped her over until she was cradled on his lap. Could he hear how hard her heart was pounding? He pressed sweet kisses to her hair and head. From this new position, she could feel his hard length beneath her. Certainly that meant he wanted her, or was this another time when his body had simply reacted? Then, without a word, he set her on her feet, stood, and walked through the door that adjoined their bedchambers. Was he quite serious? She let the fury roll around in her body for a few minutes as she paced the room, desire still thick and wet between her legs. Her bottom stung, but not nearly as much as her pride. Did he ever intend to truly make her his wife, or was he intent on telling her only what to do and nothing more? She'd be damned if she'd be the obedient little wife if their union was nothing more than in name only. Obviously, he didn't desire her. That had to be the only reason. But this charade of a marriage had been his choice, his mess. Well, she could clean it up for him. Then she'd be free to live her life the way she wanted. She bet any one of her friends would let her live with them. Sullivan had just shrugged out of his shirt and poured himself a finger of brandy when the door connecting his room to Tilly's sprung open. His wife stormed inside without preamble. "I want an annulment." "I beg your pardon?" Her eyes travelled the length of his bare torso and darkened with desire. How the devil was he supposed to control his baser urges when she looked upon him that way? He couldn't be gentle with her, not with the way he wanted her. He'd terrify her, and possibly injure her. He wanted neither. He wasn't a monster, and he'd never had issues controlling his lust before. But something about Tilly heated his blood to near boiling. "We should annul our marriage." She waved a hand dismissively between them. "Or whatever this is, a facade. That is all this is." He stepped closer to her. She still wore her gown from earlier, and he couldn't help wondering if she'd put her pantaloons back on, or if she stood before him completely bare-assed. He forced himself to focus. "Tilly, what are you talking about?" "If you wanted a servant girl to boss around and punish on your whim, then you should have simply placed an advertisement in the Times." She crossed her arms over her chest defiantly. God, she was magnificent. Her green eyes flashed with anger, and her heart beat so rapidly he could see the pulse firing in that spot just below her ear. "I do not wish to punish you, but I do insist on your safety. You are my wife." "In name only." She swallowed and looked away, and he could have sworn that tears shone in her eyes. He closed the distance between them. "I refuse to give you an annulment." "I will find someone willing. If you can pay off a bishop to change the date on our marriage license, then I can find one to dissolve our union." She punctuated the last 3 words by jabbing a finger into his chest. He reached up and gripped her wrist and held her to him. "No one will believe we haven't consummated yet. You will be ruined." Her chin tilted upward a notch. "I could have a medical examination to prove it." Her words wounded him. He couldn't deny that. But there was something shimmering in her eyes that gave him pause. "You would go to such lengths to rid yourself of me?" Her green eyes met his, and the depth of colour and emotion in that one glance nearly undid him. "You seem unwilling to lie with me. I understand I am not beautiful by society's standards, but if you recall, I did not beg you to marry me. You pushed this, and you never once hinted that it would not be a real marriage." "You think I do not want to be with you? In bed?" She shoved at his chest with her free hand. "What else am I to think?" He grabbed her other wrist and put them both above her head while he backed her into the door. He ground himself against her, letting her know in no uncertain terms precisely how much he desired her. "What are you to think?" He arched a brow, waiting for her to recognize the very hard proof of his desire. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. "That I want you so damned badly, I'm terrified to touch you. I'm terrified I'll hurt you with the fierceness of my desire, the sheer power of my lust for you." Again she said nothing. "Do you have any idea how hard I am every time you are near me? Having you spread across my lap in there and spanking that sweet bottom of yours, Christ, Tilly, I want you more than I've wanted anyone or anything in my life." He watched the black of her pupil as it swallowed the grassy depths of her iris. Desire, hot and thick, pulsed between them. with both of her arms held above them, her breasts pressed into his chest. "It made me wet," she whispered.
"What?"
His own voice cracked. "When you spanked me, it made me wet. Down there." Her eyes glanced downward. He growled and lowered his mouth to hers. His wife was damned perfect. His tongue swept against hers, and she slanted her mouth in response. In one swift movement, he'd picked her up, putting his hands under her skirts and palming her bare ass. Oh yes, she hadn't put on her pantaloons. She wrapped her legs around his waist and he walked to the bed. He tossed her onto the mattress, falling on top of her, his hard length pressing to the damp seam of her center. He had to find some measure of control.
"I'm going to try to be gentle, Freckles. Just know I have no desire to actually hurt you."
"I don't need you to be gentle. Just have me. Take me, Sullivan. Please make this ache inside of me go away." She looked up at him, all brazen innocence, begging him to make love to her.
"Damnation! You have no idea what that does to me."
He unbuttoned her dress and peeled it off her, then followed with her remaining underthings until she sat before him, in the center of his bed, in nothing more than a shy smile and a body kissed with 1,000 freckles.
Even more beautiful than I could have imagined.
He ran his hands down her shoulders, across the ridge of her collarbone, then down the front of her breasts. He flicked her pert nipples, and she gasped in response.
"You're perfect, Tilly. Do you hear me? Totally perfect."
Then he lay atop of her and kissed her again, deeply, with every ounce of passion he felt. She squirmed beneath him, her hands exploring his bare chest. Her palms ran up the flanks of his back, and her nails bit into his shoulders when he ground himself against her. He continued to kiss her and rock against her core. She spread her thighs wider and lifted them, wrapping them around his back, inviting him inside her. He wanted out of his damn trousers, but he needed her ready for him so he wouldn't hurt her. He leaned down and pulled a nipple into his mouth and sucked hard. She arched off the bed and cried out. Then he slowly inched himself down her body, kissing a path over her breasts to her stomach, until finally he reached her navel. Her legs clenched around him in an attempt to stop his descent. "What are you doing?" she asked.
"Trust me, Freckles."
He dipped his tongue into her navel as his hands reached under and cupped her bottom. The scent of her was driving him to madness. So rich, so spicy. He lifted her up as he lowered his mouth to her core. He licked straight up her center. She sucked in a sharp breath and wiggled beneath him. Then he set his rhythm. He inserted one finger inside her tight channel as he gently sucked on the bundle of nerves. "Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, that feels so good," she moaned. "But this seems too wicked. Is this done?" He looked up at her, arched one brow.
"Do you wish me to stop?"
She bit down on her lip and shook her head. He chuckled and put his mouth back on her. She was sweet and tangy, and the most delicious thing he'd ever tasted. And she was so responsive, as if she'd been waiting for him to touch her body, to pull these reactions from her. Her noises and movements were driving him wild. His cock was so hard he thought he might explode, but he would wait until he was inside her. She wanted to be his wife in every way. He'd never wanted anything more. He added another finger inside her, then curved them both upward and she buckled. She cried out his name as her climax rocked through her. Her hands fisted in his hair and held his mouth to her until she'd ridden out the end of her orgasm. He kissed his way back up her body, nuzzling her neck.
"That was amazing. You're so beautiful when you come apart." Her eyes were wide and glassy with pleasure.
"More?"
"Oh yes, there's much more." He stood quickly and removed the remainder of his clothes, then crawled back up her body. Her eyes devoured him.
"You are beautiful, husband," she said.
His heart stuttered. "Say it again."
"You are beautiful."
"No, the other part."
"Husband?"
Warmth spread through his limbs. "Yes, I like that."
She grinned at him. "May I touch you?"
"Of course."
She reached down between them and ran her fingers tentatively along his length. "You're much bigger than I was expecting."
His brows rose. "Indeed? What were you expecting?"
Her teeth caught on her bottom lip and chewed, but she never lifted her gaze to his face. "Well, I've only ever seen men represented in paintings and sculptures. They're much smaller."
"Yes, and also flaccid." Sullivan chuckled. "But I can see how this might have been a surprise."
She grew bolder, wrapped her hand around him and squeezed lightly. "You told me that morning in the inn that your arousal was merely a bodily function you had no control over." Finally, she lifted her eyes to meet his. He shook his head.
"I lied. I didn't want to frighten you by admitting I desired you."
Surprise flashed across her face. She grinned, then slid her hand up his cock. Sensations fired through him and he groaned. His knees nearly buckled and his sack tightened. He grabbed her hand and stilled it.
"Perhaps not too much, because I want to last for this next part, and I'm so hard for you right now it's ridiculous."
"That is a good thing, though, right?"
"A very good thing."
He moved his fingers back to her core and slid them inside and pumped them a few times to ensure she was wet enough.
"I don't want to hurt you, Tilly."
"It'll be all right. I want this. I want you inside me." He groaned. Then he positioned himself at her entrance and slowly pushed inside. She tensed briefly, her face pinching with discomfort, but she never took her eyes off him. It was intense and intimate and so damned erotic. He kissed her forehead, her eyelids, her nose and her chin.
"Sorry, Freckles."
Again she raised those long legs of hers and wrapped them around him. She pressed her lips to his mouth and he tilted his head, sweeping his tongue inside. Their tongues stroked over each other's, and he deepened their kisses until he felt a rush of wet desire flood her channel. Then he started moving, slowly at first, and then building until he was rocking into her the way he wanted. She met him with each move, bucking against him, digging her nails into his back and moaning. Pleasure started to build at his spine, and he knew he was already close. Damned, he'd wanted to last longer for their first time, but he wanted her too much, and she felt too damn good. So tight, so wet, so warm. He reached between them and found her hidden nub, and circled his thumb against her as he slid in and out of her. Again and again until he felt her still beneath him, and then she was squeezing his cock as she climaxed around him. She whimpered his name, dug her nails into his backside. He pushed in one more time, then spilled his seed with a growl of her name. Chapter 7. Tilly met Sullivan's eyes and just stared in wonder. That had been amazing, unlike anything she could possibly have imagined. Nothing her mother, or anyone else for that matter, might have told her could have prepared her. This was obviously why her friends were so blissful in their own marriages. Though that was not entirely true. If her friends were happy in their marriages, no doubt, it was due in part to the relations they shared with their husbands, but certainly not solely to that. Her friends had husbands who adored them, loved them. She did not have that, nor would she ever. She simply wasn't the kind of woman who inspired such feelings. She was too blunt, too outspoken. She had neither Agnes's beauty nor Harriet's sweetness. She had resigned herself long ago to the fact that she was not the kind of woman to inspire romantic passion in a man. Of course, then she hadn't known such other passions existed, and while Sullivan certainly didn't seem to feel romantic passion for her, physical passion seemed like another matter entirely. She hadn't expected pleasure, least of all to feel as if she'd break apart from the powerful sensations. Her entire body still tingled. That secret place between her thighs was sticky and wet, and felt used in the best way. He moved off her and fell onto the bed, pulling her with him so that she lay half upon his chest. "I didn't think you wanted me," she said dumbly. He chuckled. "I hope I've dispelled that notion." "I suspect you have." He'd said he'd lied to her at the inn about his arousal, that he had wanted her all along. She wasn't certain she believed that. It could have simply been because she'd been the one there, naked and pressed against him. And now he wanted her because she was his wife, and therefore willing to be naked and available for his pleasure. She wished she could make sense of the jumble of thoughts and emotions scattering through her mind. "I wanted you very much. Too much." He squeezed her to him. "I feared I'd be too rough, too intense," he said. "Did I frighten you at all?" "No, of course not. I'm not such a ninny to be scared of you. It was very pleasurable." Even if Sullivan would never love her, would it be so bad as long as he merely desired her? Lying here beside him now, draped over his body, she could very well believe that desire and pleasure in the bedroom might well be enough for her. As long as she never let her own heart become vulnerable to him, couldn't they at least share a bed and enjoy the physical benefits of marriage? Might that not be enough for her? It would have to be. As long as she never expected more from him, as long as she kept her heart protected from him, this marriage of theirs might prove to be very rewarding. Now she ran her palm down the sinewy planes of his torso. "Are all these muscles truly necessary?" "I believe they help hold me upright. You have them too, you know." She drew a finger, outlined the stacked squares of his abdominals. "I'm not so certain." His body was fascinating. If she had even a modicum of artistic skill, she'd try to sketch him or sculpt the perfection of his body. She'd never be able to do him justice, but it would be enjoyable to try. "You are so hard, everywhere." "It is the way it is meant to be. Men are hard and women soft. I would not want you with hard angles and sharp edges." He cupped her bottom. "I much prefer your soft curves." "I like your hard angles and sharp edges," she let herself admit. Her hand continued its exploration of his stomach, but her eyes were locked on that hard length of him that was growing heavier and longer by the moment. "Your body intrigues me." "Ignore him." He waved a hand dismissively over his nether region. "He has a mind of his own and can sense that there's a nice, warm, tight, wet space in which he could hide away for a while." "Why should I ignore him, though?" She ran one finger up the length of the member in question. Sullivan hissed a breath out through his teeth. "Because you are no doubt sore. I don't want to make you uncomfortable." She added another finger, then gently encircled him with her entire hand. His member was hard, but the skin soft. He was damp and somewhat sticky from their earlier joining. "I don't think I'm too sore." He groaned as she moved her hand over him. "You like that, don't you?" she asked, feeling emboldened by her actions and his reactions. This entire experience was fascinating. Yes, the sensations were pleasurable, but his body fed her innate curiosities.
Yes, it feels so damned good.
He cursed. The power to affect someone in such a way was heady, something she could definitely get accustomed to, especially because it would give her some measure of power in their relationship. Men always wielded their authority over women. This, perhaps, would even the field, as it were. My mother never spoke to me about the goings-on between a woman and a man, at least not in any detail that made sense. She used so many metaphors about flowers, I frankly got lost in the garden. I don't suppose she ever thought I'd marry. She looked up at his face and found him staring at her.
You can ask me questions, if you have any.
He cupped her cheek.
Or we can just figure out things together.
She nodded, continuing to move her hand against his shaft. He moaned,
"Oh God, Tilly, that's so good."
He bucked his hips up to meet her pumping hand.
"Kiss me."
She licked her lips, then leaned forward and pressed her lips to his. He didn't waste any time in deepening the kiss, spearing his tongue inside and slicing it against her own. One hand cupped her breast and kneaded it, flicking a finger across her sensitive nipple. He pinched the sensitive tip. Then he lifted her and situated her astride him. He rocked his pelvis, sliding his hot erection against her center. She moaned and slid herself over his shaft.
"That's right, sweetheart. Take your pleasure."
He cupped both breasts and tugged on her nipples as she moved against him.
"Ride me, wife."
She lost all sense of decorum as she rocked on him. The sensations were too good. Pleasure pulsed through her, and she knew she was getting close again to that pinnacle of sensation. It crashed over her, and she had barely started to ride the waves of the climax when he reached between them and lined himself up, so that when she slid back, he entered her. She cried out as the climax started again, or maybe it had never ended. He gripped her hips and pumped up into her over and over. He cursed again.
"Oh, sweetheart, it's so good. You're so damned good."
She loved that he talked during their lovemaking, that he told her he was enjoying it. It made it all the more pleasurable for her. That deep baritone voice of his would get all raspy and hot as it slid across her skin in seductive caresses.
"I'm going to come,"
he whispered. His abdomen grew tight beneath her, and then she felt him release his hot seed inside her. His eyes closed, his lips parted, and his expression was one of sheer bliss. This man, he was mesmerizing. And he was her husband, and they got to do this whenever they wanted, any time they wanted. She repressed a giggle as the notion hit her.
"Are you laughing at me?"
he asked, cocking one eyebrow. She looked down and found him giving her an incredulous grin.
"You are."
He pinched her side and she giggled more.
"What is so amusing?"
She shook her head. "No, it's embarrassing."
"Tell me."
Again he dug his fingers into her sides, tickling her mercilessly. "I was only thinking, now that we're married, we can do this whenever we want." His brows rose sharply.
"Indeed?"
He flipped them so that she was on her back and he loomed over her.
"Am I to interpret that to mean my saucy wife enjoys our bedroom activities?"
"Yes, I do. Very much so." He stared down at her, smiling, and then the brown in his eyes warmed.
"Let's get out of London for a while. Go on a proper honeymoon."
"Where would we go?"
"My family owns an estate down in Essex, on Southland. Have you been to the pier there?"
"No." She shook her head against the pillows. I've never seen the ocean. My family's estate is practically in Scotland. I've been there and London. That is all.
Then it is settled. We'll leave tomorrow. Have a proper beginning to this marriage.
She nodded. The happiness coursing through her made her nervous, hesitant.
Now, we'll have no more talk about annulments, he said. You are my wife in every way.
Her brow grew heavy with a frown.
It wasn't a trick, Freckles. I had always planned to consummate. I wanted you, remember. Still do.
Let it go, she silently told herself. Let this be enough. He desired you. He still desires you. That is enough. But despite her inner lecture, she couldn't let it go. Before she could think better of it, she asked, "And what of your earlier promise to let me live separately, if I still despise you in 6 months' time?" She tried to keep her tone light, so he wouldn't guess she wanted him to denounce his earlier promise. How desperately she wanted him to pull her back astride him, kiss her, and declare he couldn't fulfill his promise, that he could never let her go. Despite her attempts to keep her tone light, she must have failed, because she felt him still beside her, felt the deep breath he drew in, held, and then slowly released. He was no doubt thinking of what to say, of how to extract himself from her desperate clinging. Finally, he said softly, "Don't worry, Freckles, I'll keep my word. In 6 months we'll be free of each other. So if you find yourself still miserable as my wife, then we can live separately. Your reputation will be protected." Her heart squeezed and her nose began to sting. She would not cry. There was no reason to. He was simply stating the facts. What they'd done in this bed hadn't truly changed things between them. Their marriage wasn't a love match, and she'd do well to remember that. Physical pleasure was one thing, and Sullivan might desire her in his bed, but that didn't mean he'd allow her into his heart. People usually didn't. No one she loved, save her papa, had ever loved her in return. And she'd seen what a one-sided love did to a marriage. Poor Thomas had once adored her sister, but Melanie's coldness had ruined both of them. Tilly wouldn't allow that to happen to her. She would let Sullivan have her body, but she'd keep her heart safely locked away. Once Sullivan had fallen asleep, she crept from his bed and returned to her own smaller bedchamber. Letting him take her body would be one thing, but sleeping curled in his arms was far too intimate. She'd never be able to protect herself from hurt if she allowed that. So she'd sleep alone. Sullivan awoke to an empty bed. It was still dark out, so Tilly hadn't roused because it was morning. He reached across the bed to find her spot cold. She'd been gone a while. He exhaled slowly and looked up at the dark ceiling. She'd been so responsive during their lovemaking, he'd thought it had been a turning point in their relationship. And he'd even relented, offering her an out in a few months if she couldn't make her happy. Obviously, he still had work to do. He'd take her to his seaside village. Getting her out of London would serve twofold. They'd have time for just the two of them, but she also would be out of the fray of her ladies of virtue duties. Perhaps it would be as simple as out of sight, out of mind. The slower movement of life in Southend-on-Sea should be a welcome change to the excitement London provided. Maybe she'd see that she didn't need her little group the way she thought she did. And in the midst of all that, he'd seduce her again and again until she couldn't walk away from him. He was done questioning his good fortune. God or the fates or whatever had seen fit to put her in his life, gave her to him as his wife, and he intended to keep her. He knew how stubborn she was. Given her intractable nature, it was quite probable she still believed he was a selfish, lazy cad, interested only in his own pleasure. She wasn't wrong. When it came to her, he was selfish and a cad. However, she'd learned soon enough that he was not lazy, and he was interested in more than his own pleasure. In fact, he found her pleasure quite fascinating. Perhaps they had only a limited time together. It mattered not. However long they had, he would bed her over and over until she was so mindless with pleasure she wouldn't want to leave him. And in the process, he would finally rid himself of this stupid obsession he had with her. Then, when their time was up, he would be the one to walk away. It took them less than a full day to get to his estate. It was a modest estate by some standards, but she found the 3-story brownstone home beautiful. She still hadn't managed to quite look her husband in the eye after their previous night together. Her cheeks heated with a blush every time she replayed the way he'd brought her body pleasure, the words he'd said, his intoxicating kisses. Thankfully, once they'd arrived at what he foolishly referred to as the cottage, he'd claimed he had business to attend to with the housekeeper, and he'd sent her off to rest from their travels. Now, after a short nap, Sullivan had come to retrieve her for her first walk on the Southend-by-the-Sea pier. She was ridiculously excited about seeing the ocean for the first time, hearing the sounds and smelling the fresh, salty air. She'd dressed herself in her smartest new walking gown, a blue and white striped confection that fit her perfectly and even had a matching parasol. Of course, Agnes had made a few adjustments to the umbrella so that it could serve a dual purpose and offer Tilly protection, in the form of a thin dagger, should she require it. Not something she would share with Sullivan, since he was still holding to his unreasonable demands that she not do her duties as a lady of virtue. She refused to quit, though, no matter what he said. She'd simply be more careful, so he was none the wiser to her activities. It had never occurred to her to inform her mother of her training and special skills. Tilly was quite accustomed to hiding the truth of her group. So now she and her husband, still a strange notion to consider, walked together, her gloved hand looped through his elbow to rest upon his forearm. As they walked, she could feel the play of the muscles in his arm. Oh, the wicked things he'd done to her body the night before, not to mention the way he'd slid his hand up her skirts in the carriage on the ride to his estate. Twice. She blushed at the memory of how she'd clung to his arm and cried out his name. What a wanton she was turning out to be. The ocean sprawled in front of them, the water so blue in some places it appeared to be made of glass. She gasped and stopped walking as she took in the view. Never in her wildest imaginations would she have conjured this reality. So much water. It was endless. There was an entire world out there. Suddenly she felt very small. "What do you think?" he asked. "It's so breathtaking. I had no idea." He inhaled deeply. "I've missed the sea air." "You grew up here?" He nodded, leading them to the wooden planks of the boardwalk. Vendors lined the sides, offering everything from ribbons and baubles to food items. The crisp, salty air mixed with the tantalizing smells of one particular cart they strode past. Sullivan stopped abruptly. "You must try one of these." He retrieved some coin and purchased 2 of the small half-moon-shaped pastries. "They are the very best, somewhat like a cottage pie hidden within a crust." She had to admit they did smell delicious. He bumped shoulders with her. "And the best part, you can eat while you walk." He gave her a wink. How had she known him for all these years and missed this playful side of him? Had she misjudged him? That seemed unlikely. She watched people carefully. It was a requirement for her sanity, a lesson learned again and again. She remembered all the times she'd trusted Melanie, only to have her sister turn things around on her at the last minute. At some point, Tilly had learned not to trust people. Simply because Sullivan was her husband didn't exempt him from that rule. In fact, around him she had even more reason to be cautious with her heart. After all, she knew the intimacy of their relationship would be short-lived. 6 months. Less than that, even, since their wedding had taken place nearly a week ago now. Still, she was determined not to let such thoughts intrude on her first day at the ocean. Instead, she focused on the sights and sounds around her. The treat was delicious, and as they walked and ate, he brought her more things. A tart for them to share once they were at home, a trinket box with miniature roses carved onto it, as well as several hair ribbons. Once they reached the middle of the pier, they stopped to stand at the edge and look out at the water. It was a miraculously cloud-free day, and the salty air seemed to invigorate her body. She inhaled deeply. "I suspect this was a wonderful place to grow up," she said.
It was at times.
"You must have had so many adventures." Something she'd always craved as a child. He said nothing, merely stared out at the sea. She eyed him as he watched the water, the smile gone from his face. Intensity seeped into his features, removing the soft lines at the corners of his eyes and the almost dimples at his cheeks. Still, he was so handsome it nearly took her breath away. She turned away from him before she lost more of herself to the man who saved her, the man who knew all her secrets, her husband. Already he had so much he could use against her, the same way her sister had used Tilly's youthful affection for Thomas against her and stolen him. She'd done the same thing when they'd been girls, with toys or ribbons, or even fabric for dresses. But Tilly had thought Melanie had grown out of it. One night after a ball, when she'd danced with Thomas twice, Melanie had come to her room that night to discuss Tilly's budding romance. Tilly had shared her feelings with her sister. They'd giggled like silly girls. The next day, Melanie had gone riding with him in Hyde Park. They'd become engaged within the month. Her gaze followed the other patrons on the pier, sampling wares and making purchases. It was a happy place, and she decided she very much liked it here at Southend. A movement caught her eye and she narrowed in. A young man, likely no more than 10 and 3, snaked in and out of the crowd of people. He was quick and wily, and it didn't take Tilly long to realize he was relieving the good people of their belongings. A pocket watch here, a bracelet there. He was quick and undiscerning in what he grabbed. She took a step forward, but a vice-like grip on her arm stopped her.
"No, Tilly, leave him be."
She turned and eyed Sullivan with surprise. "You saw him?"
"After you did. You obviously have more experience with that sort of thing, but watching you it became apparent you'd seen something suspicious."
"Then let me stop him. I won't cause a scene, Sullivan. I've been trained to be discreet."
"Discretion is not my concern. My concern is, and always will be, your safety. You could be injured."
"He is but a child."
"Who likely works for someone else. Children do not learn to do that on their own."
His words gave her the perfect opportunity to tell him about the work she'd done in London. She opened her mouth to tell him, to plead with him to help her help those children. But she stopped herself. He didn't want her to do this. He'd forbidden it. This work that was so vitally important to her, so much part of her very person. "They do if it is out of necessity," she said quietly.
"If that were the case, he'd be stealing food, not jewels."
"That doesn't mean he's not hungry." He was painfully gaunt, the hollows beneath his cheeks and eyes dark and deep. "It is my duty as a member of the Ladies of Virtue." Sullivan's eyes narrowed, and his jaw ticked with irritation.
"Now you are my wife. We've discussed this Ladies of Virtue business. You want to participate in some charity work, then by all means, my funds are at your disposal. But I will not have you putting yourself intentionally in danger. On that, I haven't changed my mind."
"Nor have I," she said, then turned and walked away from him. She didn't miss how Sullivan purchased another of those meat pies and handed it to the boy as he followed her back up the rocky beach path to where he'd parked their carriage. That small kindness chipped away at her anger, but did not dissolve it completely. He wanted to change her. Being a member of the Ladies of Virtue was the first thing she'd ever had all on her own. Melanie had no notion of what the group did. It didn't matter that Tilly wasn't the most beautiful or most graceful in the room. She had training and skills, and she was accomplished. She was proud of her work. And he wanted to strip her of it, take it all away from her. That she would not allow. She would give him her body. She would bear his children. But she would not give him the only thing she'd ever been good at. No, she had to cling to the Ladies of Virtue and the work she did with them. Despite Sullivan's declarations that he cared about her safety, she couldn't let herself forget that their marriage would not last forever. 6 months from now, when he left her in London to live his life elsewhere, her work for the Ladies of Virtue would be all she had left. Chapter 8. They had returned to the estate nearly 2 hours ago, and hadn't spoken since their argument on the pier. Tilly had made herself comfortable in the library, perusing the shelves. She'd only settled on a book, a collection of poetry by Keats, when Sullivan found her.
"Come."
He held his hand out to her. She eyed his hand suspiciously, then shook her head. "No, thank you."
"Freckles, come with me."
He waved his hand again, urging her to grasp it. She took it and allowed him to pull her to standing. "Where are we going?" She tugged her hand free.
"To take a bath."
She gasped. "Together?" Crossing her arms over her chest, she shook her head. "No, I am still angry with you." He gave her a crooked grin.
"Indeed. Be angry if you must. But I had the servants heat enough water to fill the largest tub. We do not wish the water to get chilled."
Nervousness flitted through her stomach. Taking a bath together. She'd never imagined such a thing. Would they couple in the bathtub? Was that even possible? And did she even want to, considering their argument earlier? She already knew the answer to that. Regardless of his near-sighted view of her activities with the Ladies of Virtue, she desired him. They could be physically intimate without her giving him her heart. That she would never do. She'd asked him to give her a real marriage, and he had done that. But she couldn't give him all of her, especially since he forbade her to do something so vitally important to her. He obviously didn't understand who she was as a person, and until he did, then she could not reveal her heart. She had never conceded to his demands that she cease her involvement with the group, and she had no intention of doing so. Perhaps, over time, she could persuade him otherwise.
"Your skin turns the most becoming shade of pink when you're angry," he said.
She snorted.
"You doubt my words?"
"My good sir, I happen to know that when I flush, my complexion is ruddy and unappealing." He linked their fingers and drew her closer to him, They walked up the stairs to the second floor, where the bedchambers were located.
I'm going to prove you wrong, Freckles.
Once they were enclosed in his bedchamber, he turned to her and pulled her flush to his body.
I'm going to show you precisely how much I want you, he said. He cocked an eyebrow, ruddy complexion and all.
I am angry with you, she repeated with a roll of her eyes.
Duly noted.
He chuckled.
It doesn't make me not want you, Freckles. Perhaps it only whets my desire to see that fire in your eyes.
Then he kissed her. He cupped her face and slanted his mouth, deepening the kiss. She met his tongue with her own, and he groaned at the contact. He abruptly ended the kiss and spun her so she faced away from him. Then his hands were on her buttons rapidly. Once the dress was completely unfastened, he leaned forward and brushed his lips across her neck. She shivered at the touch.
I wanted to do this when I unbuttoned your dress in that inn. I had to force myself to walk away from you.
His admission caused chills across her neck and down her spine. He pushed her dress off her shoulders, then worked to remove the rest of her garments, until she stood before him wearing absolutely nothing. She closed her eyes, not wanting to watch him look at her.
Tilly, look at me,
he said. One finger tipped up her chin. She met his warm brown gaze.
Do you know how lovely you are to me? He asked.
I think that is merely lust speaking. He started undressing himself.
What does that mean?
She followed the movements of his hands, first removing his shirt and then his trousers, and then his underthings, until he stood before her, gloriously wearing nothing more than his sinewy flesh. Good gracious, but her husband was a sight to look upon. The muscles in his thighs were perfectly shaped, so thick and well sculpted. She reached a hand out to trace down his muscled torso. You are perfect, as if Michelangelo himself carved you. He hissed a breath through his teeth.
I like it when you touch me.
He took a step closer to her.
But I want to go back to this nonsense you said earlier. You believe I said you were lovely only because I wished to have relations with you.
Truly, she did not wish to discuss this. She was not blind to her imperfections. She shrugged. It does seem as if your compliments are wasted on me. I am your wife. I shall not deny you in the bedroom, whether you find me attractive to look upon or not.
Tilly.
Again he tipped her chin so she would look at him. His brow weighed heavy with a frown.
You are a very beautiful woman.
She wrapped her arms around her middle. Can we get into the water? It is getting chilled in here. He nodded, then stepped into the enormous copper tub. Once he had leaned back, he held a hand out to her to follow suit. She stepped into the heated water and sighed. The hot water lapped at her flesh as she settled herself in front of him. He pulled her so she lay flush against him, her back to his chest. He looped an arm loosely around her waist, then reached up and cupped her breast lightly. I am odd-looking at best, she said. No one would ever believe me to be more than that. Perhaps I have a few pleasing features. His hands continued their ministrations on her breasts, kneading and teasing.
I don't know who the devil told you such lies, but that is ridiculous.
I am too tall for a woman.
I am taller than the average man. Your height makes it so I don't have to lean down too far to kiss you, thus avoiding a neck injury. Perfect.
He nibbled against the back of her neck and her nipples tightened almost painfully. She arched her neck to give him better access, as his tongue licked at her sensitive flesh. His teeth nibbled her skin. My legs are too long.
Long enough to wrap around me while I plough inside you. Perfect." His words melted inside her like butter on a warm piece of bread. She leaned her head back. "My breasts are too small." His other hand slid up her belly, so that now he cupped both her breasts. He squeezed them, flicked their hardening nipples. She arched into his touch. "They are the exact right size for my mouth and hands. Perfect." She fought off a smile. "I have far too many freckles. As you have seen, they are everywhere." "Ah, those infernal freckles. You have no notion of how many nights I lay awake, wondering about these freckles of yours. They are like stars on your fair skin. I want to connect them with my fingertips and tongue. Find designs in them. Count them. Perfect." He shifted slightly, bringing one hand up to her shoulder. His fingers lightly traced the skin there. "I believe these are my favorite of your freckles." She glanced over her shoulder at him to find him staring intently at her skin. God, he knew precisely what to do to arouse her. One touch and she was liquid fire in his arms. Why? "This little collection here," his finger traced across her skin, "reminds me of the constellation Andromeda. A fellow soldier really enjoyed astronomy. He taught me about the different constellations when we were in Burma." Sullivan didn't speak of the war often, and she wanted to ask questions. Was that other soldier a friend? Had he returned alongside Sullivan, or had he been one of the many casualties? She didn't know how to ask, though, so she took the simple way out of that conversation and brought it back to her cataloguing of her features. "My hair is neither brunette nor red. Rather, it is an odd mix of the two." "Your hair is the colour of cinnamon, and I've never quite figured out if I think you smell of cinnamon because of that, or if you do, in fact, smell of cinnamon." She closed her eyes, allowing herself to hear his words. He leaned so close to her ear. "Perfect," he whispered. Goose flesh scattered over her body. Her nipples tightened, and she felt slippery between her thighs, a dampness that had nothing to do with the water. "It's cloves, actually, but similar to cinnamon. It's in my hair rinse." His erection pressed against her back, a metal rod against her sensitive flesh. Again his hands caressed her breasts, plucking at her tender nipples. "Any other complaints about yourself?" "My teeth. I hate the gap between my front teeth." "Your smile, when you give it freely, lights up a room. That gap is charming and endearing and unique, and all you. All of these supposed imperfections meld together to form you, Tilly, my wife. I love the way you look. I think you are beautiful." He ground himself against her from behind. "And I desire you. I want you more than I've ever wanted any other woman." "Then I guess it bodes well for you that I'm your wife." "You saucy minx. I suppose it does." He leaned forward and nuzzled her neck, running his nose up to her ear. "Do you believe me?" She thought of his words, of all of his arguments against her silly complaints. Her skin warmed, despite the water beginning to cool. She could not deny the physical evidence of his arousal. "I shall consider your words." He grabbed the sponge off the tray to the side of the tub and rubbed the soap into it. Then he ran it up her spine and across her shoulders. The soap smelled of him, sandalwood and pine, perhaps. She allowed him to bathe her as she further pondered his words. She knew she wasn't beautiful. Her own mother had told her she'd never be a beauty. It was possible, though, that he found her attractive enough to want her. It might not make her beautiful, but she could pretend he believed her to be. She shivered as he ran the water-soaked sponge over her to rinse off the suds.
It's getting cold.
Indeed. Let us get out of this cooling water so I can rut you properly.
His wicked words were as effective as an intimate caress. She whimpered and felt her sex clench with need. Sullivan stood from the tub and stepped out. Then he helped Tilly out. What a ridiculous notion, her not seeing her own beauty. No, she wasn't classically beautiful like her sister or Agnes, but Tilly's beauty was original and surprising, a bold and vibrant bloom against the starkness of winter. More than likely he could attribute her view of herself to her sister's vitriol. He'd witnessed Melanie, on more than one occasion, insult Tilly. Though the older woman tended to mask her words cleverly, so they almost sounded like compliments instead of the cruelty they were. It was a ridiculous game women played. He wrapped a towel around Tilly, then led her over to the bed.
Would you like to know another benefit of you being taller than most women?
She lifted a shoulder in a shrug. I suppose.
I do think you'll like this one.
He rubbed the towel against her body, wicking off the remaining moisture. Then he quickly toweled himself off. God, he was hard, like a damned pipe. He seemed to be in a perpetual state of arousal ever since he'd married her. Hell, since they'd spent that fateful night together at the inn. That night when he'd touched her bare breast for the first time. And he hadn't been able to get her out from under his skin since then. As if by simply touching her naked flesh, she'd branded herself upon him. He slid his hands up her back, and she shivered under his touch. He bent her body so that she pressed into the mattress.
From this position, I can stand behind you.
He swept her hand up her leg to her bare center, and she hissed out a breath. 2 fingers slipped inside her slick channel.
You're the perfect height.
He pumped his fingers into her, curling them right against that spot that made her legs wobble. He swiped at that hidden nub with his thumb, making slow circles.
I'll get so deep inside you from here.
Her fingers gripped the bedclothes and she whimpered. Yes, please, she said. Sullivan, please. God, he loved the way she said his name. He'd never much cared for his name, but when she said it, like a prayer, like a pledge, it was everything.
You're so wet for me.
He continued moving his fingers inside her and circling his thumb.
Before we were married, when you'd lay alone in your bed at night, did you ever slip your hands between your thighs?
Never, she whispered.
Did you ever feel this kind of desire?
She rocked against his hand, chasing her release. No.
So this is all for me, this sweet, sweet honey from your body.
That was all it took, and she came apart and pushed against his hand, and she cried out. Her legs buckled, but he held her up with his other arm across her middle.
No one is more beautiful than you when you climax like that.
She watched him over her shoulder as he licked her orgasm off his fingers.
So sweet.
He didn't give her any time to relax. Instead, he centered himself against her opening and pushed inside. Christ, she felt good. He stood still for a moment, trying to restrain himself, because what he wanted to do was take her so hard, pump into her until she forgot anything but how beautiful she was to him. She arched her back, pressing herself against him. Sullivan!
You have no idea how good you feel.
He moved then, pulled out, then plunged back in, and her heat fisted him so tightly. It was like nothing he'd ever felt before. No woman could compare. Would he ever get enough of her? He rounded his body over her, pressing his chest to her back. One hand snaked around her and cupped one of her breasts. He rolled her nipple between his fingers. Plucking at it all the while, he thrust into her, in and out, again and again, until he swore he'd lose himself inside her. She was so slick, so hot and tight. With her, his wife, it wasn't about chasing the end, getting to that blast of pleasure that brought everything to a stop. No, inside Tilly, he was home. She broke against him, her inner muscles contracting with another climax, squeezing his cock and pulling his own orgasm to the surface. He shuddered against her, her name a prayer upon his lips. Then he leaned over her, wrapping both arms around her middle. They were skin to skin from foot to head, and he'd never been more content. Reluctantly, he withdrew himself from her, cleaned them both up, and then pulled her into the bed with him. "Sullivan, it is the middle of the day." "And I want to nap with you. We are on our honeymoon. What else is there for us to do? Nothing so pressing we can't relax during the day." That wasn't precisely true. Though he hadn't explored the entire village, he had seen enough since they'd arrived to know that David's words were true. The conditions of the roads were abysmal. The estate itself wasn't being tended as it should, and the staff had been cut in half. He'd already instructed the housekeeper to contact the former servants and reinstate them immediately, with back pay for their time away. He pulled her flush against him, her backside to his front. "Tell me about Matilda as a child. What did you used to dream about? What did you want for your adult self?" She was quiet a moment, as if considering the question. "I don't know. I suppose I dreamed about getting married and becoming a mother." "Well, then you're quite welcome for making part of your dream come true." "You're an idiot." He chuckled. "That is likely true." "What about you? What did little Sullivan dream of becoming, besides the mighty Viscount Glenbrook?" "Actually, if you remember correctly, I wasn't intended to be the heir, at least not originally." Her breath caught. "Roderick, I'm sorry, Sullivan. I don't know why I said that. Of course I remember him. He was a kind man." "He was. We were very close. He was my closest friend. I didn't even know he'd died until I returned from India. He'd been gone for nearly 2 years, and no one had sent me notice." He swallowed against the lump in his throat. His eyes pricked, but he squeezed them shut, glad that Tilly was facing away from him. "Wait, you received no notice of his death? That you had inherited the title?" "Not until I arrived back in London. By then he'd been gone so long." "How did he die?" she asked, her voice nothing more than a whisper. "Supposedly an accident while cleaning his pistol." Her body stiffened slightly. "You do not believe it was an accident?" "No, I don't. But I have no proof, so it doesn't matter what I believe." He'd intended to question Thomas about it on more than one occasion recently, but he wanted to wait until he had more information. He wasn't even sure what he was looking for in particular, but he needed something more. "Did you always want to be a soldier?" "It is what second-born gentlemen tend to do. We are the spare, therefore we're supposed to be expendable. But I survived and Roderick didn't." Just like he'd survived when so many others in India hadn't. "May I ask you a question?" He felt himself stiffen. Suddenly tense, he rolled over onto his back. God, what if she prodded more about Roderick? Or worse, asked about his time as a soldier? Was he ready to share his deepest shame with her? The mistakes he'd made in the army? All the men he hadn't been able to save? Maybe no one could have saved them. Maybe someone better than him, someone smarter, someone more decisive would have been able to. If he told her these things, she might well hate him. Not the playful hate that he was beginning to suspect had merely been a cover for an attraction she hadn't wanted to feel, but true, genuine hatred. He couldn't stand the thought. Instead, she said the last thing he expected. "What happens in 6 months if I'm not pregnant? Will you still let me leave?" She almost seemed to be holding her breath, but then she added, "After all, you are a Viscount. You do need an heir." Suddenly hit with an image of Tilly round with his baby, he had to fight the urge to roll over and pull her fully against him once more. She mentioned wanting children, yet he hadn't considered until now that he might get her pregnant. He had not thought children were for him. Now, unable to handle the burst of longing he felt, he gave the answer he'd given his mother over and over during the past year, indeed what he'd told her once. "Actually, I don't need an heir. Ulysses has 2 boys. The title is already secure." He felt her nod, but she didn't speak again, leaving him unsure if that were the answer she wanted or not. After all, she wanted children, but she wanted her freedom from him in 6 months. Unfortunately, he was beginning to wonder if he would ever be free of her, or even if he wanted to. "Sleep, Tilly. We can talk more later." Sullivan awoke and found himself alone. Even during a daytime slumber, Tilly had felt it necessary to leave him. It mattered not how late he kept her up at night, making love to her body until they both collapsed. She had always disappeared before he woke up. He'd never been a very solid sleeper until Tilly, and now she could leave his bed without his knowledge. It was disconcerting. He sat up and reached for his pocket watch on the side table. It was nearly time for dinner. He forked his fingers through his hair and exhaled loudly. How could she be so responsive to his touch? Such a passionate and enthusiastic lover, and then refuse to sleep in his bed. Chapter 9. Sullivan drove the barouche closer to the beach the following day, and he found himself feeling excitement on her behalf. He'd grown up knowing what the ocean looked and smelled and felt like. It was unfathomable to imagine never having even seen it from a distance. So to be the first person to introduce her to such a wonder gave him much pleasure. The carriage hit another rut in the road and Tilly grunted in response. "This road is in abysmal condition," she said. "Indeed." The muscles in his jaw tightened, the censure in her voice robbing him of some of the pleasure he'd felt just moments ago. His damned brother had made a mess of things. "I don't know what Thomas has been doing, or rather not doing, to lead to this mess." "Thomas?" she scoffed. "Are you truly going to blame your brother for something that is your fault?" "My fault?" She shot him a look he couldn't read. "Managing the property is your duty, is it not?" Ah, that's right. She believed he was slothful, that he had ignored his duties in the pursuit of pleasure and leisure. Nothing he had done since they'd married had convinced her otherwise. The last of his good mood evaporated in the bright coastal sunlight. "Indeed, it is my duty. But Thomas—" He cut himself off. It sounded like he was making excuses for himself. "I know Thomas has not managed things as you would have, but he has been overwhelmed by the responsibility. I know it weighs heavy on his shoulders." Sullivan released a mirthless chuckle. "Oh, that's right. He poured his soul out to you, telling you how selfish I am for making him do my duties." "You would claim otherwise?" "I was out of the country when I inherited the title, Tilly. For 2 years, Thomas acted as Viscount in my absence, instead of contacting my regiment and notifying me of Roderick's death. 2 years!" He didn't bother tempering his tone. He was angry, and tempted to tell her his suspicions that Thomas had killed their eldest brother, and then had hoped, perhaps even counted on, Sullivan being killed in battle, thereby giving him the title he so obviously wanted.
I would much rather not be the bloody Viscount if it meant Roderick was still here.
This time his words were quiet. He would give anything to have his brother back. Did she think he was such a cad that he didn't feel the loss of his brother every day? Her tone gentled as well, and she placed a gloved hand on his arm. He glanced at her. Her gaze was soft, pleading, open in a way she often wasn't with him, not in the daylight anyway. Then she ruined it by adding, "I merely meant you should speak to Thomas before accusing him of mishandling the Viscount duties. I'm certain he has a reasonable explanation." The tiny spark of hope he'd felt at her touch withered at her quick defense of Thomas. Sullivan wanted to say that it didn't bother him, that she was just giving Thomas the benefit of the doubt because that's the kind of person she was. But the truth was she wasn't a trusting person by nature. At least she hadn't been with him. She'd been quite leery of anything regarding Sullivan, and accepting of Thomas. With him she was guarded and reserved. With Thomas, open and receptive to the thinnest of lies. With him she questioned everything. With Thomas, nothing. It could mean only one thing. She was still in love with his brother. The realization sat in his stomach like a heavy rock. How had he found himself in this untenable situation, pining for a woman who would never love him, never want him, who found him inferior to another in every way? He drew the carriage to a stop and jumped down to tether the horse, suddenly desperate to dispel some of his pent-up energy. Then he walked around to assist Tilly to the ground. She took his hand. Then once she was standing in front of him, she cupped his cheek in her palms, not moving until he met her gaze. Then she rose onto her toes and kissed him, her lips a whisper across his own.
"What was that for?"
he asked, recognizing that his voice was taut with anger. "I do not wish you to be angry with me," she said. He turned his face away from her then, because he wanted to keep hold of his anger for a little while longer. Looking into her lovely face with her earnest expression would dissolve it. The fact that she still obviously had feelings for his arse of a brother made Sullivan want to slam his fist into Thomas's smug face. She had to still love him. Why else would she defend him so fervently? Thomas didn't deserve any kind of affection from Tilly. She didn't know the truth of who Thomas was, but there was no reason for Sullivan to try to explain it to her. She likely wouldn't believe him, and instead decide that Sullivan was the real arse. It seemed that no matter what he did, he simply couldn't win with her. Maybe he never would. Maybe he would only ever be her second choice. No. Not even her second choice. Marrying him had been her only chance to avoid absolute ruin. Mustering a smile that felt forced, he asked,
"Are you ready to see the ocean?"
Her smile lit up her face, and he felt it straight in his chest as if he'd been hit with a sunbeam. He swallowed against the unwanted emotion clogging his throat. God, she was beautiful. How did she not know that? "Very much so. I should like to dip my toes in it, I believe." He linked their hands together, her long, graceful fingers threading through his own. Her palm was chilled slightly. Together they walked down the overgrown path, reminding him how very long it had been since he'd been here. "I still can't believe this is your first visit to the coast. Did your family not take holiday when you were younger?" he asked. "We did, on occasion, but we went north rather than south." As he assisted her over a particularly rocky part of the path, she said, "It's warm here with the sun shining today."
"Yes, unseasonably warm."
He helped her step over the tangled vines covering the ground.
"When we were kids, we'd take days like this and go swimming."
She glanced over at him, her eyes wide with curiosity. "In the sea?"
"Indeed."
She looked aghast. "Is the water not freezing?" He chuckled.
"Yes, it generally is. But when you're a boy, you do not care about such things."
"I suppose I was less concerned with my comfort when I was a child. I remember plenty of times I played in the rain, and my mother would fuss and fuss about me catching my death, not to mention all the mud I got on my clothes and in the house. But splashing in those puddles was the very best."
"Indeed."
But thinking of his childhood only reminded him of his brother's, which led him back to Thomas. The man who'd betrayed their entire family. Sullivan was certain about that, and yet the man who obviously still held Tilly's heart. Jealousy, black and thick, coiled through Sullivan's body, and he dropped her hand as they reached the beach. He started them on a course, walking down to the shoreline. They walked in silence for a long stretch down the sandy expanse. Every so often, Tilly would bend and reach down to pick up something. After repeating this several times, he stopped walking and reached for her hand. Clutched in her palm were bits of sand and broken shells. Confused, he looked up at her face.
"Freckles, you are stepping over complete and lovely shells for these fragmented pieces."
She gave him a shy smile. "I suspect people always overlook these because they are not perfect. I find beauty in them regardless." She held one up to him. "See all of the colours in this one. No, the shape is not complete, but it is still wondrous to behold." He longed to pull her to him, to hold her close to his chest. He wanted to tell her how perfect she was in his eyes. But then she spoke again. "This is like your relationship with your brother," she said, holding up one of the shell pieces. "Yes, it's broken in some places, but still valuable. You need only try to salvage it." He shifted away and closed his eyes. Why couldn't he be the one to reach her heart? Why couldn't she see his brother for the bastard that he was? Indignation pumped through him. Well, she might prefer Thomas, but the reality was she was Sullivan's wife, which meant he was the only man who could touch her, the only man who could bring her pleasure. The next moment he pulled her to him and crashed his mouth down onto hers. Though she was obviously surprised by his ambush of a kiss, she took it in stride and met his tongue, stroke for stroke. Gently, he lowered them until they were kneeling on the sand, and then lower still until he loomed over her body, and the kissing never stopped. He reached a hand down to her ankle and slid it up her leg until he cupped her mound. She squeaked in response and pulled her mouth away from his. "What are you doing?" she asked.
"Touching my wife."
Her eyes rounded. "Here? Won't someone see?"
"It's unlikely, but I don't give a damn."
He threaded his fingers through the slit in her drawers, then found the dewy softness of her curls. She was already wet from their kissing. He moved his hand back out from under her skirts and worked at the bodice of her gown until he could free her breasts. Her nipples were hard little points, and he lowered his mouth to suck one in as his hand went back between her legs. He moved slowly, making languid circles over that hidden nub, then around her entrance. Back and forth he went until she was writhing beneath him. "Oh, yes," she hissed. He slowed his movements, taking his fingers away from her sensitive skin. He lifted his head from her breast and eyed her. "Please," she said.
"In due time." He was in charge of her pleasure, no one else. She needed to remember that. Again he brought her close to release, then pulled back. He stilled his hand and kissed her mouth, and she wiggled under him, whining at the back of her throat. He was so damned hard in his trousers, it was a miracle he hadn't already spilled himself. But he ignored his painful erection and went back to her pleasure, circling her nub, sucking her nipples, sliding his fingers in and out of her. "Please don't stop, please, Sullivan." But he did stop, twice more. She was so frustrated she was nearly in tears. He was close to drilling a hole through his pants. Finally, when he built her back up so she was right at the cusp of the climax, he let her slide over the edge. She screamed, her body twitching with pleasure, her back arching. When the last waves of her orgasm stilled, she opened her eyes, and tears streamed down her cheeks into her hairline. She inhaled, the breath ragged. She said nothing, but she did reach for his trouser fastenings. He stopped her hand and shook his head. He stood, then reached down and assisted her to her feet, fixing the bodice of her dress so she was properly covered. "Why won't you let me touch you?" "That's not what I want right now. This was about your pleasure." Her eyes searched his face earnestly. "But I want to make you feel good, too." He shook his head and turned to face the surf as the waves rolled in and out. She might never love him, fine. But until their 6 months was up, her body was his. He wouldn't let her forget it. He would pleasure her so often and so well, she wouldn't ever think of another man again. She'd waited several hours before locating Sullivan once they'd returned to the estate. "I have instructed the staff to ready the carriage," she said, doing her best to keep her voice even and devoid of emotion. He glanced up from the several ledger books spread across his desk. She clenched her jaw and took a slow, steady breath. She would not show him any of the hurt and humiliation she felt. Foolishly, she'd trusted him with her body, and that intimacy had given her a false sense of security in the dynamic of their relationship. The truth was, he held all the cards. Thus far, he had made the decisions and the demands. He'd demanded she refrain from her ladies of virtue duties. He had said when and where he would touch her body, and when and where she could touch his. Well, no more. She wouldn't be his little puppet. "And where shall you be taking this carriage?" he asked. "I wish to return to London, post-haste." His brows rose, and she cursed the fact that he was so bloody handsome. She should have known better. Should have known that Sullivan, like her sister and her mother, couldn't be trusted. They were too attractive. People who were physically perfect didn't reside in the same world as she did. They were afforded luxuries pedestrian people such as herself would never receive. They didn't have to fight for anything, didn't have to try. They simply were. Beautiful and perfect, and the rest of the world fell at their feet. She released a tight and mirthless laugh. "Suddenly you are in such a rush to return to London?" "I am." He steepled his fingers under his chin. "What, may I ask, is the hurry?" Damnation. She hadn't considered him questioning her. That was what she got for being impulsive. "I'm missing my family, my mother in particular, and should like to return and see her." His jaw ticked. She was lying. He knew she was lying, they both did. But she'd be damned if she'd tell him the truth. That she needed space from him. Needed to return to the bustle of London and her friends and her duties. The other day on the pier, when they'd seen that young boy stealing, Sullivan had suggested there was likely an adult behind the thief. It had made her see that there must be something similar happening in London,
and all of those kids she'd seen on Bond Street as of late. She could help them. More than anything, though, she needed something to distract her from the feelings she was beginning to have for Sullivan.
"Your mother?"
he asked. "Yes."
"I see."
He closed up the ledgers and stacked them one atop another. Then he stood.
"Very well. I shall pack my things and we can be off within the hour."
She opened her mouth, then closed it. She'd expected him to fight her. She'd been prepared for an argument, but he'd given her none. He'd taken that lie she'd told him and simply accepted it. He must have nefarious reasons for doing such a thing. Once they were in London, she'd examine that thought. Chapter 10. Everything was planned, and Sullivan smiled at his reflection as his valet finished tying his cravat.
"Thank you,"
Sullivan said, as the servant nodded and stepped aside.
"Will you see to it the family gathers directly into the dining room?"
"Yes, sir."
The valet paused.
"This came for you?"
He held out an envelope, then the man left the room. Once alone, Sullivan looked down at the envelope. He saw the wax seal on the back emblazoned with the letter X. He slipped his finger under it and popped it open, then unfolded the parchment. Sullivan Chase, the Honourable Viscount Glenbrook. I had hopes that after my last correspondence we would have come to an agreement. Instead, I know your wife, as well as many other members of their foolish little group, is still out there attempting to manhandle petty thieves. I cannot adequately express the danger this puts them in. The women, not the thieves. I still have the information you seek, and am ready to share it with you. In order for that to happen, you must help me end the Ladies of Virtue. Then you will be able to have your brother prosecuted for the murderer he is. Most sincerely, Lady X. Damnation! That woman was a thorn in his side. Of course he wanted Tilly out of that infernal group. It made him physically ill to think of any danger she could put herself in. But nothing he'd done so far had made a whit of difference to Tilly. No argument he'd made had been received with anything more than disdain. And, frankly, he didn't have time to deal with Lady X and her nonsense. Impatient to get on with his evening, he gestured for his valet to bring over his writing instrument and jotted down a reply.
Lady X. Or perhaps I should call you Lady Deerfield. I agree the situation with the Ladies of Virtue is intolerable, but I've had no luck on my end. I assure you I find it most bothersome that my wife willingly puts herself into dangerous situations. I welcome any suggestions from you as to how to disband this group. Until then, perhaps there is some other agreement we could come to in order for me to receive the proof you have of my brother Roderick's murder. Cordially yours, Sullivan Chase, Viscount Glenbrook. Perhaps that would shut up the lady. Otherwise, he had much more pressing issues to deal with, namely his brother. If Sullivan couldn't prove he was a murderer, at least he could prevent his incompetence from doing any further damage. Sullivan sighed. This was the right thing to do, but he also knew this would likely put an immovable wedge between him and his wife. Granted, she wasn't exactly speaking to him at the moment, so perhaps it couldn't get any worse. Perhaps he should simply give up, let her walk away, since she so obviously didn't want him. 20 minutes later, he entered the dining room to find Tilly sitting at the foot of the table, flanked on either side by Thomas and her sister Melanie. Their respective mothers sat in the other seats, leaving the head of the table open for him. He skirted by Tilly's chair and bent to place a kiss on her cheek. God, she smelled good. You look lovely, my dear.
Thank you, she said, her voice tight. Clearly she was still angry with him. He paused by his mother's chair and offered her a kiss on the cheek as well. Then he took his seat. He nodded to the footman to begin serving the meal. The family was relatively quiet during the soup course. His mother spoke softly to Tilly, but Melanie answered for her so often that eventually his mother just stared at her bowl.
"I requested you to dinner to discuss some family matters."
He'd captured their attention now. Thomas leaned back in his chair, looking bored and irritated. Melanie glanced in Sullivan's direction, but her eyes seemed glassy and unfocused. Tilly had stopped eating, but had yet to look up to meet his gaze.
"As much as I appreciate all of Thomas's hard work—"
Sullivan paused to take a sip of his wine. There was no way he could get through that false compliment without assistance.
"I know he stepped in while I was at war, and everything he has done has not gone unnoticed."
Sullivan met his brother's gaze, quirked a brow, and held up his glass in a silent toast. Confronting Thomas wouldn't work. Sullivan knew that. But he also wanted his brother to know that he knew the truth.
"I know what you did to our brother. I know what you've done, or rather haven't done, with our family's coffers. It is past time for me to take on the responsibilities and duties as Viscount. Starting tomorrow, I shall be taking over control of all of the family finances and properties."
Thomas leaned forward, his lips tilted up in a forced grin.
"That won't be necessary, brother. I know you must be busy with your new bride. Actually, this was my new bride's idea."
Tilly released a squeak of a noise, and her lips parted. Thomas glanced over at her, a frown weighing his brow, his eyes narrowing.
"She reminded me I should not be taking advantage of your generosity and continue ignoring the duties that actually belong to me," Sullivan continued. "That is why you spoke to her about all of your burdens, wasn't it?"
The last thing Sullivan wanted to do was to subject Tilly to Thomas's darker side. So he would simply remind his brother that he was the one who had complained to Tilly about his plight. Thomas's jaw tightened. Sullivan hadn't risked another glance at his wife. He suspected she would be quite unhappy with him at the moment. No matter, he wasn't particularly happy with her at the moment either. She'd lied to him about her reasons for wanting to return home. That much was obvious. Ever since the day at the beach, she'd been distant.
"It is the right thing to do,"
Sullivan said, hoping this would end any potential arguments.
"Especially since it seems you've been rather overwhelmed with the number of duties." Thomas scoffed. "What the devil does that mean? You are obviously too busy with other things to see to the needs of our seaside village. The roads there are deplorable. It has made transportation nearly impossible. I've already been in communication with someone regarding railroad expansion in the area, as well as immediate road repair. The rail from London to Brighton has been running for nearly a decade, and that seaside town has seen an increase in holiday tourists. There's no reason why Southend-on-Sea could not enjoy the same."
Sullivan dared a glance at his wife, and found Tilly staring at him with wide eyes. He wanted to ask her what she thought, if she agreed with this assessment, if she was proud of his efforts. He had become a complete fool for this woman. Thomas slammed his drink back and then demanded a refill, which he swallowed in one loud gulp. Sullivan looked at their mother, her eyes locked on Thomas. He knew this would be difficult for her. She loved all of her boys, but she lived with Thomas because, as she explained it, he needed her more than the rest of her sons. Thomas stood abruptly, the heavy wooden chair falling backward behind him. A footman scurried over to right it. Thomas ambled over to Sullivan.
"You have taken everything I have ever wanted. You might as well take my wife."
Their mother gasped. "Thomas!" Melanie hissed. But Thomas had left the room, stormed out and into some other area of the house.
"Tilly, why would you try to come between these two brothers?" her mother asked. It was the first time the woman had spoken the entire meal.
"Begging your pardon," Sullivan said, "this has nothing to do with Tilly. She has done nothing wrong, unlike that brother of mine."
"Sullivan, please," his mother said, squeezing her eyes shut. "It has been so difficult for your brother that they have been unable to have a child."
Melanie tossed her napkin onto the table and stood.
"Thomas would not be happy if I had given him a dozen heirs."
She left the room as well. Her mother glared once at Tilly, then followed Melanie out of the room. His own mother wiped her mouth, then gently placed her napkin over the plate.
"Thank you for the lovely meal, Sullivan."
She gave Tilly a sweet smile.
"Matilda?"
Sullivan downed the rest of his wine, then took another bite of the roasted pheasant. He took 2 additional bites before Tilly abandoned him in the dining room. He didn't regret what he'd done tonight. Perhaps there might have been a better way to handle it, but removing the power from Thomas had been a necessity. Sullivan had spent several days poring over the family ledgers and still couldn't make sense of the finances. Whatever Thomas had been spending the money on, it hadn't been any of their estates. That dinner party had been a disaster. Tilly sighed and made her way to the library. She wasn't particularly tired. She and Sullivan were not sharing a bed, nor bedroom activities, so she might as well find something to read. The library wasn't an overly large room, but thus far it was her favourite in all of the townhome. It had a wall of windows on one side, then the remaining 3 were covered, floor to ceiling, with bookshelves, and the shelves themselves were stuffed with volumes. Books were stacked in front of already full rows of books. The first day she'd discovered this room, she'd decided on a systematic way to peruse, so she would not lose her place. So she made her way over to the farthest wall and began at the bottom. She'd barely made it to the 3rd shelf up from the floor when footsteps sounded behind her. Turning, she found Thomas standing there, a glass of amber-coloured liquid hanging loosely from his right hand. He gave her a smile that perhaps, once upon a time, would have made her heart flutter. Now it seemed to make her entire body shimmer with awareness. Not the tingly kind of awareness Sullivan made her feel. No, this was as if her body had gone on full alert, warning her against a potential threat. She knew enough, from her training with the ladies of virtue, to trust her instincts.
"Ah, my lovely Tilly."
He fully entered the room but stayed near the doorway. She plucked a book from the shelf and held it against her chest, creating some kind of barrier between them.
"How did you enjoy our family's seaside estate?"
It was beautiful. She tried to maneuver herself in a way that she could escape the room, fully intending to make her excuses to retire to bed, but he blocked her path.
"Your colouring is perfect. It would seem the fresh air and sunshine agreed with you."
He took a step toward her.
"Or perhaps it is my brother's attentions that have you looking so well."
"Yes, well, we are very happy, very much in love." She hugged the book to her chest. "In fact, I suspect he'll be looking for me soon." Thomas clicked his tongue, stepped even closer to her.
"Oh, you were doing so well, but now you've gone and lied to me. Truly unnecessary, Tilly. You must be honest with me."
She swallowed the sizable lump that had formed in her throat. Panic. That's what it was. A knot of panic. "I am." He shook his head, then took another step toward her.
"There should be no pretending between us, not when there could be so much more."
She inhaled slowly to try to calm herself. She needed to have her wits about her. "I have no notion to what you're referring." "Allow me to speak plainly, then. Now that we're in the same family in every way possible, we are free to explore this thing between us," he said. He grinned at her and she shuddered. "There is nothing between us." He kept his momentum, moving toward her until she was backed against the window. The cold glass pressed into her, instantly chilling her through her dress. "I know you've always wanted me. I can see it in your eyes. I can also see the change in you. My brother has taken you to his bed, hasn't he?" His eyes roamed the length of her. "Tell me, sweet Tilly, does he make you cry out in ecstasy?" Her heart thundered in her ears. Sullivan had obviously told Thomas about that night before he and Melanie had married. Even though Sullivan had sworn he'd never revealed her secret, it was quite obvious he had. Betrayal wove through her like a fever, making her feel ill. "That is certainly none of your business." "Ah, yes. You must be a spitfire in the bed. I thought that would be the case with your sister, but alas, she is frigid, cold and boring. Does nothing but lie there while I slake my lust with her unresponsive body." The alcohol on his breath burned her eyes. "And that is none of my business." Tilly tried in vain to move away from him again. He gripped both her arms, holding her in place while he ran his nose up the column of her neck. "So sweet." She swallowed and clenched her eyes closed. "Unhand me." "I could make you weep with rapture." "I sincerely doubt that."
"Get away from my wife!"
Sullivan roared from the doorway. Thomas stepped away from her then.
"We were merely having a conversation. With your body pressed against hers, that is not a conversation."
Sullivan closed the distance and wrapped his arm around Tilly, pulling her close to his body. His brown gaze searched her face.
"Are you all right?"
She nodded.
"I didn't touch her," Thomas said. "Go home to your own wife, brother. Sleep off the liquor. If I find that you upset her, you and I will revisit this conversation. I will not have you manhandling or frightening her. Understand?"
Thomas snorted.
"Don't threaten me, and don't pretend as if you're good at taking care of people."
With that, Thomas turned on his heel and stormed out.
"Did he hurt you?"
Sullivan asked. She shook her head. "Not physically, but I believe he suggested he and I should have an affair." She pulled herself out of her husband's arms and walked away. She needed time to think. He was obviously quite drunk.
"Drunk or not, he doesn't get to put his hands on you."
It mattered not any more if Thomas knew she'd once fancied herself in love with him, especially now that she knew those feelings had been shallow and childlike. She hadn't known him. She hadn't truly known herself. She'd been swept up in the romance of it all, so none of that mattered. It did, however, matter that Sullivan had lied to her. He came up behind her, put his hands on both of her arms and squeezed her gently. "I'm really not in the mood to talk, Sullivan," she said, turning around to face him.
"Are you certain he didn't hurt you?"
She shook her head. "No, he didn't hurt me."
"You're angry with me?"
The line between his brows deepened, fury flashing in his eyes.
"Naturally. Thomas nearly assaults you, but it's me you're cross with."
Her spine went stiff as she felt the full force of his betrayal. "I was never in danger with Thomas. In the Ladies of Virtue, I've been trained to handle much worse. I could have easily handled him."
"And yet you didn't."
His expression was grim.
"Perhaps because you welcomed his advances?"
He stalked over until he stood beside her, glaring down at her, anger in his eyes, and something else as well.
"Make no mistake, Freckles. He can't have you."
She took a step closer to him, her own glare matching his. "I'm sorely tempted to slap you right now."
For telling you that you can't sleep with my brother?
"For imagining I would ever want to, you arrogant ass. He probably wouldn't have even approached me if you hadn't betrayed me." He stumbled back a step. Clearly her words surprised him.
"How have I betrayed you?"
"You told Thomas how I felt all those years ago." His frown deepened.
"No, I didn't. I told him nothing."
"Then how did he know?"
"How should I know?"
He turned from her and paced to the other side of the room and shoved a hand through his hair. When he turned back to face her, his expression was intense.
"Do you still have feelings for him?"
She shook her head. "No, my feelings were never anything of consequence, just a schoolgirl's fancy." He gave a tight nod. Something in his gaze made her breath catch. The pounding of her heart made her light-headed, as if she stood poised on a precipice.
"He's not a good man, Tilly."
His words, so different than the ones she'd been expecting, made her take a step back. "Why would you say that?" He exhaled slowly.
"I don't know if I should tell you any of this, but I've got to tell someone. I think he killed Roderick. Not only that, but I think he's trying to off your sister."
A laugh exploded from Tilly. Then she took in the earnest expression on Sullivan's face. "You're quite serious."
"I am. The carriage you were in, when I found you, it had been tampered with. That was your sister's carriage."
"Why would he want to kill Melanie?"
"He's miserable. She hasn't provided him an heir. He's a mean bastard."
He tossed his arms up.
"I don't know, but I know I'm right."
"Sullivan, that's madness. Your brother died in an accident."
"In a shooting accident," he said. "No one was better with guns than Roderick. That kind of accident would never have happened to him."
"You cannot like Thomas. You don't have to be friends with him. Heaven knows I'm not close with my own sister. But accusing him of murder, and trying to murder again." She shook her head.
"Still, you will defend him."
"I will defend those who cannot defend themselves," she snapped. "I'm going to bed." She turned to go, then paused. "I am meeting my friends to go shopping tomorrow."
"Tilly,"
he said. His voice held an unsaid warning. "Yes, I know. You forbid me from doing anything with the ladies of virtue."
"I only want you to be safe."
"Safe. Miserable, but safe. Good night, Sullivan." Outside the library she paused, one hand pressing the book to her chest, and the other braced against the wall, unsettled by everything that had happened. Not just Thomas's behaviour, or even Sullivan's accusation that Thomas was guilty of far worse things than propositioning another man's wife. No, what bothered her the most was her reaction to Sullivan. Even when they were fighting, she wanted him to kiss her. Worse than that, she wanted him to talk to her, to confide in her. There had been a moment when he'd asked if she still loved Thomas when she'd thought, what? For a moment, standing in the hall, with only a wall between her and Sullivan, she squeezed her eyes closed and then forced out a breath. Forced herself to admit, if only in her mind, what she had thought he might ask her. What she had wanted him to ask her.
"If you don't have feelings for Thomas, do you have feelings for me?"
That was what she had thought he would say next. Worse still, she did have feelings for him. And even worse than that, she wanted him to have feelings for her. Foolish, foolish girl. Imagining someone like Sullivan might have feelings for her. Other than lust, that was. Sullivan might not be the slothful, arrogant ass she had once imagined he was. But he was certainly still interested in little more than his own pleasure. Of course, he was taking advantage of their marriage bed, but that didn't mean he loved her. That didn't mean he wanted more than their few months together so he could salve his guilt over her ruined reputation. He cared far more about honor than she had ever imagined, but that didn't mean he cared about her. Still clutching the book to her chest, she pushed away from the wall, feeling as though there was far more than just that one wall between them. Sullivan made his way into the club. It was not a place he frequented, but he knew the man he wanted to see was a regular. He couldn't very well pay a visit to him at the man's townhome, else his wife would potentially interfere. Considering he hadn't been here in months, it was fortunate he found precisely who he was looking for the moment he entered the darkened, smoke-filled room. There was no reason to pretend he was here for any other reason, so he navigated through the tables, nodding to men he knew before he reached Fletcher's table. Fletcher Banks, the Marquess of Longley. 2 other men sat around the mahogany table situated in the corner of the wood-panelled room. Oliver Weeks, the Marquess of Davenport, and Malcolm Wheatley, the Duke of Lockwood. Sullivan had sought Fletcher out because he was married to Sullivan's friend Agnes, who happened to also be a member of the Ladies of Virtue.
"Look, Longley," Oliver said. "It's the newest member of the Lords of Vice. Come and drink with us, Glenbrook."
Sullivan sat, and a footman rushed over with a glass of brandy.
"What the devil are you talking about, Lords of Vice?"
Fletcher flashed him a grin.
"Before you and your bride were compromised, did she confront you about any behaviour of yours that needed changing?"
The swallow of brandy nearly clogged his throat.
"How did you know?"
"Greed," Oliver said with a lift of his glass.
"Lust," Fletcher added with a wink. "Ashby, the first of us, I believe he was pride," Oliver said.
Fletcher lifted his chin in Sullivan's direction.
"And you are?"
Sullivan found himself grinning.
"Slothful." "Pay up," Oliver said,
holding a flat palm out to Fletcher. Fletcher retrieved a banknote and tossed it at Oliver.
"We had a wager, and Fletcher here suspected Malcolm would be nagged about his slothfulness. I'm holding out for gluttony." "The devil, you say?" Malcolm said, finally speaking. "I am not interested in being saddled with a wife so you can keep your bloody club to yourself." "You do know you're next, don't you?" Fletcher asked Malcolm.
Malcolm, in return, released a filthy stream of curses.
"This is connected, then, to their Ladies of Virtue work?" Sullivan asked. "Yes. Evidently that was my wife's brilliant idea," Oliver said, "to try to weed out some of the sinful behaviour from among the aristocracy. And each one has ended up married to the man she confronted."
Fletcher interrupted with the answer.
"I'd say the jest is on them."
He took a hearty sip of his drink.
"Now then, what actually brought you into this fine establishment?" "I wanted to discuss the Ladies of Virtue," Sullivan said. "I know Agnes is also a member." "As is Harriet."
Malcolm made a face.
"Had I known that before I married her off to you, I would have locked her in her room."
Oliver chuckled.
"It wouldn't have worked. She knows how to use a hairpin to pick a lock."
How were they so blasé about their wives risking their lives for such dangerous and unnecessary work?
"If you're not going to spend this time gossiping or telling me the benefits of having a wife at your beck and call, then I'm going to go find somewhere to get myself into trouble."
Malcolm stood, then nodded to Sullivan.
"My condolences on your recent nuptials."
Once Malcolm had left the club, Sullivan took another slow sip of his drink.
"How are you not bothered by their activity in this organisation?"
Oliver leaned back in his chair, crossing his huge arms over his chest, his cane propped against his leg.
"Have you ever seen her do it, Any of them? Yes, I saw Tilly on Bond Street stop a thief. Impressive, isn't it? Fletcher asked. It's bloody dangerous is what it is.
Sullivan forked his fingers through his hair.
What the devil is wrong with the both of you? You speak of this nonsense as if you were proud of their escapades. I can't speak for Oliver, but I am proud, Fletcher said. Agnes not only has impressive skills with catching pickpockets, she also designs many of their weapons, all cleverly disguised within pieces of jewellery and other ladies' accessories. You are not concerned for her safety? Sullivan asked, unable to believe these men. Of course I worry, Fletcher said, but it's part of who she is. I can't change that. Just like she can't change the fact that her husband has the reputation of being the greatest lover in England.
Oliver snorted.
Harriet adores her work with the ladies of virtue. She's been so bored since that business with Lady X put their work on hold. She actually embroidered tiny flowers at the cuffs of several of my shirts. I accidentally spilled brandy on them, then tripped and dropped them into the fire.
He tapped his cane on his leg.
Bad leg, you know, quite unsteady on my feet.
Lady X. There was that name again. He hadn't heard back from her since her last correspondence. He wanted to ask these men more questions, but decided to wait to see if they'd provide more details.
We should make them quit. It's far too dangerous. You want us to forbid them from being members of the Ladies of Virtue? Fletcher asked. It is our responsibility to protect them. They are our wives.
Oliver barked out a laugh.
You're a damned fool, Glenbrook, if you think you can forbid your wife from doing anything, least of all something this important to her.
Fletcher leaned forward, bracing his elbows on the tabletop.
Have you discussed this with Tilly? Of course. I told her she was to stop immediately.
Fletcher chuckled.
How did she like that?
A memory flashed through his mind. Tilly's bare bottoms spread across his lap, pink from his palms. The last thing he needed was to get hard while sitting in a room full of other men.
She disobeyed me. Precisely, and she'll continue to do that, Oliver said. You'd have to lock her away to prevent her from this. That is unacceptable, Sullivan said. I thought if the three of us spoke to them together, we'd have more sway, be able to convince them.
Fletcher shook his head.
I'd never ask Agnes to quit. Harriet and I already have an agreement. The minute she's pregnant, she's stopping until the baby is born. Then we'll re-evaluate the situation. Listen, Sullivan, Fletcher said. You can't protect people from everything. I fought 2 battles in Burma. I think I know a little about not being able to protect people. But this isn't war. It's the damned streets of London, and my wife. I should be able to keep her safe.
He wasn't getting anywhere with these 2 idiots. They were as mad as the rest of them. He'd have to think of yet another solution. He wanted that information from Lady X. He desperately wanted to prove Thomas killed their brother. But more than any of that, keeping Tilly safe in the meantime was worth any anger she felt towards him. Because if something happened to her while she was on the street confronting common criminals, he'd never forgive himself. Chapter 11. Tilly returned home after spending several hours with her friends walking Bond Street and the nearby shops. Their shopping excursion had been uneventful, except Harriet had received a new letter from their friend Iris. After she had married the Earl of Ashby, they had left England to travel the continent. But they'd decided to return earlier than planned because Iris was with child. It would be nice to see her friend again, but being around the women in her group of friends only reminded Tilly about how very different her marriage was compared to theirs. They all had love matches, husbands who adored them. Did she even want that? Did she want Sullivan to love her? Her stomach knotted and her heart sped at the mere thought. But it was a moot point. He would never love her, which meant she could never allow herself to feel too much for him. He tempted and tormented her body already. If he had her heart too, she would lose the last part of herself that was wholly hers. Tilly's mind was so clouded with such thoughts that when she entered the library, it took a minute for her mind to register what she was seeing. Initially, all she saw was a man atop a woman. Then specifics about the scene came into focus. It was Thomas, but that wasn't Melanie beneath him. No, that was a maid and his hand was up her skirts. "Please, my lord, stop," she pleaded, doing her best to press her hands against his chest.
"It is your job to tend to my needs," he ground out. "Else I'll turn you out onto the streets, and then you'll have to beg men to lift your skirts."
Before Tilly could further consider her actions, she marched over, pulling Thomas back. The element of surprise worked in her favour, and she was able to knock him on his backside. Then she slammed her fist into his nose. Blood shot everywhere, and he howled in pain, his hands going up to cover his face. "Do not touch her again," Tilly said. Thomas came to his feet, his eyes glaring at her. In that moment she knew Sullivan was right. He'd been right about everything. Thomas wasn't a good man. She'd given him every benefit of the doubt, crafted excuses for him because she'd believed him to be better. All because why? Because he was average-looking like herself. Because he wasn't as handsome as Sullivan or as beautiful as her sister. She'd been a damned fool.
"You broke my nose."
He gave her a snarl of a grin, then spat on the floor.
"You little bitch."
He stood and took several steps toward her. The maid had curled herself up into a ball on the settee and was crying quietly. "What are you going to do? Try to assault me, too?" Tilly asked.
"Do not lay one hand on my wife,"
Sullivan said from behind her. His voice was deep and full of anger.
"Thankfully, the housekeeper heard the ruckus and alerted me to the situation."
A chill slid up her spine and tingled at the base of her neck. He came to stand behind her, put his hands on her arms and pulled her to his chest.
"You should go see about that nose. You're bleeding all over the rug."
Thomas cursed and spat again on the floor.
"Go to the devil, Sullivan. You would like that, wouldn't you? How disappointed were you when I didn't die in battle?" Sullivan asked. "Of course you didn't die. Nothing bad ever happens to you," Thomas said.
"You sound like a petulant child," Tilly said.
"Get out of my house,"
Sullivan said, his tone even.
"You are not welcome here any longer."
Thomas cursed loudly, then stomped out of the room. Tilly pulled herself away from Sullivan to approach the maid. She hadn't been here long enough to have learned all of their names, but she thought this one might be Patsy. "Are you all right?" The maid stood and straightened her skirts. She curtsied. "Yes, my lady, thank you, I'm sorry." She shook her head, her bright blue eyes filled with tears. "I wasn't told that would be part of my duties."
"That is not part of yours or any other of my employees," Sullivan said. "My brother is a bastard, so allow me to apologize on his behalf."
She curtsied again, but her chin wobbled. "Perhaps you should take the rest of the day off, Patsy," Tilly said. "Go to the kitchens and tell them I instructed them to give you something warm to drink, and one of the cook's famous lemon tarts." Patsy smiled through her tears. "Thank you, my lady. That is very kind." Then she looked to Sullivan.
"Go and do as my wife instructed," he said.
The pretty girl nodded and fled the room. Sullivan gripped Tilly's arms again and turned her to face him. "I'm sorry if I overstepped." But she didn't get to finish because his lips crashed onto hers. He kissed her thoroughly, their tongues sliding against each other. Her body reacted to him immediately. She grew slippery between her thighs and her nipples tightened. It had been so long since he'd embraced her. Her heart thumped wildly in her chest. She gripped his thick, muscled arms, running her hands up and down the hard bulk of his biceps. He broke the kiss and pressed his forehead to hers.
"You are a remarkable woman, Freckles, but I have to admit that scared the hell out of me. If he had put a hand on you—"
She looked up into his warm brown eyes and she felt her heart tighten in on itself. She swallowed. "I might have been impetuous in striking Thomas. Perhaps I could have simply instructed him to get off the girl."
"No, he deserved that."
His brow furrowed.
"Though in the future I'd prefer you not strike a gentleman unless you know I'm close by to protect you should he decide to strike back. I would never hit a woman, but not all men are so forward-thinking."
She nodded.
"How is your hand?"
He lifted her hand and inspected her knuckles. The skin wasn't abraded, but her hand was red and swollen. "Now that you've brought it to my attention, it hurts some, but I shall survive." She needed to apologize, say something about what a fool she'd been regarding to Thomas, and not trusting Sullivan. He'd never given her any reason not to trust him, yet she'd been guarded with him from the beginning.
"Do you need something for the pain?" he asked.
She shook her head. "Can we walk? In the gardens, perhaps?"
"Of course."
He looped her hand into the crook of his elbow, then led her through the back of the house and out into the gardens. They walked in silence for several moments, the only sound that of their shoes on the tiny rocks that lined the paths. Lush, sweet pea blooms surrounded them, permeating the air with their fragrance. The garden went deeper than she'd anticipated, and finally opened up to a small garden maze. The shrubs were short and squatty, and barely came up to her knees. Not a very effective maze, but walking around in it would serve her purpose. "This maze is pathetic," he chuckled.
"It was designed for us when we were children. It was more impressive when we were smaller."
That made sense, but she wasn't in the mood to be agreeable. They walked in silence, curving through the maze until they reached the center. "I owe you an apology," she said abruptly.
"For what?"
She exhaled slowly. "For not believing you. For everything." They wove through the shorter shrubs until they came to what she presumed to be the center. There was a tall tree and a stone bench. He clasped her hand and pulled her to the bench.
"It matters not, Tilly,"
he said, his voice gentle. "It does, though. I defended him." She searched his face, not certain what she was looking for. "He is a bad man." Sullivan sighed heavily.
"Yes, I believe he is."
"I am truly sorry for not trusting you. You've never given me a reason not to, and I have treated you most poorly," she said. He cupped her cheek.
"Freckles, there was no way you could know the truth. He is very charming to everyone around him."
"I suspect he and Melanie have made each other quite miserable. Perhaps it is as your mother said, and their inability to have children has hardened them."
"My brother has a handful of bastards whom he's ignoring, so I doubt him longing for children is the reason."
"I see."
"Has Melanie always been so bitter?"
"My sister and I have always had a complicated relationship. I am not poised or pretty enough for my mother, and Melanie has always been tricky with me. Kind at first, then cruel. I've never been able to make sense of her."
"She's obviously jealous of you."
"Of me? Whatever for? She is the great beauty in the family."
"First, never discount your own beauty. We've discussed this. Second,
Beauty like hers doesn't reach beneath the top layer. She is like a flower with no roots. One small disruption and she'll topple over because she has nothing more to her than the ornamental facade.
I suspect you are rather wise, my husband.
I am pleased to see you finally recognize this.
An idea struck her and she didn't stop to think. She simply acted. May I have your coat?
Are you chilled?
He asked, already removing the article to hand her. Not precisely, but I do not wish to injure my knees on these pebbles.
He frowned. I beg your pardon.
Quiet. I wish to pleasure my husband. She draped his coat on the ground, then lowered herself to her knees. He sucked in a breath.
What are you doing, Tilly?
She looked up at him, arching one brow. Then her hands went to the fastenings of his trousers. I have obviously never done this before, so please feel free to offer instructions as I go. Then she pulled his growing erection out and lowered her head to lick at the tip. He swore, but leaned himself back to give her better access.
Ah, Freckles, you don't have to.
Sullivan, shut up. I don't want to hear another word unless it is to guide or praise me. Understood?
A grin tickled at his lips. He nodded but never took his eyes off her. Understood.
While looking up at him, she sucked the top of him into her mouth. He swore again, then threaded his fingers into her hair. She wrapped her hand around the base of him, her fingers barely touching around his girth, and then she lowered her mouth even more. She could not fit all of his hard length into her mouth, as he was far too large and she'd likely gag. That, she supposed, would ruin the entire experience, and she was already enjoying herself very much, especially with every swear and grunt he offered her. She experimented with her tongue, swirling it across the top and licking at the bead of liquid. It was salty and not unpleasant in the least. Again, she pulled him deeper into her mouth, sucking him hard, while her hand gripped the rest of him.
Tilly, love, you... Oh, God, that feels incredible. Please don't stop.
His encouragement spurred her on, and she felt her desire hot and wet between her thighs. With her unoccupied hand, she pushed her skirts out of the way and put her hand on herself, searching for a way to alleviate her own desire.
And you're touching yourself, he swore. Freckles, you're driving me to madness. You're so beautiful, so sexy. Watching you with your sweet lips wrapped around my cock, I could spill down your throat right now.
She moaned at his words and he bucked against her, gripping her hair tightly.
Touch yourself for me. Are you wet?
She nodded as best she could with her mouth full of him.
I want you to come with me. Can you make yourself come, love?
She moaned again and flicked her fingers against the nub hidden in her folds. She was so wet, she could feel it even through the layers of her pantaloons. Still, she sucked on him. She moved her hand against his length in the same rhythm as she rubbed herself, and she knew she was getting close. She swiped her tongue against him, and he arched into her again. The thought of him losing control was so arousing.
Are you getting close, love? Oh, God, you feel so good. I'm going to come, Tilly.
He tried to move her mouth, but she shook her head and sucked him harder. He came a moment later, shooting his warm seed down her throat, and then her own climax rocked through her as her fingers worked over her wet center. When they were both done shuddering, he gathered her off the ground and pulled her into his lap. He nuzzled her neck.
That was the most amazing thing. Well, not quite as amazing as being inside you, but the very next best thing. You are a wonder, my wife.
And in that moment she dared to believe that they'd be all right, that their fragile union could be repaired, and that perhaps one day he'd love her.
"Will you come to my bed?" he asked. "Let me hold you all night."
She looked up at him with those wide green eyes of hers and nodded. He lifted her off his lap and grabbed his coat off the ground before leading them out of the maze and back inside the house. Neither of them spoke as they climbed the stairs and walked directly to his bedchamber. He'd just released himself down her throat, and yet he found himself growing hard again. He closed the door behind them and immediately began unbuttoning her dress.
"I am insatiable for you, wife."
He spread the fabric open at her back and peeled the dress off her shoulders. Loose tendrils of her cinnamon-coloured hair tickled at the pale, freckled skin at her nape. He leaned forward and brushed his lips against her sensitive flesh. She shuddered at his touch, gooseflesh rising. That is all it took for his cock to harden the rest of the way within his breeches. Damnation, would he ever get enough of her? He removed the rest of her clothing, then his own, her eyes heating as she watched him. Then she was upon him, sliding her hands over his chest and kissing him. Her lips and tongue were eager and hot. He met her kiss, passion for passion. Lips, tongues, teeth. He reached around her body and grabbed onto her bottom, squeezing gently. She broke free of their kiss, looking up at him with a wide grin. He pulled her flush against him. She was so beautiful when she smiled like that, her eyes bright as if lit from within, and her lips parted, revealing that adorable gap between her front teeth. His heart tightened as he looked upon her. He knew, in that moment, he'd give her anything. Whatever she asked, it would be hers. "What?" she asked.
"You are so lovely."
She draped her arms around his neck, pressing her bare breasts to his chest. Her pebbled nipples slid against him. Would he ever be satiated where she was concerned? He doubted that was possible. She squirmed against him. He tightened his grip on her bottom and in one motion lifted her up so her legs wrapped around his waist. He walked them to the wall and braced her against the door. She moved herself against him, rubbing the hot wetness of her core across his hard length. He groaned.
"Did you need something, my wife?"
One perfectly sculpted brow arched over her green eyes. "I should think that would be obvious, husband." She reached between them and gripped his cock. He swore.
"Freckles, you will be the death of me."
"It is a lovely way to die. Now get yourself inside me, please." Again she rubbed herself against him and moaned as her wet folds slid against him. He wasted no time in doing as she said. Instead, he lifted her slightly and then lowered her onto him. She was so hot, so wet, so tight. He clinched his eyes shut and breathed deeply to avoid spending himself too early. Then he pulled back, almost withdrawing from her completely before thrusting back inside. Her cries were immediate, and she arched against his chest, ensuring her nipples dragged against his skin. Could there be a more perfect woman for him? He seriously doubted it. She fit him in every way. Over and over he plunged into her, and then she was clenching tightly around him and calling out his name, her head flung back. He bent his head slightly and sucked a nipple into his mouth as he rode out his own climax. Then, after he had cleaned them both up, they lay together, him curled behind her body. "It is a wonder married couples ever leave their bedchambers," she said. He chuckled.
"Why is that?"
"Because that," she nodded to the door, "is rather pleasant."
"Merely pleasant?"
"You know what I mean."
"I do,
but you should know it is not always like that. What we have, how we are together."
He pulled her tight against him, his hand rubbing absently across the smooth skin of her stomach.
"We are good together, Freckles."
"I suppose we are."
Sullivan awoke to his body pressed against the warm curves of his wife. She had stayed all night. He leaned forward and pressed a kiss to her shoulder, then slid out of bed, making sure to not wake her. He'd go downstairs and have breakfast brought up to them. After he'd given his instructions to the kitchen, he attempted to climb the stairs, but was stopped by the housekeeper.
"Your mother is here, my lord, waiting for you in your study."
"My mother? This early? Very well." He strode into the study and found her already sitting in a chair across from his desk. "Mother, is all well with you?" he asked as he sat at his desk. She started, almost as if she weren't expecting him.
"I'm afraid you caught me wool-gathering."
He offered her a smile. "Mother, how do you fare today?" She frowned. He nodded. "Did you need something?"
"A conversation with my son is all."
He motioned for her to continue.
"Matilda is lovely,"
she said. He released a pent-up breath. So it was to be this conversation. "Shall I ring for tea?"
"No, I already had some."
She folded her hands in her lap and levelled her gaze on him. His mother wasn't a meek woman, never shying away from what she wanted to say, but she had a quiet way about her.
"I have been blind to many things when it comes to your brother."
"Thomas?"
She nodded. "I fear my coddling might have made things worse for him, made him worse."
She bit down on her lip. "Nothing you've done or failed to do is to blame for Thomas. He is selfish."
"True, and miserable."
"What can I do?"
"You cannot make the same mistakes. Do not think I haven't noticed how things are between you and your wife."
His heart sped, banged against his ribs. "Noticed what?"
"You, keeping her at a distance. Have you told her how you feel about her?"
"I care for Tilly. I've made no secret of that."
His mother was shrewd, but he wasn't certain what she wanted from him. He'd merely wait and let her say her piece, and then he would send her on her way. "Your brothers are all married, 2 of them happily, and you could be the 3rd. There is no hope for Thomas."
She sighed, clearly resigned by the truth of her own words.
"He is selfish and an idiot, but you, though impetuous, were always more intelligent than him, certainly more courageous. Yet here you sit, a complete and utter coward."
He rubbed at the back of his neck, his skin feeling hot and tight beneath her perusal. "Mother, do you not think you're being too harsh?"
"Not in the least. Someone needs to say these things to you before it is too late."
"Very well, continue. But I would prefer you do so without calling me any other names." She gave him a pinched look.
"It is quite obvious you love your new wife, yet you are doing your damnedest to pretend you do not. Care to explain that to me?"
"I have no notion to what you're referring. I never claimed to be in love with Matilda."
"Honestly, Sullivan, do you take me for some daft fool? It is all over your face when you look upon her."
He looked at Tilly with lust. It wasn't more than that. But he was certainly not going to discuss that with his mother. "I do not think you daft, Mother. I do think you overestimate my affections."
She rolled her eyes. "Very well, I can see you aren't willing to admit your feelings yet."
She folded and refolded her hands in her lap. There was more she wanted to say. She leaned forward and placed her hands on the desk, reaching to his. He grabbed onto hers. He didn't love Tilly, not yet, but he realized in that moment that if he wasn't careful, he would.
He'd give her his entire heart on a platter for her to do with as she saw fit. But maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. Maybe it was precisely what he needed to do. Don't push her away as you've done everyone else. Allow yourself to be happy, truly happy, the way your father and I were, the way your other brothers are. You deserve it, my sweet boy. Chapter 12. Tilly had been waiting for Sullivan to return. She'd taken care of her needs, brushed her hair, and moved from one position to another. Still, he hadn't come back. She glanced around the room, and a book caught her eye. A small bound volume tucked next to an ornamental box on his bedside table. She leaned over and plucked the book up, and her fingers fumbled. The book fluttered open, exposing the pages, and a folded note fell to the floor, and then a second. She picked them up, fully intending to return them to the pages of the book, until she saw the signature. Lady X. Her heart plummeted. The entirety of her insides felt doused in chilled water. No, no, no. Carefully, she unfolded the letter all the way and read through the feminine penmanship. Nausea whirled through her, and she closed her eyes and breathed slowly through her nose, in and out. He was working with Lady X. Her husband partnered with the greatest nemesis to her beloved ladies of virtue. Tilly sat, holding the letter, anger radiating through her body. How could she have been so stupid? She had finally given Sullivan all of her trust, only to discover he'd dealt the ultimate betrayal. He hadn't married her to salvage her reputation. No, he'd married her as a plot to get information out of Lady X. He'd deceived her for his own selfish gain. Oh, God, she couldn't breathe. She swallowed hard against the tears that pricked at her eyes. The door opened and he stepped inside, his face lit with a handsome grin. Then his eyes dropped to her hand and he stopped.
Tilly, let me explain.
She shook her head. There is nothing to explain.
You don't know the full story, he said.
You mean the fact that you've been actively trying to destroy the thing I love most about my life? That you deceived me, used me, all because you want so badly to punish Thomas?
He murdered my brother.
He tossed his arms up, then scrubbed a hand down his face.
Am I supposed to ignore that?
She waited several breaths for him to say something more, for him to admit he had feelings for her despite how their marriage began. Instead, he simply watched her. Evidently not. She stood, gathering the bed coverings to hold in front of her naked body. I can't stay here with you.
What do you mean?
I'll go and stay with Agnes or another friend.
You're leaving?
He stepped forward to block her. Yes, Sullivan, I'm leaving.
Let's discuss this.
There's nothing to discuss. You betrayed me. How could you do that to me? Do you care so little about me?
I care a great deal about you, he said. All of this has been to protect you. I tried to convince Lady Summersby.
You what? She shoved at his chest. You went and spoke to Lady Summersby? To say what?
To ask her to put an end to this nonsense. You're all in danger. It's reckless and irresponsible to put women in such positions.
And what did she tell you?
She refused, as did the other husbands I spoke to.
So determined was he to destroy her group that he'd spoken to the creator of the Ladies of Virtue and then her friends' husbands. She squeezed her eyes closed. I can't do this. He exhaled slowly.
I know that you prefer London, so I shall have a carriage ready in the morning, and I'll return to the country. Feel free to do whatever you wish to do with the townhome.
You're leaving?
Yes, so you can stay here. There is no need to go and live with someone else. This is your home. We'll be one of those couples who see each other only every now and then."
Another wave of nausea rolled through her.
"I know you think I have no right to forbid you to participate with your ladies of virtue. Perhaps you're right."
He paused a moment before he said the next thing.
"I only ask that you be extremely careful. I should hate for something tragic to befall you."
She only nodded.
"You will have access to whatever funds you need," he said.
"Take care of yourself, Sullivan."
He turned to go, then paused. "I would appreciate if you would tell me should you find yourself with child."
Her hand moved to her stomach. She didn't bother trying to stop the tears this time. There was no point. The thought of her growing round with his child overwhelmed her with emotion.
"For what it's worth, Tilly, I'm sorry it had to end like this."
It hurt like the devil that he was leaving, but in the end she was glad. She'd rather miss him when they were separated by miles and miles than miss him while sharing the same damned house. And it was apparent they'd never be together, not like her friends were with their husbands. Sullivan didn't want her, he wanted only a part of her, but not the real her, not the Tilly that was an accomplished and skilled member of the ladies of virtue. The tears flowed freely down her cheeks, but there was no reason to try to swipe them away. They'd merely be replaced by new ones. She'd been a fool and fallen in love with her husband, and he had betrayed her, broken her heart. She wasn't a stranger to the pain. She'd been hurt before, and she knew she could survive. Still, she would endure this as she'd done every other disappointment her life had given her. Sullivan's words replayed in her mind.
"Please let me know should you find yourself with child."
She could be carrying his baby right now. The thought was simultaneously thrilling and terrifying. Would he make her raise their child alone? More than likely, though, he'd force her to return to the countryside, and he'd keep her inside until the baby was born. Then he'd smother their child in protection.
It was for the best. He repeated that in his head over and over as the carriage rolled out of London, and hours later when it drove onto the long winding drive of his country estate. This was the right decision. There was nothing he could do to make her happy. She'd never understand what he'd done and why he'd done it. She'd never willingly walk away from the ladies of virtue. And even without his bargain with Lady X, he couldn't endure Tilly continuing with the group. He'd only wait every day for the inevitable, for when she was injured or killed, just like everyone else in his life. He had known he wasn't right for marriage, and these last few weeks had proven that. He couldn't regret saving her from that broken-down carriage, the moment that led them to wed, but he wondered on occasion what would have happened if he hadn't stopped. Would her driver have returned with a solution and brought her to safety unscathed? Doubtful. She'd ruined her reputation when she'd gotten into that carriage alone, and the mere thought of any other gentleman coming along to rescue her made Sullivan want to hit something. No other man would ever put his hands on Tilly. She belonged to him, but she no longer wanted him. After making his way into his study, he poured himself a drink and fell back onto the leather sofa. He might as well become better accustomed to his new life in the countryside. She'd been alone in London for a couple of days, and all she wanted to do was hide away in her room and sleep. But that would solve nothing. This was her new life. She was a married woman, but lived separately from her husband. It wasn't all that uncommon in society. They were not partners. They were not lovers.
They were merely two people who shared part of the same name. They didn't even have the same address. No, Sullivan had left her. Had he not, though, she would have left him. Even without his blatant betrayal, they were at an impasse. He could not accept her, not all of her, and she refused to bend to his will. The worst part, she supposed, was that she'd finally thought they'd come together as a real couple. That they were going to eventually be a love match, the same as her friends had with their husbands. She'd had hopes that she was one of the lucky ones who had found a man who adored her. But his parting words had explained it all. He'd slept with her merely in hopes of creating an heir. Did that mean that if she wasn't pregnant, he'd come to her bed again until she was? Would one child be enough? Or was he simply done with her, regardless of the outcome of their beachside honeymoon? He'd been lying to her from the beginning. Was that the only letter he'd received from Lady X? Was this ultimately why he'd married her? Because he'd needed her as a bargaining chip to get evidence against his brother? She shoved all those thoughts away as she entered the meeting parlour at Lady Summersby's townhome. Thankfully, she need not worry about tears, as she'd already cried her eyes dry in the last 24 hours. Several other members were already seated, but none of her closest friends. She partly wished they wouldn't come today, that she wouldn't have to see them and admit that she'd failed at being a wife. They'd know the truth eventually, but today seemed too soon. Perhaps she should have simply stayed home and in bed, but she knew that wouldn't solve anything. And this, the ladies of virtue, was all she had left. She would devote herself to it completely. A streak of joy shot through her at the thought of doing something her husband disapproved of so wholeheartedly. What did it matter how he felt about her activities? "I didn't realize you had returned from your holiday," Justine said, as she took a seat next to Tilly. Tilly plastered on a smile and turned to face her friend. But Justine, normally the picture of health with rosy cheeks and a ready smile, looked positively green. "Are you feeling well?" Tilly asked. "I think something I ate didn't agree with me. I shall be fine soon enough," Justine said, and Tilly wasn't certain if her friend meant to convince her or herself. But she didn't have time to ask further questions, because the rest of their small group walked in. Harriet and Agnes came in, and stopped short when they saw her, and then beamed at her with nearly matching smiles. That was what marital bliss looked like. She offered them a smile in return, but she'd never been particularly skilled at hiding her feelings. They filed in and took their seats, Agnes sitting on Tilly's other side, and then Lady Summersby entered the room and began the meeting. 10 minutes later, Agnes leaned over and whispered through her teeth, "What has happened?" Tilly glanced over with a frown. "I don't know what you're talking about. You can pretend to be coy about this, but we both know that in the end I'll get the information out of you. What is wrong?" She reached over and squeezed Tilly's hand, then offered her a gentle smile. And damnation if tears didn't prick her eyes. How did she still have any tears left? She did not need to cry about this any more, and especially not in the middle of the meeting. Agnes grabbed Tilly's hand and pulled her to her feet, then led them swiftly out of the room. If the other girls asked questions, they'd deal with them later. For now, it seemed, she'd get to speak to Agnes alone. Once they were alone, Agnes nodded. "Now speak." "He left," Tilly said, keeping her words evasive. "Why?" Tilly blew out a breath and eyed her friend. The tears had begun falling, but Tilly ignored them, choosing to believe that if she didn't acknowledge them, then Agnes couldn't see her cry. "Everything was good, really good. At least I thought so. Then I found a letter." Tilly took a deep breath.
Agnes, he's been working with Lady X. I told him I was leaving, and he said that we should be one of those couples who is married but lives separate. He said he knew I preferred London, so he offered to go back to the coastal estate.
Agnes frowned, shook her head.
I don't understand. What do you mean he's working with Lady X?
Tilly paused, uncertain if she should give Agnes all the details, but then realised she didn't owe Sullivan any of her loyalty.
I found a letter she'd sent him. She petitioned his help in ending the ladies of virtue in exchange for evidence that proves his brother killed their oldest brother.
Tilly released a mirthless laugh.
I was wholly unprepared for the betrayal. As I said, things between us were good, better than I could have imagined.
She'd almost believed those tender words he'd said to her. No, she had believed them. That's what made this so damned painful. But now she knew all of it had been a lie.
You love him,
Agnes said plainly.
God help me, but I do. I tried not to. I tried to find every reason not to trust him, not to fall in love with him. I thought that if I could prevent myself from loving him, it wouldn't hurt as badly when everything ended.
Agnes's brows rose. You expected it to end?
I suppose I did.
Her friend was quiet for a few minutes before she spoke again. I'm sorry, Tilly. Do you want to go back in? Tilly shook her head.
I think I'll return to the townhome. I should have known it was too soon for me to come out.
Agnes embraced her. Nonsense. You are among friends here. Tilly gave her a watery smile. I'm sorry if anything I said about Sullivan pushed you into a union that has made you unhappy. This behaviour is certainly not the man I thought I knew.
I would have married him regardless. It was the right thing to do to salvage my reputation, and I can't even say that I regret it.
She didn't, not even a little bit. The small amount of bliss she'd had was worth it. Perhaps he never would love her the way she'd imagined he could, but she couldn't find it in her to regret their time together. Chapter 13. He had been away from his sweet and feisty Freckles for nearly a week. The ache in his chest hadn't subsided, and he wondered again if leaving had been the right thing to do. He missed her in a way he hadn't known was possible, not just in his bed either. He missed her smile and laughter, and the challenging way she'd look at him. She was clever and strong, and everything he didn't deserve in this world. And marrying him had been a mistake for her. He'd picked revenge on his brother over his wife. There was no coming back from that. He'd made the right choice. He'd set her free. Well, as free as she could be while still carrying his name. There was a scratch at the door, and the housekeeper stepped inside. My lord, you have visitors. If it is my family, please tell them I have moved to the continent. She did a poor job at hiding her grin. It is not your family. Then she moved out of the way, and in walked Agnes, a frowning Fletcher following behind her. Agnes took one look at him, then rolled her eyes heavenward. You look terrible. It's lovely to see you too. Please come into my home and insult me, Sullivan said. The couple sat on the settee across from him. The housekeeper came back in, this time rolling a cart with a refreshments tray on top. Thank you, Mrs. Kepling. She nodded, curtsied, then left the room, closing the door behind her. What are you doing here? His words came out more of a growl than he intended. Be kind to my wife, Fletcher said. His gaze pierced Sullivan's. We came all the way out to this God-forsaken part of the country just for you. Sullivan put a hand to his chest. I'm touched, truly. Both of you shut up, Agnes said. She came to her feet and began to pace. You know all this time that you and I have been friends." She pointed at Sullivan. "Tilly would tell me what a scoundrel you were, and I argued with her, stood up for you, defended you, and look what you did."
"I never asked you to defend me," he said.
"What is wrong with you?" she continued. "Have you actually been working in tandem with Lady X to destroy the ladies of virtue?" He shook his head, then forked his fingers through his hair.
"It's more complicated than that." "Is that what this business at the club was that day?" Fletcher asked.
Agnes whirled on her husband. "You knew about this?" He held his hands up in surrender.
Bluebell, I didn't know anything about Lady X. He merely came and asked questions about how Oliver and I felt about the group and it affecting your safety. We talked, we jested. That was it."
"Tell me," she demanded, turning back to face Sullivan. This time she came and sat, and even went so far as to serve herself some tea. Fletcher put his hand on her knee protectively and eyed Sullivan. So he told them, about all of it. His suspicions about Thomas and Roderick. About how there had been 2 others with them that day. One was deceased, and the other Sullivan still did not know the identity of. Then about the letter from Lady X offering proof of some sort. "Did you think to discuss any of this with Tilly? She could have assisted you," Agnes said.
"Obviously I didn't. And what could she have done?"
Agnes rolled her eyes. "Good Lord, have you always been this daft?" He frowned and opened his mouth to answer.
"I don't know how to respond to that. In those situations, it's best if you don't say anything," Fletcher said.
"Did you at least tell her how you feel?"
"How I feel?"
She mumbled something about idiot men while she stirred her tea. "You're obviously in love with her. You should have told her that. Perhaps that might have lessened the blow of your betrayal." Was he? In love with Tilly? Of course he was. That explained why he felt as if he hadn't been able to breathe since she left his side.
"It wouldn't have mattered. She'll never trust me again. And we're at an impasse when it comes to this group of yours."
He leaned forward, bracing his elbows on his knees and letting his head fall into his hands.
"I can't let her go out and do such dangerous work. I can't lose her like that."
"Then go with her," Agnes said, as if it were the most logical solution.
"What?"
He glanced up at her. "If you're that concerned, accompany her on outings. She can apprehend the thieves, and you can be there to step in should she need protection." Agnes held up a finger. "But you should know that she won't. She's been trained, and she's quite talented."
"I'm not certain I can do that. I don't think I can stand by and let her put herself in dangerous situations, and my making demands of her is bringing her nothing but pain."
"And you think you are not hurting her now? Don't be a fool," Agnes said. His heart pinched at the mere mention of Tilly being in pain. She was hurting. His sweet, beautiful freckles. God, he hated that. Hated himself for bringing it upon her. Sullivan stood and walked to the window. He rubbed his hand down his face.
"You don't understand. Everyone I love, everyone I try to protect, dies."
"Sullivan, that makes absolutely no sense." He had to laugh. Leave it to Agnes to not coddle him with such an admission, but rather call him out.
"I live for her smiles, her joy, her happiness. But if I lose her, it will destroy me. I've endured that loss, and I can't do it again. At least this way I won't be there to witness it if anything happens to her."
"What does that even mean?" Agnes asked.
"He's protecting himself," Fletcher explained.
Sullivan released a mirthless chuckle.
"I have to protect someone. She won't allow me to do so for her."
"Tilly can protect herself," Agnes said. "And you're missing the primary point. She loves the ladies of virtue. This is who she is. She thrives on our tasks and assignments, And she's good at it. You can't love only the parts of her you choose and approve of.
Agnes put her hand on Sullivan's arm. He hadn't even realised she'd walked up behind him.
Don't you understand that she spent her entire life living in the shadow of her sister? Agnes continued. This is something that belongs only to her. You cannot love her, not truly, if you do not see and accept her as a member of the ladies of virtue. I just cannot. Then you have lost her forever.
The room fell silent, and Sullivan stared out the window at the darkening skies. When he turned, he found Agnes to be gone, but Fletcher still sat on the settee.
How do you do it? Allow Agnes to go out there and risk her life?
The man shrugged.
It is part of her. I love her. I love her skills. I think it's attractive that she knows how to protect herself.
Fletcher wiggled his eyebrows.
You should see her wield a blade.
They were quiet for a few moments before Fletcher spoke again.
Do you know how I found out about what she did? I was following her, thinking I was protecting her, and she surprised me and put a knife to my throat.
Sullivan felt his brows rise. He and Agnes had become good friends the last 2 years, but he'd never seen that side of her.
It doesn't scare you that she's in over her head, that she's going to accost the wrong sort of criminal and get herself killed? Yes, it scares the hell out of me, but I know how well she's been trained. She also designs weapons for the women to use so they can be armed at all times without people knowing it. She hides blades in fans and jewellery and parasols.
Fletcher chuckled.
The woman is a force. She'd likely cut my bullocks off if I tried to make her quit.
Fletcher stood.
Sullivan, I get it. When you love a woman, you want to keep her safe all the time. But that isn't the way the world works. We should count ourselves lucky that our women have skills to protect themselves. Most women do not. You just have to ask yourself, is loving her worth the risk of losing her? That answer will determine how you proceed. Just that simple.
Fletcher shrugged.
Love isn't really that complicated. The heart is simple. It knows what it wants, who it loves. It's our damn minds that mess everything up.
Sullivan chuckled.
Never thought I'd be getting love advice from you.
Fletcher popped him on the shoulder.
Never thought I'd be giving it. I thought you wanted Agnes for the longest time. I'm glad I didn't have to kill you. I never wanted Agnes. I see that now. You've had your heart set on sweet Matilda for a long time.
Had he? Had he wanted Tilly for longer than their marriage? Than that fateful night in the inn when they'd slept naked together for warmth? Damnation, but he missed his wife. If what Fletcher said was true, then he was going to have to risk everything if he was going to win her back.
Lady Clenbrook, your sister is here to see you, the butler said after entering the parlour.
Tilly winced. She was not interested in seeing anyone today, let alone Melanie. It had been 3 days since her last Ladies of Virtue meeting, and she'd successfully avoided everyone since then. "Do not bother with excuses, I know you are here," Melanie said as she burst into the room. Tilly gave the butler a smile.
"Shall I ring for tea?"
"No, she won't be staying that long."
"Very good, my lady."
He bowed, then left the room. Perhaps marriage has given you a backbone after all," Melanie said. She dropped herself, with much ceremony, onto the blue-flowered settee. "Is it true what I've heard in town? Did Sullivan leave and return to the coast?" Tilly was not interested in being truthful with her sister, especially about her marriage. Conversations with her sister never did anything save give her heartache or make her angry. She'd endured enough of both. She would not allow her sister the opportunity to gloat. "That is not precisely what I heard," Melanie said.
Believe what you want, Melanie, Tilly said with a heavy sigh. Is there something you needed, or did you come here merely to annoy me? Melanie clicked her tongue. So cranky. Can a sister not come and visit another sister? Tilly chuckled, finding Melanie's statement oddly amusing. I suppose that probably does happen with other families, but certainly not ours. You've never been kind to me, not a moment in my life. You've never liked me, never wanted a real relationship with me. There is no reason to pretend you'd do so now. Melanie patted her perfectly coiffed blonde hair. Despite her cruelty, she was still a stunningly beautiful woman. Not as tall as Tilly, no freckles to speak of. Her teeth didn't have the wide gap in front, and she had soft curves that men loved. You're right, of course. I have no reason to be here other than to satisfy my own curiosity. My marriage is none of your concern. Oh, but it is. I don't see how, Tilly said. You wouldn't, but trust me, all the times you've sneered at me and judged me for my failed marriage, wouldn't that be so perfect for your own marriage to have dissolved even before it's truly begun? You've barely been married a month. So you are here to gloat. Well, you've had your fun. Tilly turned to leave the room. What I can't figure out is how you managed to ruin your marriage with a man who so obviously loves you. My ridiculous husband can't keep himself contained in his pants longer than necessary to even pretend to be faithful to me. I'm almost certain he slept with another woman the day before our wedding. But he never loved me. I never loved him. We never pretended as much. But Sullivan is so obviously in love with you. Tilly gaped at her sister. Melanie chuckled, a tinkling giggle that clawed at Tilly's skin. Oh, you didn't know. He never said. She rubbed her hands together gleefully. This is simply too delicious. For one long moment, Tilly just sat there while Melanie's words reverberated through Tilly's mind. Was Melanie right? Did Sullivan love her? If so, why hadn't he told her? Then, suddenly, she was keenly aware of her own pounding heart, and of Melanie's brittle, cruel gaze, taking in every emotion flickering across Tilly's face. She sucked in a breath and waited for the shame and humiliation she normally felt whenever Melanie teased her cruelly. It didn't come. Instead, she felt only a pang of regret, and, even more surprisingly, pity. Melanie's cruelty didn't bring happiness. It hadn't made her life any better. Melanie had beauty and admirers beyond anything Tilly would ever have, but those things hadn't made Melanie happy. These moments of delight Melanie seemed to feel whenever she was grinding Tilly beneath her heel were short-lived. They weren't true happiness. They weren't love or friendship or joy. But Tilly did have those things, in spades. She had them with her friends in the Ladies of Virtue. She had them when she worked to right the injustices of the world. Abruptly, she stood. For what it's worth, Melanie, you should leave Thomas. He's not only unfaithful, but he's dangerous. Tilly moved toward the parlour door. Where are you going? Melanie asked. This conversation is over. With that, she left her sister in the room alone. She marched herself straight up to her bedchamber, the one connected to Sullivan's. But his room was empty, a stark reminder that no matter what Melanie said, Sullivan had left Tilly and their marriage. Still, the mere mention of him loving her had sprouted hope in her chest as if it were a flower bud about to bloom. Oh, that it were true. The following week, Tilly was beginning to feel almost like her old self. Before she'd married Sullivan, before she'd lost her heart to a man who had never truly wanted her, she had thrown herself into her Ladies of Virtue work, and had much to report at today's meeting. In addition to her work, she tried convincing herself that eventually she wouldn't miss Sullivan, that someday her heart wouldn't break at the mere mention of his name. She had been the worst sort of fool to have fallen in love with her husband. She'd fancied herself in love once before, and she'd healed. Of course, this was entirely different. She knew that. Still, she allowed herself to pretend that one day she'd have her heart back and wholly intact. The meeting started, and when it came time for the reports, Tilly stood and detailed all of the thieves she'd caught that week. All of that had ultimately led her to bringing 3 orphans to an orphanage, where they'd no longer be forced to work for a cruel man who took advantage of hungry children. She suspected part of her success was that the good weather was bringing everyone outside to wander the streets and shop, which, in turn, brought out the criminals, eager to relieve unsuspecting shoppers of their pretty baubles. Everyone applauded, and then it was someone else's turn. Tilly tried to pay attention to what her fellow members were saying, but her mind kept wandering. Then a commotion came from the corridor outside their meeting parlour.
"Yes, my lord, but they are in the middle of a meeting," the butler was saying.
Then the door opened, and a very haggard-looking Sullivan barged into the room. His eyes scanned the room until they landed on her. She came to her feet. "What are you doing here?" she asked before she could think better of it.
"It occurred to me that we never finished the argument about my brother. Did he actually say he knew you'd confessed your feelings?" he asked.
"What?" She shook her head in confusion. "You came back to London and interrupted this meeting to argue with me."
"Answer the question, Freckles."
"No, but he said he knew that I had feelings for him long ago. How else would he have known that?"
"I don't know, but definitely not because I ever said anything. I kept your secret. Damnation, Tilly, I never wanted him to know."
"Why?" He scrubbed a hand down his face.
"Because I wanted you for myself."
Her heart hammered and her breathing stuttered. "What?"
"You were so earnest in your affections for him, and Thomas has always been a selfish and manipulative arse. We've never really gotten along well. I hated that he could have earned such a sweet confession from you."
She opened her mouth, then closed it, repeating the motion several times, until she was certain she must look like a fish. "You never indicated you were interested in courting me." He rubbed his hand at the back of his neck.
"That's because I had no intention of doing so. I never wanted to marry." She bristled. "I was in the middle of fighting a war. There were no guarantees I would have returned."
Any hurtful response she might have conjured dried on her tongue. The thought of Sullivan dying didn't settle well with her. Frankly, the mere thought of losing him that way made her throat tighten and her heart ache. He took a step closer to her.
"But all those years when I was fighting in India, I never forgot about you. I never stopped wanting you. Even when I came back and you obviously didn't like or trust me, I still wanted you."
Several of the women sighed audibly.
"I came back to London because I miss you, Tilly. I miss my wife."
He swallowed visibly, took a step forward.
"I didn't want to wait until you returned home. I needed you to know, immediately."
Her heart pounded so furiously in her chest she feared it might be visible through her dress. "That you missed me?" He shook his head. "You don't miss me?" she asked, confused.
"No, I do. But I needed you to know that I'm in love with you, and I realized something very important."
He loved her. Oh God, her hands were shaking, but she still stood in front of her seat, not moving toward him. "What did you realize?" She grabbed handfuls of the fabric of her skirts to give herself something to do with her hands.
"That in order to love you,"
He took a step closer.
I have to love all of you.
You love all of us? One girl behind her asked, obviously confused. Everyone chuckled, and Sullivan's gaze met Tilly's, and she thought she might burst if she didn't get to kiss him soon. He gave a crooked grin.
No, I'm certain you're all lovely ladies, but I love only my wife. I meant that I can't pick and select only some parts of you, Freckles, the parts that I like or approve of. If I am to truly love you, then I must love this part of you, regardless of the fact that it frightens me out of my mind to have you out there confronting criminals.
She found her way out of the row of seats and came to stand in front of him. You love me, she whispered, madly. What about your agreement with... She glanced behind her, then looked back at him and mouthed, Lady X.
None of that matters if I can't be with you. My brother can go to the devil.
You don't think he needs to be punished? She asked.
Of course he does, but that is the police's duty, and they are now working on that. It's not my concern. Furthermore, if pursuing that means I lose you, then it matters not to me what happens to him. The only thing that matters to me is you.
She eyed his face and found only earnestness in his expression. She was surprised she had not dissolved into a puddle of mush at his feet.
I am an idiot.
He grabbed her hands and brought them both to his lips.
I was frightened and a fool. Will you forgive me?
I shall consider it, but you should know that if you try to send me away, or leave me again, I am rather accomplished with a blade. He chuckled, then stopped.
Wait, is that a threat or a jest?
She lifted a shoulder. Perhaps a little of both.
Do you think, in time, you could grow to love me, too? He asked.
I already do love you, you fool. I love you so much it's ridiculous. He grinned broadly at her, then proceeded to kiss her as if they weren't standing in the middle of Lady Summersby's meeting parlour. Tilly didn't care, though. She snaked her arms around his neck and kissed him back. Several giggles broke out in the room behind them, and Tilly gathered her wits and pulled away.
I love you, he said again.
I very much enjoy hearing you say that.
And I shall say it at least once an hour for the rest of our lives.
I believe I shall like that.
Can we go home now? There is something I'd like to do to you.
His words were low and full of promise. Her nipples tightened. Yes, you know you've misbehaved. She kept her voice low, so only he could hear her. Perhaps it's your turn for a spanking. He grabbed her and tossed her over his shoulder, spun on his heel.
Sorry for the interruption. Carry on, ladies.
The women remaining in the meeting room all giggled and squealed. Oh, how she loved this man. This concludes The Virgin and the Viscount by Robin de Hart. Narrated by Rachel Beresford. Copyright 2021 by Robin de Hart. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Entangled Publishing, LLC, and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.